Howdy, everybody. What's up? Welcome to the Sorcery stream continued. Not to be continued, this is the continued part. Hope everybody's having a good Friday lead into the weekend. I'm just getting mine started. Got my cup of coffee. Even though they lost, that's okay. Get them next time, bud. Coffee didn't lose. Coffee wins. It's the cup that lost. It's your fault. The first time I've caught Etalyx live. I don't know, Xylophobia, but welcome. What a nice song. It is, isn't it, Techno? Howdy, she's the worst. What's up, Lorag? Captain Waifu, welcome back. Frosty? Howdy, lover. Hey, guys. What's up, Anua Curry? Aggression Cow, I see that you still have some leftover Deputy Mod badges. Please turn in your badge and your band gun. Right now. Evanito, what's up? No weekend yet, have to work tomorrow. Sorry to hear that, Double X, my lord. However, I'm not sorry to hear you haven't finished the VODs yet. If you haven't caught up on Sorcery, it gave you 10 full days to do it, Chad. You had time. But what I didn't have time for, we do not have an updated interactive map because it's just so much work. So we're gonna do it as a legacy project, I suppose. We might be able to catch up because of the schedule, the nature of the way we're gonna play these last 2 chapters, which we'll talk about in just a moment. But worst season in Golden Knight's history, shake my damn head. Casey, that's probably true. Because isn't this only like the 2nd season ever? That, you know, there's gotta be a best and there's gotta be a worst. So, anything that's not winning is losing at this point. That's fair. I will accept that. Hey Twitch Mocha, Falkris, welcome back. Kyra Toby, what's up? Sorry to disappoint you. There's so much writing that has to be done, I can't even explain. Oh, I can't explain, actually. Can't believe that mug lost. Yeah, blew a 3-1 lead. Blew a 3-1 lead. All they had to do was win 1 more game, and then they lost 3 in a row. Oh well, they tried. You start at the top, you can only go down from there. That's the problem. If you start at the peak of the mountain, there's nowhere else to go. So this is gonna sound like a stupid reason for taking a little extra time to get started today. Apparently now that I'm 30, it's just, you just hurt yourself in random ways. So like, I have some deep stiffness right here in my, whatever that cord is that attaches my virtual reality tether that goes from my brain that connects to the rest of the body. I didn't wake up with it though. I caused it. You guys ever do like stretches? You're like stretching to get out of bed and you move one of your arms too far in the wrong direction and it affects your brain. Or you ever like, someone's like, hey, it's Alex, and you turn your head so fast that something pops right back here. And then it's sore for like the next 6 hours. That's been happening to me since I was a little kid. I don't know if anybody else has ever shared that. Because some people are like, what are you talking about? And other people are like, no, that happens to me all the time. I've sneezed and pinched a nerve. Ouch. You're a virtual person? Basically, yes. Chargoth, virtually, yes. Sorry to hear that you're dying. Well, aren't we all? Aren't we all? I do know what you mean, the back of your head gets really hot. Yeah, that's one way to describe it, Connor. It's like you just feel an intense heat sensation that's also pain. At the initial moment of snappage. I don't know what to call it. So I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna be moving as if I had a virtual reality headset on. I'm just gonna be like... Luckily, I've got a spin chair. No. I'll be fine. I took some Tylenol or something. Snail says, oh god, I resubbed like half a month ago, but it wouldn't let me show to message till now. Well, I don't know what the deal is there, but thanks for coming back for 11 months, Snail. Sorry it took you 2 weeks to hash that out, but welcome back for almost a full year of being subscribed. Hope you're doing swell. Nico Delira says, I put on my robe and wizard hat. We are going to put on our robe and wizard hat today. Sorcery Part 3. I want to give people some time to get in because this is the beginning. So I'm not stalling, I'm just catching up with you guys. I had 3 days off this week anyways, kind of interspersed. We had the 30 celebration on Wednesday. I really enjoyed that, had a lot of fun. Hopefully you guys who were there did too. Or if you weren't able to make it, well, at least you're here now. Hope you had enough time to catch up on some sorcery bots in the meantime. But thanks, Nico, for 22 months. Felix says, hello, streamer man. Merry Christmas to all. Germacorn wishes you a happy new year. Happy New Year on May the 3rd. Tomorrow's Star Wars Day, right? Does anybody even still care? Sorry, that was mean. Photo Heathen, thank you for the 16 months of Prime. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for sharing your Prime sub. She's the Word says, who would be in your MySpace top 8? Ian McKellen. Linkin Park. Germa would be somewhere after Ian McKellen. Midas. Midas is definitely on the list. Kim would be on the list. And what's his name? No. Not the voice. No, okay, hold on. I forgot his name. James McCaffrey. The voice of Max Payne. Yeah, they put the voice of Max Payne on there. Sorry, I forgot his name. Been playing Satisfactory. Definitely do not recommend experimental at the moment. Well, there you go, Golden Fishy. I wasn't planning on it anyway. Auto? Yeah, Auto could go on the list too, for sure. Is that 8? I don't know. I'm not sure. Close enough, I guess. Hey, Bonzi, what's up? What is Star Wars Day? It's just May the 4th. May the 4th be with you. It's just a bad pun that turned into Star Wars Day. What's up, Xenophanes? Lorag watching from work? Aaron's son, how's it going? Connor? Hey guys. Anti-folders, welcome back. What's up, everybody? Alright. I think we're ready. Or at least we're ready to look at a different screen. You guys can be welcomed to Hoover. I hope you feel welcome. Good timing anyways, as the song is at an end. Oh, before we get really started here. I wanted to talk briefly about the plan for this going forward. And yes, it's going to be silent. Apparently, there's no music on this menu. And every time I alt-tab, it goes to the other monitor. That's going to have to stop. I don't think that's a sorcery thing, though. I think that's my computer thing. It's being weird. Because it didn't have this problem for the last 2 sorceries. So, plans for sorcery going forward. I want to do a couple things. Number 1, I thought, even though we're not done with the map, I can't just wait on having time to finish the map. I've got to write all this stuff. And that's the hard part. There's so much to write. For example, just for the first stream, I have to watch back the whole VOD and point by point, literally write papers. I'm like 40 points in so far. And after I finish these, I'm going to pass them off to Kairatobi to weld into the map. Welcome back to college. This is only the first stream through 41 points. For reference, there's like over 70 points just in the first VOD of interest. Then there's the second VOD for part 2. Then there's the third VOD for part 2. So this is just going to be a work in progress that we're just going to do as we have time. No rush. People got school. People got college stuff anyways. I don't know if Kairatobi or Fire are in school or testing, but I don't want to put undue pressure on them either to do stuff when they should be. Kairatobi better not be in school because you give me like hundreds of subscriptions. So if you're giving me college money, you shouldn't be Kairatobi unless your parents are rich and they're sending you to school for free. That's the only circumstance. Hey, I have a job. Okay. All right. I'm just saying. Let's close my essay. All right, we'll grade that later. I just wanted to tell you that that's going to take a little while before we actually catch up. So, this is not why we're doing this way, but this is how we're going to do it, just to kind of make sure I don't burn myself out on sorcery. I want to do like 1 chapter of sorcery per week. So, we're going to start part 3 now. We will probably do the next like sorcery stream next week. So it's not going to be like a bang, 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 let's get it done. It's going to be like a RimWorld type weekly episode for part 3 and 4. So that's the plan. Also, there's a big reason for that. The reason is because, as I found out after I rested this week, reading aloud for like 7 to 9 hours It's very strenuous on my voice and throat. So it can kind of push the dominoes into play that make the next few streams harder to do, because I feel physically tired sometimes afterwards, and I don't want to mess myself up, and I want to have a good time. So I think spacing it out is a good idea, which will also give us more time to work on the map, which will also give you more time if you want to catch up on VODs. So, I'm not going to beat the dead horse. I just wanted to explain kind of what and why. Now, we're going to jump in, and I'm going to give you guys like a small recap of what happened. And when I say small, so I'm not going to be able to like really respond to chat at the moment, but if you're jumping in, hey, Chubby Penguin, Winter Spear, you cannot give me your bank account. Sorry, Twitch will probably ban me if that happened. Moderately depressed, Dingus, Questlord. Hey guys, everybody else is popping in. Heretic. Hopefully I get an A on my paper. You guys are the graders. But brief recap on parts 1 and 2. Part 1 was kind of like finding ourselves, finding our way in the world. You can actually use the sorcery command to see all of part 1. And we learned a few basic rudimentary spells, kind of got our wits about us, figured things out, how to fight, how to cast magic, how to deal with certain situations, and ultimately defeated a manticore, and then passed on to part 2 with a key to the grand city of Corée, which was all of part 2. Part 2 was a wily adventure, full of, I would say, subverting my expectations, in as much as we got to what I thought was the end, and the game said, hey, actually, if you want to do this properly, you're going to need to go back in time. So the wise Lorag, using ancient magic, sent us to the beginning of our journey into Corée, the great city of thieves and traps, and we had opportunities to kind of do things over and do things differently, but also complete a puzzle, which was a series of 4 passwords to unlock the gate of Corée, because what goes in does not come out. People go into Corée, people do not come out. So, it was quite a tale. Very in-depth, actually, as far as lore is concerned. There was a lot going on there. But ultimately, at the end of the day, because of the fact that I was harassed pretty much from the time I entered to the time I left, I finally solved the password to the puzzle after 3 separate trips through time, maybe even a 4th, I don't remember. Unlocked the gate, opened it, found an army of goblins on the other side who were looking to join a secret army of goblins that arose from the sewers from underneath Corée, who were planning on taking over the city from the humanoids and the other creatures. And I kind of just left the gate open and said, if you kill them, that's not my problem. Whoops. So I did not try to shut the gate to save the city. The city was destroyed, and we'll probably get a small recap as we begin. I did write down the password. Sounds like a, oh, this alt-tab thing is gonna... Wait, okay, hang on. If I enter a spell, it should remember. It was Wokeru. And what's funny enough is I think anybody can type this in and just play my game, which is kind of weird. But I don't think it affects my... Wait, hold on. Excuse me? Oh, Rokewu. Excuse me. Not Wokeru. I got those backwards. So this should be an R. Rokewu. There we go. Found 1 saved adventure. This is my game now. But anyways, there's a lot of reasons why I did that. To understand the part 2, you would have to go back and watch that. That being said, this is a separate game, and it's got its own story. So you don't have to know what happened in the past 2 games to appreciate what's going to happen in this one. But it will enhance your understanding of maybe returning characters, returning spells, items, or events. So like, part 2 was its own coherent story apart from the first part. This is what happens after Corée, and it's going to be its own book. So it's books 1, 2, 3, and 4. This is book 3. So, we left the city of Corée having basically, I did not destroy it, I just allowed it to be destroyed. I went Batman Begins on the city of Corée, and I just did not interfere, right? You became a follower of Korga, who was a god of a great temple by the north gate of the city of Corée, who helped us solve the riddle of its password. And we acquired the Serpent Ring. Now, I don't know why that is so significant, that it should be mentioned explicitly here. And I can view my magical items. Chat, I remember getting the Serpent Ring. I'm trying to remember where, because I remember I attempted to use it in the city of Korga, or in the Temple of Korga, and it didn't do what I thought it was going to do. Who gave me the Serpent Ring? I think you'll love part 3. I think I will too. The blind noble gave it to you. Right. So we went to the ruins of Corée and found a noble disenfranchised. He had lost everything. He was begging. We helped him out. We gave him a bunch of money. Luckily, we had a bunch of money to give. I don't know how that would have gone down differently. We saved him from some attacking birds, some like large giant birds. And as part of his reward, he gave us his part of the password. He forgot one of the words, but that's okay. He gave us one of the password parts, and he rewarded us with a serpent ring, which is said to ward off snakes. I don't know. We'll find out. But apparently it's important. Inside of my backpack, we did get a broadsword. I think I purchased that, so that's just a better sword. It's like a +1, a little bit more damage. The silver chain, which we neglected to use, we had that almost the whole adventure. Snakebite antidote. Okay, also the silver chain, worth noting, is apparently effective against ghosts or specters, at the bare minimum, if not all undead. So it's bare minimum, we know for fact effective against the specters, the ghosts. Snake bites, tinderbox, we need something to burn. Essence of bark, no idea what that does. Again, I don't want any help. Poison, born skin boots to protect us against cold climbing. The serpent ring against snakes. The spell book obviously is how we do our spells. Beeswax, we've been carrying this for ages. I think we can sharpen our sword with that. We did use one of our beeswax on a gotcha moment. I got baited to use one of my beeswax. It was pretty hilarious last time. Claw skullcap lets us read minds. The bamboo flute is a new acquirement. We haven't gotten to use that yet. This apparently makes creatures dance against their will. I'm really anxious to bamboo flute my way through the rest of the game. Green-haired wig allows me to talk to animals and speak all languages. Bracelet of bone. Have we used the Bracelet of Bone yet? Maybe once. I'll have to look back up in my spell book. The Sun Jewel is for light and keeping away the darkness, which can be two different things. And the Copper Key is the key for the jail cells of the Red Eyes, right? Okay. Just refreshing my own memory as well as yours, Chad, for those of you who were here previously. So before we begin this in earnest, we can jig for justice now. That's right. With becoming the bard. Oh yeah, the illusion. Yes, that's right. The bone bracelet is the bracelet of illusions. So we can try and deceive people. So we're going mind reading, dance guy, and make people see stuff. I like that. That's kind of how I would want to play if I was playing like a role-playing game adventure. I would want to be the like illusionist. The work behind the scenes to like pull the puppet strings, you know, that's definitely how I would want to play. So we've kind of just fallen into that through playing, and that's just the beauty of the game. Is that it wasn't by complete chance. It was like we took the opportunities that presented themselves to get to that spot. And yes, we'd have no food. We'll deal with that in a moment. Okay, before we really truly begin, we got a couple things here. First of all, we have a mod for the day. New deputy mod, Die Dingus. All right, Die Dingus. I trust in you to use your powers responsibly and to not mod backseat. Metalbit Zoomy says, happy birthday, Etel Man. Sorry I'm late to the congratulations. Hey, well, thanks anyways, Metalbit. Appreciate your resub for 21 months. I don't expect everybody to say happy birthday anyway, so anytime you do is appreciated. Die Dingus also says, how does this mod for day stuff work? Oh boy. Potom says, 10 months already. Holy crap, thanks for all the good times and for being you. Stay awesome. Thanks, Potom. Welcome back for 10 months. Don't get banned by Die Dingus. I wish you the best. Because if you do, there's going to be a equal and opposite reaction towards the Die Dingus account. Spider March for 13 months says, good day. Good day to you, Spider March. Hopefully it gets even better with the bits. I don't know how to use these hearts. Here's some more drippy hearts. Very much appreciated, Spider March. Thanks for the sub and for the bits. Can I time people out if they ask for it? No. Die Dingus. That is the burden of being a mod. Because you have to represent me now. And I blindly put my faith in you. So you have to prove that faith correct. Because if you do that, everyone starts doing that. And then I look over and I'm like, hey, why is that guy timed out? Oh, he asked for it. So if I see that they're timed out and I don't know why, I'm just like, oh, I assume that person is evil, malicious, and should be ignored forever. Right, John? That's how you handle timeouts, I think. I think this also says yeet. Thank you. Ninyu says 2 more months, and the 22 months changed into 2 years. Thank you, Ninyu. Don't worry. You have not been shadow banned as of yet. Appreciate you sharing your Prime sub. And Dingus has... Why do you have so many nerds? Did you just gamble? I'm pretty sure I just got scammed out of 5,000 nerds. Listen, you're going to get scammed out of your account that has been following this channel for almost 2 years now. In 2 seconds. Spaceman Riff, welcome back, who says, hi, thanks for your 9 months, Spaceman. And last but not least, Etalyx, my lord, says, slipping and sliding into my notifications like I'm on a slip and slide. Very relevant meme. Very relevant meme. Now, chat, I've given you plenty of time. We got the recap in. I told you how things have been. It's been 10 days since the last game, so I thought a recap was necessary for me and you. And so begins Sorcery, Part 3. Night falls on this city, the 8th day of your journey from Analand. Only the flames from the burning city of Karay light the road. You stand on the edge of Badubak, a wild and desolate place. Beyond lies Mampang Fortress, the Archmage, and the Crown of Kings. The path has been long. Leaving the hills, you journeyed into Karay, but you did not save it from destruction, and it was overrun by goblins. You lost your spirit guide on its streets, becoming a follower of Korga, the god of grace. Now, for reference, the spirit guide in question was an evil being. What was the name of that spiritual force that I accepted into my heart inside of the chapel? I had to allow that being into my soul. Slang. The evil Slang. Who maliciously just allows bad things to happen. Will occasionally help you, sort of. But is going to, I don't know, he just invites violence, basically. So I gave up Slang in order to become a follower of Korga, the god of grace. You overcame the deadly portal traps of the city, ancient cruel magic designed to trap the unwary, and you faced an army of enchanted werewolves as they sought to overthrow the first noble. To instill first noble Vic. Vic for dead noble. The Backlands are different. So a little mini recap there. The army of werewolves was being controlled by Vic. We never got to see the end of that. Definitely room to play that differently on your own. But the plains of Badubak will be different. Once, long ago, this land thrived, prospering in the warm shadow of the Fortress of Sorcerers, high in the Zanzunu peaks. Then something changed. They say to mute your alerts before you start reading the audiobook. They say the last refugee to reach Karay declared only, they are all gone. The North Gate was sealed, and the Backlands left to die. They say to mute your audio. Vic has been added successfully. Oh boy, Vic is back. We don't know that Vic is dead. Vic might not be dead. My internet might be dead. Hello, Cox? Can I have my frames back, please? Oh, whoops. It's okay, Dorkcube. Never apologize for giving streamers money. Unless it was actually an accident or someone hacked your account. Double X, oh, again, thank you, Double X, my lord. I read your slip and slide comment, but appreciate the 14 months. Dorkcube for first noble with 100 bits. No. Vic is the only first noble in my heart, even though he literally captures people, brands them, and turns them into werewolves forcibly against their will. All right, I need to pay attention here. The shadow of the Fortress of Sorcerers high in the Zanzunu peaks. Something changed. The last refugee to reach Karay declared only, they are all gone. Okay, so all the people in the Fortress of Sorcerers are gone. The North Gate was sealed and the Backlands left to die. This is the story of how Corray became sealed then. The people retreated from the Backlands into Corray, sealed the gate from the evils outside its walls, which of course we are going to explore. They are closed still. What is this referring to? Who's closed? The North Gate's not closed. I don't know. We're going to click the button though. Ooh, look at this map. They are closed still and offer no return. You are alone in a cursed land. No one from the young country of Analan has ever crossed this wilderness before. You will be the first. The old world is counting on you. But already you have no food. This stage of your journey will be punishing, but you cannot turn back. It knows I have no food. Inkle presents. Do your own intro music. Dun 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 dun. Steve Jackson Sorcery. There it is. He's back for part 3. The 7 Serpents begins now. Wow, in the very corner, outside the gates of Corray. The 7 Serpents. Oh boy. Look at all of this. We're out in the wilderness now. Look at this map. The map of Cockabad. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, at least like, this is broken up into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Like at least 8 distinct sections. That's a big honkin' map. That is a big honkin' map. Yes, it is indeed. Oh. Who writes the recap site again? I do. Sorry. I didn't have time to, we didn't have time to finish it before this Ionic. But we're going to continue to work on it as we play this game. Alright, let's begin in earnest. The stones of the old road disappear under a layer of dust and sand, and your back flames flicker from the rooftops of the city port of Corray. Ahead there is nothing but an empty waste and the night. I like that it continuously reminds me of the fact that the whole city of Corray is burning under the might of the goblins, just trampling overfoot like a wave. There's a Game of Thrones joke in here somewhere, you know, comparing a force like the goblins to a certain other nebulous force and how one of them is clearly stronger than the other one, but I'm not going to spoil anything for you guys. Ready my sword, look back, walk on. Let's look back at the city and see what we've done. For a moment you look back to see the flames, rising high above the wall. Streams echo across the plains. The people of Corray are the first casualties in the coming war. If the crown is not recovered, there will be thousands more. Look up at the stars or watch the shadows. Is there something in the shadows? Let's look at the stars. You turn your gaze from Corray to the stars, wondering what fresh secrets they may hold this far from the walls of Analand. I assume we will be learning some new spells, as we always do, and using spells we haven't had a chance to employ yet. Every step along the broken road takes you further from safety and into the unknown. Something, Korga, perhaps, sets your senses tingling. You're not alone out here. Is that the screech of a bird you hear? Or a distant scream? Speaking of ya boy Korga, Korga's the god of grace. He is bountiful, generous, full of great cheer. Here's the catch. He does not approve of ill will or evil doing. And our definitions of evil doing and ill will may differ from one another. I may not think something is evil that Korga thinks is evil, or vice versa. I hope he doesn't leave us real fast. You left Corray to burn. I opened the gate spoons, and I did not close them. Would it be good if there was some sort of Google form for suggestions of recaps attached to VOD times? Well, that's what the exclamation sorcery map does. It has the VOD times on the left-hand side. But I'm going to continue to work on the map this week, and we'll get at least the first, like, couple of VODs added to the interactive map this week for part 2. Bonaparte, thank you for continuing your gift sub, by the way. Don't know who gave it to you originally, but appreciate you. I'll see you when it's time to renew it, huh? See you when it's time to renew it. Cast a spell, so we can cast a spell to discern what we're listening to. You kissed him so many times, it would be a shame if he left you right away. Yeah, we did kiss Korga statue on the lips at least a few times. He knows it. Oh, he knows it. Yeah! Oh, talk with animals. I guess if it was a bird, that would work. Obviously, we can sense danger. That's a classic. We can also make anything that might be here depressed. I don't want to make myself depressed at every opportunity, though. That may be my thing, though. I'm going to do a jig, and I'm going to do sap. Wait, we already did, yeah. H. O. T. Really? Fireball immediately, but it could be somebody crying for help. We don't know. You know what? I'm not going to waste any mana right now. If it's a bird, we'll figure out if it's a bird. Yap is free. If it's a bird, we'll talk to it. Talk with animals requires a green-haired wig. Yep! You cast a spell and put on the wig. In the distance, you hear the screeching of birds, but as the spell takes hold, the sound resolves into words. There's one! Screams a shrill voice in the sky. He looks like a tasty morsel. I claim first strike, screams another. A moment later, a ferocious nighthawk has plunged from the sky, talons outstretched for your neck. Well, we heard about the hawk attack before it happened, so I guess we at least got some preemptive warning. So I can roll aside, I can duck, or I can draw sword and just fight. I'm gonna go for the dodge roll. I don't think ducking's really gonna help. You gotta move. You gotta move east to west. You hurl yourself to one side just in time, and the sharp claws sweep past your neck to rake the dirt. I will shred you to gizzards, the bird promises. Tasty one. The bird wheels up into the sky to rejoin its group. Take his eyes, it screeches. You count 4 birds circling, ready to attack. Fight, run, or shout in defiance, or cast a spell. The birds. The birds are already striking in force as soon as we leave the gates. Got a lot more spells to play with here. P, F, lowercase f, M, W. It's at least 5 letters. Capital L, did I look at that one? L, P, F, F, M, W. Yeah, I think it's 5. P, O. Oh, we can throw pop rocks. I lost all my pebbles, and I'm not even remembering where I lost my pebbles. It was a long time ago, though. We can create a wall. I don't think a wall is enough. They can just fly around it. We did P, sorry. Law? I could take control of them. Law would probably be very much guaranteed success, but you have to keep in mind I only have 10 stamina, and that spell costs 3. F-I-X, cause fixedness, requires a staff of oak sapling, which we never found. You can also do F-A-L, float in air. I don't know how, they are already flying. I don't think that that really helps. Law looks like best case scenario to me of the spells. I could just shout at defiance and try to scare them away. Would the Analander just scream at the birds? Here's the thing. The answer is yes, if I still have the wig on that speaks to animals. If that's true, then yes, I think I would shout in defiance. If I don't, I think I would probably cast a spell. But I only have 10 stamina. We don't want to die on the first encounter of Chapter 3. That would be really embarrassing. If I use but if I don't use a spell, I might lose more than 3 stamina. I think Etalyx would scream at the real birds. Old man yells at birds. Hey, Ulthor, what's up? Okay. I don't know if we still have the wig on or not at this moment, but I think shouting in defiance. Because, like, for real, think about it. We just went all the way through Corée. We went back in the past, like 3 or 4 times. We had to deal with the goblins, the sewers. We got pickpocketed. We got misled. People tried to kill us. People tried to lead us into traps. We fell through time portals. We fell through vortexes. We had to... Like, after all that, you finally get out of the city. You think the worst is behind you as the city burns. It's on fire. The goblin army is attacking. And then 4 birds attack. Ah! Jabber's probably like, what is going on? That was like a Tarzan yell. Shout in defiance. Try to take me, you cry at the circling Nighthawks. I have destroyed a city. The birds wheel and scream. We will take your blood, they reply. I guess I have to. Then I'm gonna cast a spell, because I learned my lesson. If you don't use your magic first, you end up just taking fight damage. Especially when there's 4 of them. Whatever, there was a lot of time deliberating on yelling at the birds, and we still had the wig on. I like told them, like, I let Corray burn, come and get me. And they're like, okay, we will. So yeah, we still communicated with them effectively. Now, same spells are still available. I'm gonna go with your boy Law. We've never really utilized this. Control non-intelligent creatures? I hope that means more than one. Worst case scenario, we can turn one of them against their friends. Eat each other. Cannibal birds. Oh! The birds are screaming down out of the sky just as you complete your spell. Then suddenly they freeze in midair and begin to beat their wings in a terrible confusion. You have control of their will, but what use will you turn it to? Order them to fly away? Order them to attack each other? Order them to carry me to Mampang? That's not gonna work. Where even is Mampang on this map? What is this place, Mampang, exactly? Carry me? Oh, and Lord of the Rings in here. Where's... Mampang is not this map, right? Isn't that the next one? Because this is the hills of Kakabad. Mampang should be after Kakabad, I believe. So there's no way I'm gonna skip the whole game with some hawks flying me. That wouldn't make any sense. Just skip chapter 3? Okay, well, you know what? If I use this, can I still do the other stuff? Is this gonna screw me? Speedrun skip? I want to see what the response is. Order them to carry me to Mampang, but if the spell wears off before I can do the other things, I'm gonna be real upset. Order them to carry me to Mampang. It is a terrifying moment, but one you can turn to your advantage. You command one of the birds to make a cage of its talons, and then you step inside. Wow, these birds are gigantic! How do I step inside? The creature... You tell the creature to fly you across the backlands. You were carried up into the air and away across the plain. How is this working? What? Where am I going? Okay, I guess we're a bird now. I'm flying this way. You are suspended high above the desolate surface of the backlands. The Nighthawk flies swiftly and high. You will be across the waste in no time. Rest or look at the land ahead? Well, let's look at the land ahead first. Holding on to a claw for stability, you gaze out over the land ahead. In the distance, a double-jagged peak like the tail of a serpent seems to dive into rock, and on one side of it, a winding path rises to higher ground. A serpent seems to dive into a rock. Well, it's like a double-jagged peak, and a winding path rises to higher ground. If I look further, do I forego my chance to rest? I want to rest. I need to get some stamina, so I'm scared that this is going to eliminate the rest option. You close your eyes, settling back against a long claw. You will sleep your way through this stage of your adventure. The wings beat on, almost hypnotically. Okay, so we don't get to look. Maybe we get to rest a little bit longer. Here we go to fly onwards. So notice where we're flying, though. Normally the path seems to lead winding through this trail. So I assume we've avoided this entire treacherous mountain pass to get to the foot of this mountain, which seems like a really crazy shortcut. In midair, day one. You found one new clue. That was a great day, chat. They like left Corray. I saw some birds. I was like, "Whoa!" And then they carried me through the day. Apparently, I should have continued to look through their claws. I'm not even trying to speedrun. I'm just trying to use, you know, my wits to do things correctly. Are you a baby bird now? I guess so. I did find one new clue. How much did I miss along the way? You've fallen into a daze when quite suddenly you're jerked awake as the talons beneath you begin to open. Cling on or cast a spell. Uh-oh. Are we gonna fall? We're gonna get dropped, aren't we? Did I not get any stamina gain from resting? If I don't get any stamina gain, I'm gonna be a little upset. What are the options here? Dup? Open locks and doors. Open what, the claws? Cause slowness. Then the birds are just gonna die. They're gonna fall. Why can I zap them in this circumstance? Doesn't make any sense. Fog causes darkness. There are some interesting spell options here. Obviously, the one we want is float in the air slowly. I'm gonna try cling on and see what happens. You cling desperately onto a talon, but it is sickly smooth and pointing straight down. There is nothing you can do. The talons open as the spell fades and you plunge downward through the battering air. There's nothing between you and the very solid ground. You land painfully. But you are not on the ground. Oh my, I thought I was gonna get another opportunity to cast a spell. You've landed on something invisible in midair and are still moving. I lost 4 stamina. Now we'll never know what else we could have seen. We could have gotten some more clues while we were flying around in the talons. Always be curious. You should always be curious. The resting did nothing for me. I lost 3 stamina. Okay, we've made some wrong decisions so far, chat. We made some wrong choices. Let's try and bring it back. I'm not gonna rewind yet, Dorito. If I died, I would. But now I'm at 4 HP. You are still moving. Try to escape. What am I escaping? Cling on. I'm gonna cling on tight. I don't want to fall again. You reach forward with your hands, hoping to find something to cling onto, and your fingers close around a rough surface. Not fur, but feathers. Invisible feathers. The creature below begins to shimmer into view. You watch and are amazed to find you've been caught in your fall by a gold-crest eagle from the King's Eyrie in Analand. The eagle screams at the nighthawks, who scatter in fear. Then very carefully it wheels back southwards and sets you down on the ground. Excuse me? Hang on. I was over here. What? Why am I back here now? So I fell from one bird, landed on another bird, and the bird put me back at the top of the mountain pass? You return to the ground gratefully. The bird, now fully visible, watches you impassively. Look at the creature. Bow, what are you doing here? Let's look at the creature first. The creature, slowly becoming visible, stands taller than a tavern. Its wingspan is enough to sweep 9 riders from their horses when it dives. The eagles have long been powerful allies of Analand, because of their great power, but also their stealth. By tilting their feathers sideways, the creature can deflect light around its body, becoming almost invisible against the open sky. Well, let's bow before it. Show it its respect that it is due. You bow your head to the eagle. It opens its beak in reply, and something falls to the ground. It's a message cylinder. Whatever it contains must be of vital importance, or the king would not have risked revealing your location like this to deliver it. Take the tube. You reach down and pick up the tube. Inside is a rolled parchment sealed with the royal seal of the King of Analand. It reads, "We trust these tidings reach you in fair health, but must warn you of impending peril. Your mission is discovered. The Manpang's eyes have spied our plan, and word is on its way to the Dark Fortress. Too late, we discovered our unwelcome eavesdroppers, and news of your quest is being carried towards High Yaman or Yemen by 7 serpents, the Archmage's most trusted servants. By now they will have reached the Bachlands, and here they will divide to complete their journey separately. If you are still able, seek them out, for they must stop to rest and eat. Destroy the creatures before they reach their goal, else the Archmage will prepare a deadly welcome for you. Find Shadrach the Hermit for advice. For naught moves through the backlands without his knowledge. Our hearts are with you. Thank the eagle. Where can I find these serpents? Fly, you fools. Why didn't they just fly us here in the first place? Listen, Kairtobi, they didn't just fly us here in the first place because we're too heavy. It's too far. But also, would you really want to dump a guy who just got his spellbook for the very first time in the place that no Analander has ever set foot ever? With like 3 rations, brand new spellbook, default starter sword? We wouldn't have gotten very far, I don't think. You know? Anyways, I want to make sure we get this. So Mampang has been spying on us. Word is on its way to the Dark Fortress. Your mission is discovered. The news of the quest is being carried by 7 serpents, the Archmage's most trusted servant. Okay, we must seek them out, destroy the creatures before they reach their goal, or there will be a deadly welcome waiting for you. Where can I find these serpents? You look up, but the Goldcrest Eagle has already rendered itself invisible once more. You feel the rush of air as its great wings lift it from the ground. Then you are alone. Destroy the message or keep it. Wow, this seems important. No matter what we do. Because if we keep the message, we risk being discovered. If I destroy the message, it does have the king's seal on it, so there might be somebody that I can convince to help me out if I show them my mission from the king. So it really could backfire either way. I feel like keeping the message is irresponsible. And destroying the message definitely safer, but if they already know of my plan, if they already know of my plot, like the 7 serpents are already out there, so if they already know about my mission, then it should be fine to keep it, because we're not going to reveal ourselves to the Archmage, at least. So I'm going to keep it. I'm going to hold on to it. You roll the message up and slip it into your pack. It would seem the backlands are not as deserted as you had supposed. You must find these 7 serpents and destroy them, or your journey will be for nothing. You found 2 new clues, and another clue has been updated. Okay, well, let's take a peek then at the clues that we have, specific to us here. The 7 serpents threaten your journey. They carry a message that will warn the Archmage. Shadrach the Hermit can help you. You were given a clue for sleeping of the sleepless ram. Seek the one they call the sham. That was from the last game. We got that clue. This is a carryover from part 2. Who gave me this clue, though? For sleeping of the sleepless ram. Seek the one they call the sham. Okay, back to the road then we go. I just lost 2 more stamina. In the distance, the sun breaks over the horizon. You've been awake all night and are weaker for it. You're physically exhausted, all but unable to continue. Dropping to your knees, you whisper a last desperate prayer to your graceful god. You are answered with the merest glimmer of strength. Before you, the backlands stretch away to a dim horizon. How can you hope to locate the 7 serpents in such a wilderness? I must find Shadrach. I will follow my instincts. So is it what the game is saying, that I should have died, but the god Korga granted me just enough strength to not die? Is that what I'm led to believe? Korga is sitting back, contentedly asleep, and unwilling to aid you now. So, he gave me just enough to cling to life. I must find Shadrach as instructed by the king, or follow my instincts. King, I've made it this far on instincts alone. I'm going to follow my instincts. Hopefully your instincts will lead you well. After all, they've carried you this far already. Game knows. Oh, the game knows. So we head to the cliff now. After about half an hour, you see a deep black line across the earth up ahead. You catch your step just in time. You're 1 pace away from the edge of a sheer cliff. Look over the edge. You approach the edge and peer over. The drop is considerable, and the view beyond stretches for miles. Leading away to the left is what appears to be a carved staircase of rough stone blocks. In the distance, birds wheel and turn above the landscape ahead. Look at the view, look at the staircase, or cast a spell. Let's observe the view first. As you stare across the plains, the featureless dust resolves itself into low rocky outcrops and gullies. The landscape below is not as featureless as perhaps you first thought. There's a mountain, a plain, and back to the journey. Beyond the plains is a line of low mountain rises, the Barubak Ridge. A second higher range is visible beyond, the Horn of Ilklala. Hold on. The Horns of Ilklala. There we go. Their summits must be subject to wild winds, as from here, it seems that snow covers them 1 minute, and yet they are barren rock the next. Did we finally find some snowy mountains for our boots? Gotta go with me instincts there. Look at the plain, or back to the journey. Nearer to hand, you see a spire of rock rising proud, like a stupa. But through the mist, it seems sometimes that it has 2 prongs, and sometimes 1. From across the plain, you hear the distant sound of flapping wings. More nighthawks? But nighthawks do not fly when the sun is shining. A few things here. Walk off cliff. Just jump. No. No. Halloween Lego Racers, why are you still under your meme account? Please. These graphics make me cry. These graphics. Because they're so beautiful, God nukes. By the way, for those of you that don't know, this is a game based on 4 books. Well, this is one game of 1 book from the 1980s. The game was made a few years ago, but it's a choose-your-own-adventure story from the 80s. And really, really good. Definitely one of my best streaming experiences of the year. If not, top of the line. Halloween and Christmas, the same holiday. Would you prefer this meme account instead? Greasebot, do not enable them! I refuse to thank you for your 35th gift sub in the channel. Okay, pay attention, chat. There's a mountain rise, the Barubak Ridge. There's a second range, the Horns of Ilklala. That is the snowy one. Then you see a spire. Sometimes a spire with 2 prongs, sometimes 1. Something strange afoot there. And a distant sound of flapping across the plains. The plains are behind me, FYI. Shielding your eyes against the low sun, you look south. The skies seem darker there, somehow, and 4 birds wheel against the sky. Then suddenly, they break formation. One falls, another is torn to pieces. A figure moves in the darkness beneath. Oh God. The 4 birds that just tried to carry me to Mampang, who dropped me, are now being shredded by a dark figure. Rush to the fight, watch further, or look at the figure. Oh no. I only have 2 stamina. What am I gonna do here? Let's look at the figure. You try to make out more through the darkness, but though you recognize the figure, you cannot place him. Really? I have 2 stamina, chat. 2 stamina. I can't pray. I just got... God Korga ignores me. Let's call out. You cup your hands to your mouth to call out, but suddenly the whole scene is gone. The plains and skies are empty once more. There is something very strange about this place. Huh. Hallucination, maybe? Maybe it's me in an alternative timeline, because, like, Lorag's just gonna appear and be like, no, you should do it again, and I'm gonna kill the birds next time. Create a force field. How to find safe passage. I don't think that's gonna take us anywhere. Pop. Float. Yeah, what is the capital F for force field, right? Why would I need this? I cannot afford any of these. We're gonna have to take the mountain pass. Look at the staircase. You turn your attention to the steps down the cliffside. They are carved from the living rock, and their surfaces, perhaps once smooth, are now warped and drilled with holes from the rain. But they lead downward all the same. How did anyone carve such a slope? What did they stand on to sculpt the stone so high up in the air? The top step is covered with a curious, bright yellow moss. Sunlight sparkles in the distance. A lake, perhaps? Is it all a dream and you're actually still in the sewer? I think that was beautiful. Well written. We're having a sense of deja vu here. Gather the moss, cast a spell, or climb down the steps. So the moss is, bright yellow. Sure. Intrigued, you grab a fistful of the moss. It is juicy and extremely pungent. Smell it, taste it, stash it, or toss it aside. Toss it aside. Smell it. You put your nose deep into the moss. The scent is like lemons and strong cheese and manure all rolled together. It reminds you of the smell of drinking water in Corée. Ooh. That means it's gonna be healthy. The drinking water in Corée was healthy. Hold on, is there like a moss spell somewhere in here? I don't think so, but like I'm curious all the same. There might be some new spells in here also, for all I know. Vial of glue. Sniff glue. We need some medicinal potions. I think, yeah, I might have one Blimberry potion. Maybe not. So no yellow moss spells? Firewater. I don't remember pep. Double or triple their normal strength. Rock. Special stone dust must be thrown at the creature. Within seconds, the intended victim will turn into statue. Whoa. Yellow powder, but that's not yellow moss. It's really close, though. Yellow powder, yellow moss. The caster must cast the spell on his or her own body. The caster will then become exceedingly quick and may run, speak, think, or fight at 3 times normal speed. However, the spell requires the caster to sniff yellow powder before casting. Huh, that is odd. The moss may be somehow convertible into that powder. It is yellow, which might just be coincidence. The last time we found green stuff, though, it was relevant. I think I want to... I'm worried that if I taste it, that it's going to disappear. There's supposed to be a bunch of it, though. You just grabbed a fistful. Why would that be the only amount? Let's taste it. You taste the moss with a tentative tongue. The flavor is not pleasant, but it does not appear acrid. Perhaps it is not poisonous. Here's what I'm worried about. This is a choose-your-own-adventure game, so eating the moss might actually preclude me from taking more and stashing more in my pack. I'd like to do both. I don't know for sure that I can, but with 2 out of 18 stamina, don't you think a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush? Where if I think this is going to heal me, eat it now to get the stamina now, before we have to go further down the mountain? Rather than stash it for later when I might just die of 2 stamina. I think eating it now is safer, even if it precludes me from having more later. Feeling bolder. You put the clump of moss in the mouth and chew. Thick yellow juices run down your chin. Swallowing the thick clump is hard, but almost as soon as you do, you feel a great warmth spreading up from your stomach. Whatever this moss is, it seems to be most beneficial. Okay, we got 3 stamina out of that. Not bad. Not bad. Healing moss. I wish I could take more and put it in my pack, but we'll take what we got. We'll work with what we got. That's basically every time we drank water in the city of Corée, it healed us, and Annalander just said, smells like the water of Corée. So, that was the clue. That was the clue. What are you measuring, Ganaga? We're measuring our options. Howdy, Sobs boy, what's up? Anybody else that's just popping in here? You're here at the beginning of the game at a good time. I think these are the same spells we just had access to. Probably floating down the steps is safer, but since we just got some heals, I'll climb. You stride onto the ancient stone staircase, trusting it will not crumble beneath your weight. Then one pace at a time, you make your way slowly down to the sunken lands below. Halfway down. So we go wind through here, and then eventually the halfway point. Ooh, look at that roleplay walk. You clamber down the ancient stairs. It is painstaking work, as every step is about the height of your own body. Then about halfway to the ground, you're forced to stop. The steps below have fallen to rubble. The step on which you stand is in fine condition, perhaps sheltered from the weathering winds by the overhang above, but the next is gone, as are the others after that, stripped from the cliff face as though scoured. You can make out fragments of fallen rock scattered across the plain below. A few rocks skitter down the steep slope to the ground below. Huh. These are some big, big steps. Yo, Brimo. How's it going then, I guess? I'm so happy to be playing this again. I think, like, it's been, like, what, 9 days since we played it last? That's a perfect amount of time for this to feel fresh and new, and I am full of energy. Excuse me? Why would I create wind here? That just seems like I'm causing myself undue danger. There might be a reason. Fog? Create a force field. They let you do so many things for seemingly no reason, and that's the fun. Maybe you do want to do one of those strange spells. Maybe you do want the illusion of worship with a jewel of God for some reason here. I don't know. Obviously, this is what we're supposed to do. Float in air. But before we do, it's a very steep slope. I think floating down is the safest maneuver. I think we invest in our future. Instead of possibly falling and dying, this is much safer. And I think it would be wise. Fall! You cast a spell lightening your body to a mere fraction of its normal weight. Somewhere close by, the wind whistles a clear note, as though blowing over the top of a gigantic bottle. It specifically mentions the wind. So I wonder if the gale form... I wonder if the gale form allows you to manipulate that wind somehow. Look across the cliff face, step off the stairs, cast a spell, or make a move. I wonder what the difference in step off the stairs or make a move is. You lean from the step to glance around the cliff face and spy a cave mouth in the raw rock of the cliff a little way to the east of where you stand. Perhaps the staircase once led to it, but if so, that ledge is no longer intact. Okay, you're glancing around the cliff, spy a cave mouth in the rock of the cliff to the east. So is that like equal height to me? Is that like even height? Or is it like below me, or is it above me? I'm having trouble like understanding. Because I think make a move might help me go to that cave. And that's kind of what I'm interested in. So I wonder if you can use floats to like rock climb, you know? If your body is floating, you can't fly, but you might be able to use your like upper body strength to just like, you know what I'm saying? Like carry you across the rock face so that you're super light and can climb easily. It's more fun to try every option using rewinds. Hey, play however you want to, Jurg. That's the beauty of a choose-your-own-adventure game. You literally choose your own adventure and how you'd like to experience it. I like playing with no knowledge, so I've never watched a playthrough of Sorcery. I have no idea what's happening or what's going to happen, nor do I want to know, because the surprise is fun, and I like living with the consequences of my actions if possible. If I get killed, die, or softlock myself, then I'll rewind. But I really enjoy playing where every choice matters a lot. I think it tells a coherent narrative, and it's also better for streaming. I forget almost everything of the last playthrough. It was like a week ago. Is this the streamer that got the door spell of Karay only to have the entire city be destroyed anyway? But I allowed it to be destroyed. Sulpum. And also, I learned, I'm not going to tell you guys in the chat in case you play yourself, but I learned what happens if you don't get the spell to the North Gate. And let's also say that I don't have to live with those consequences of that particular action. So there were benefits to doing it my way as well. Yeah, I asked Jerma what happens. So I'm not going to spoil it for you guys in case you want to play for yourself and find out, because it's really actually quite interesting. I was like, wow, that's super cool. Hey, Etalyx says Halloween Lego Racer stream. How do you have enough nerds to redeem a question? I'm looking for a text-based adventure game, but I only like Zork. Do you have any suggestions? P.S. 181 days until the Halloween Lego Racer stream that Etalyx didn't promise he would do, or else never give Midas another treat ever again. I have... What is this gibberish? Also, don't act like I don't know who you are. Like, if this is not Molotov Bartender, then it's someone doing a really impressive imitation of Molotov Bartender. Anyway, I would like to make a move for the cave that is mysteriously on the cliff east of where I stand, but I don't know if we can get there. You have no choice but to turn back or else jump. Wait a second. Though in your current state, a fall would most likely break your neck. This might be a justifiable rewind coming up here. I think my current state should allow me to float down, actually. Because I just, well, I just casted the ability that lets me float. So this might be a justifiable rewind. Because I thought I was going to make a move was going to be different. Let's just see what happens. You jump and drift gently down to the valley floor. Oh, your weight returns and you settle gradually back down to the ground. The foot of the cliff is punctured by little holes, perhaps the warren of hill foxes, or whatever equivalent inhabits these barren wastes. It remembers. The game knows that I had casted fall and acted accordingly. Perfect. Okay, so there's little holes down here at the foot of the cliff. We can look back at the cliff, look across the plain, cast a spell, and move on. Let's check the cliff first, because I'm really interested in that one cave. You gaze up at the soaring arc of the cliff, barren rock dusted by what little scrub can cling onto its sides. It's as if some great clawed hand had scooped out the earth. You can just make out the cave mouth you saw earlier halfway up. It appears quite unreachable. Interesting. Maybe we're not meant to be there yet. In the near distance back from the cliff, you can see a stone tower, the only stone structure in this whole barren landscape. The tower stands some way across the plain, almost in the foothills of the ridge. It lists to one side, but appears not to have crumbled into ruin. And we can also cast more spells. Remembered what spell he cast, 10 out of 10. Honestly, it's important, because I didn't have to rewind. I don't think we need to find safe passage. So the rule of thumb that we've learned is, I suspect something is amiss, so you cast SUS, sus. If you need to get out, you say, how do I get out of this situation? And that's when how is useful. I'm not in a situation that I need to ask, how do I get out of this? So how, don't think would do much for me. Magical protection. To my knowledge, I have never used this spell properly, up till now. One of these times it's gonna come back and actually get me. Heal a disease. That's kind of scary. I wonder why you would need to heal a disease. Hover in air. Maybe that helps you reach the unreachable. Cause teleportation. Ooh. Cool methods of travel that we simply do not have access to. I'm going to forego spells with my mere 4 stamina. And let's move on. This, then, is the plain of Badubak, an endless expanse of dust broken only by the thin outline of an ancient road. No one from Analand has been here. No one even knows what happened to this place. Once it was the Archmage's country, his fields and paddocks. Now it is too barren to even be a place of death. Ooh. And the world is now your oyster, chap. I wonder if there was more stuff you could do down here. I bet there was. This is a big little area, you know? Maybe we'll see it again. Somehow. There might be some bird swoops down and picks us up and takes us there. So we got follow the cliff, the old road, into the plain, follow the cliff towards these little pockmarked geysers. Towards a broken bridge. There's like a hamlet potentially up here. We have some kind of metagaming to be done when I just look at the map. But you gotta use a little bit of metagaming just to pick some points of interest. Like there's a strange spire cave. That telescope, maybe? It's crazy. The Clodderback Steps. Some interesting points here. So, like, we could follow the road. The road seems like the least interesting one to me. You're more likely to find people there, so there might be characters. But this is unpredictable. I have no idea. Follow the cliff this way. It did say that there was a mouth to the east. So if I'm really interested in the cave, this might help me. If I'm interested in going up across the broken bridge, there's so many choices. I don't know what to do. I'm gonna have to just make a decision. The cave is the immediate interest, but there's plenty of other things. Can you at least press the rewind button so it removes the tutorial pop-up? Sure. Scroll left and right to review. Sure. There we go. Okay, and we're back. There you go, Froost. 2 Baron even for death. Hey, Sulpum Geodude. You didn't miss too much. But I understand if you want to catch it from the beginning and see the whole story as it unfolds. Thanks for popping in. Chat, I have to try. Here's the thing, this is my problem. I'm interested in this. If this does not take me anything to do with the cave, I'm gonna be disappointed. But I'm also gonna stick to my guns here. I'm not gonna rewind unless I have to. Let's look for more information on the cave. You've reached the bottom of the cliff. Heat beats down from an empty sky. The great cliff rises up into the sky, unclimbable and looking ready to topple at any moment. You crane your neck to look back up at the cliff towering behind you. Presumably, this is why there are no maps of the Backlands. Those who fall in never leave. About halfway down, you spy the cave you spotted. Totally inaccessible, of course. Well, check my provisions. You take a moment to review your situation. You have no food in your pack. The plains out here are desolate and largely unoccupied. You will have to move as quickly as possible to avoid starvation. At least you've already eaten today. We did eat the moss, which not only served to give us some stamina back, served as my ration, healed us a little bit. That was a really good decision. You turn your eyes to the surrounding wastes. Time to journey outwards into the cursed plains. So, we have to go to the road now. I think that's fine. We're probably going to have plenty of time to explore. This looks like really open compared to Corée, where you can just go in a bunch of different directions, cross the mountains east, turn at the road maybe and go up. Miss these for now, but we can come back there later maybe. Who knows? You leave the shadow of the cliff for the road that cuts across the plain. The sun is beginning to lower and the air begins to cool. From here the path is uncertain. Badubac is a wasteland and there is no pass through the great ridge that forms its eastern border. The forest of Snada is uncharted. Oh, really? Is it now? The Zanzunu peaks in Mampang seem remote. Which way is which? Oh, how did I not see this? It's right here, the Forest of Snada. I think because it was written this way, I didn't notice it. What was the other one? You know I'm going to save that for later, right, chat? You just know I am. The Zanzunu peaks in Mampang seem remote. They are impossibly far away, and yet a way must be found. When the Archmage sent his birdmen to steal the crown of kings, they flew. But you must walk. There is no alternative. The future of the old world depends on your finding your way across this lonely dust bowl. And the path beckons once again. The marked cliff, along the road, the blasted tree, strike out, go north. Time is limited because we need food. I need rations. Oh boy. But we know there's 7 serpents, and we know we have to go in a bunch of different directions. Here's my problem, chat. Let's just talk for just a sec. My problem is I'm gamifying everything. I can't stop. When you've played games for this long in your life, here's my first instinct is, oh, I'll just trace the edges. I'll just simply stay to the edges. And if I do, well, then I'll have enough time to go and look at every single point along the way. No. That's not how it goes. You can't look at every single point along the way unless you do multiple playthroughs or rewind. That's not how my playthrough is meant to be played. I cannot gamify this. I cannot 100% the map. I have to follow my instincts. And my instincts say, check out the blasted tree. Because if I keep following the cliffs, I have no way to hover. I have no way to teleport. There might be a hole in the side of the rock at the foot, but like I already wasted one path looking up at the stupid cave mouth that didn't do anything. So, let's just go to the blasted tree, because at least I might be able to do something there. We're going to cut through the middle now. You leave the road and walk across the desolate plain. The wind picks up as the evening draws on. It will be night soon again. See? That's what I'm talking about. We're using time. After a while of walking, you see something to break the monotony. Too tall and thin for a skewer of rock or a building, you cannot place it until you get close. It is a single tree, leafless, dead, tilting from the desolate soil. Look up at the tree, climb, or move. The tree must be the last remnant of an ancient forest, though why this particular trunk has survived when the others fell is not clear. And that's not all. A rope ladder hangs from one of the higher branches. Climb the rope ladder. You scramble up the rope ladder to get a view across the lands, but the branches seem to be alive, twisting and bending as you climb. They are closing in around you like a trap. Why is everyone doing those small letters? It's just a meme. It's a meme. Hooray all over again. Okay, so there's two possible scenarios. Number one scenario. It's an evil tree, and the reason it survives is like a Venus flytrap for any living creatures to get eaten by it. Option two. The tree is magic, and the rope ladder leads somewhere that has been defended by a spell cast onto the tree to stop people from seeing what's at the top. Option three. Cutting off the branches actually will anger the tree, who is trying to benevolently help you. So there's like three possible scenarios. I think the first two are far more likely than the third. Climb down, untie the ladder, or cut the branches. If I untie the ladder, I'm just gonna fall, right? Okay, what's the difference in climb down and untie the ladder? Untie is just like cut the rope and then fall fast. I feel like that's not a good idea. Cut the branches away seems sketchy as well. But I also want to know why this rope ladder exists. And I don't think I can talk to the tree. So, it's, as far as I know, not a sentient being. It's just responding to my presence. You draw your broadsword and attempt to cut the branches away, but they move and bend out of the reach of your sword. A moment later, another branch draws backward behind you and releases, knocking you painfully to the ground. For a moment, you hear a sound almost like a laugh. "Who's there?" you demand. "Stranger." The voice is faint, yet echoing. "Stranger, stranger, stranger. Show yourself. Look for the speaker or walk away." Look for the speaker. You look around behind the tree over your shoulder, but the endless plain stretches away in all directions. There is no one in sight. Look up at the tree. You look up into the branches of the tree to find the bare twigs have curved themselves into a human face. An old man's face that looks down at you with overturned mouth. "Stranger," the tree declares wistfully, "you are lost." I don't know what a tree sounds like. I guess it's like that. "What are you? I am not lost. What makes you say I am lost? Did you knock me? Was that you? Did you knock me off your branch?" I mean, I just got here. I don't think I'm... What are you? You demand boldly. The tree shivers as though a breeze had passed through it. Perhaps it is a chuckle. "I am a spirit," it replies, "and an old friend." An old friend, huh? Well, there's only so many old friends I can have right now. What makes you say I'm lost? Can you guide me? Did you knock me off your branch? Analander, come on. Yes, the tree did that. What makes you say I am lost? All who enter this place are lost, the face replies sadly. This is a land accursed. Every soul within is lost. I must reach Mampang. I can look after meself, or will you aid me? Will you aid me, you ask? The branches flutter and break in a sudden gust of wind, the face disappearing for a moment. You seek the whereabouts of Shadrach of Badu Bak, the face declares. How does he know all this? Who is he? Where will I find them? How do you know? That's what I'm thinking, Analander. We're on the same page here. He knows. Well, I need to... Why would this magic tree mislead me? Who is he? Where will I find him? How do you know this? Which of these is the most important question? They're all important. Who is he? You ask. Shadrach is a hermit, a wise man, one of the kindest ever to live in these wastes. The tree whispers and mutters for a moment, entertained by something it does not share. Why do you laugh? Where will I find him? How do you know this? A wise, kind man. How do you know this? You demand. The branches flutter and wave. The tree is laughing. I know Shadrach very well, it replies, still chuckling to itself. I have known him for a very long time. Why do you laugh? You ask. Oh, the tree sighs. Find Shadrach, and perhaps you will understand for yourself. He awaits you at Fishtail Rock. Another stronger breeze catches the branches and disturbs them, and when they settle, the face has disappeared. Perhaps you will understand for yourself. He is at Fishtail Rock. Come back, you shout, but your words have no effect. Hit the trunk. You strike the trunk, and a long, supple branch flicks downward to smack you across the back. Or was it the wind? It is impossible to tell. I just lost another stamina. Mysterious old tree man trying to, like, play coy. You're definitely still in there, old tree man. I don't want to go down to 1 stamina. I have no food. But also, my Analander is kind of indignant. Am I going to get killed by this tree? Maybe. I'm going to hit it again. My Analander is a bit stubborn. You hit the trunk again, this time with your broadsword. One of the branches detaches quite spontaneously, falling on your skull with a painful crack. This is a serious warning. Climb the tree. You attempt to scale the tree to avoid further attacks. All seems well till you're halfway up, when the tree then bends back the branch you were on and releases with a sudden force. You are catapulted across the plain. Oh, God, Korga, please hear my cries. I need you in this time while flying through the air. I don't know where I'm going to land, but I'm definitely going to die because of a stupid joke. Your clues have been updated. Let's see how long that lasts. What? You pick yourself to your feet and dust yourself down. You pause to rest in the shadow of a large rock spire that sticks from the dirt like a claw through cloth. Somehow I landed safely on my feet. I don't know, but I'm here now. I got flung from the tree to this rock. Maybe this is where the hermit lives. The stubborn Analander has been dealt with by this wise ancient tree. Look at the rock. The rock is a single shattered spire, perhaps once part of the mountain range to the east, or perhaps driven up through the ground by some geological quirk. At the base of the rock is the mouth of a cave. Well, we can't cast any spells except free ones, so keep that in mind. You approach the cave with one hand on your blade. The cave appears to go back some distance into pitch black. Someone seems to have scratched a message into the rock inside the cave. It is only just legible and must be ancient. I am allergic. I'm gonna sneeze. Eventually. But before I can. Host Privilege says, Whomping Willow. Thank you for 29 months, Host Privilege. Welcome back. Thanks for sharing that resub for so very long. Hope you're having a fantastic Friday. Also, you, Jazzy Good Times. It's a nice name. It's a very high profile, not profile. High positivity, energetic, Jazzy Good Times. Stubborn Analander has 9 luck. That's how I enjoy playing it. Dumb tree trying to play mysterious old tree guy. I'm going to hit the tree a couple times till I figure out what's going on, you know? Maybe he'll throw me in the right direction. He told me where to go, though, didn't he? He did give me the clue. The cave in the cliff. There's a cave in the cliff at the entrance to the backlands. So I was right about that. Shadrach the Hermit can help you. He can be found at the Fishtail Rock, which is where I am now. I assume. Looks kind of like a fishtail. Hey, Phase on Blood says, I found these. Is there some special Bleed Purple promo? Is there like a Twitch promo going on with Bleed Purple? Because I've seen a couple of Bleed Purples recently. But thank you, Phase on Blood, for your generosity. Thanks for the 11 bucks and bits. And for your support. 10% free for you. I get 10% extra bits? Really? Well, that's cool. I had no idea that there was even a promo going on. For charity. Oh, nice. Very cool. Thanks for taking advantage of that, Phazon. Read the scratched message. I will. In the thin sunlight falling into the cave, you can make out the ancient scratched message with some difficulty. Stranger, I am waiting. Very long ago. Summon you. Call my name to the skies and I will... Hydra. Look around the plane, try calling out a name, cast a spell, or move on. I will try calling out Shadrach, I suppose. But first, all around dusty plains stretch north and west. There is no clue as to who might have written the message. Shadrach is the name. Shadrach. To the east, the mountains are gleaming in the afternoon sun. The message on the cave wall suggests calling out a name. But what name should you call? Vic. Jan. Sansas. Lorag. Wow, they really let me do some callbacks here, huh? So I can call back to my old god slang. I mean, Shadrach's who you're supposed to call, but, obviously, gotta call for your boy, Jan, first. See what happens. Jan! You cry. Your cry rings out across the plain. Perhaps a malevolent creature has heard you, but nothing else happens. Vic! Your cry rings out across the plain. Still nothing. Perhaps whatever magic was supposed to work is long gone. One of these has got to be like a bonus. First noble. Is that the first noble Sansas? Alright, we did a couple of joke ones for fun. One of these might actually call... I don't want to call the god slang. That's a little scary. I'm going to call Shadrach now. Shadrach! You cry the name across the plains, and the echo of it seems to set off a distant avalanche. The ground begins to shake and rumble, and you stagger to your knees. The very earth is moving. And as though it was splitting, or merging back together, you reach down to steady yourself, only to find that grass is growing between your fingers. You're turning into a chia pet. Whoa! What? You pick yourself unsteadily to your feet, feeling sick and unwell. Everything around you is the same, but everything is different. The rock has 2 spires, for one. The cave seems smaller and darker, and in a fire pit built into the scrub at its mouth, a fire burns. From inside, you hear the gentle sound of singing. Call out a threat. That's very mean. Listen. You stop and listen. The singer is a man with a voice like gravel moving over ice. He sings in a language you do not recognize, but the melody seems to soothe your soul. You approach the fire. Call out for Shadrach. Shadrach! You cry. I am here! The singing stops abruptly. There is a coughing and wheezing sound, and then an old man hobbles out from the cave, limping on a stick. This must be Shadrach himself. But you recognize the face as that of the tree spirit you met earlier. He's the tree. Ah, it's you, he declares, speaking thickly through his beard. I have been expecting you. He waves a hand around the landscape. Welcome back. What was that magic? You know who I am? Welcome back. You are Shadrach the Hermit. The tree is Shadrach. I see. He's got like a skull above his cave. Look at this little kindly old man with his staff. Just wearing some rags. Welcome back?
Just so. You have come a long, long way, my Analander's friend. He smiles. I know your mission, of course. I know all about you, and you know about me, I hope. My name is Shadrach.
What do you know of me? I need to talk to you. Show him the eagle's message. Threaten him for information. It really could go many different ways. I'm not playing evil right now, so this would be kind of odd. And also Korga would leave me. He already knows my mission, so what does showing him the eagle's message do? I'm curious, what do you know of me? I'm very curious, as the Inlander. What do you know of me? You demand.
I know where you come from, and I know where you're going, and that is all one can know about anyone, don't you think?
He smiles.
I know you journey here from Karay. Tell me, how fares that city?
Karay has been destroyed by goblins. You tell him. He nods sadly.
They would not dare, except they know the crown is gone.
He strokes his long, thick beard with grubby fingers.
The goblins will not stay in Karay long. They will want to travel south, as far from the Archmage as they can go. The goblins of these plains know all too well what the Archmage can do.
They travel for Analand. I know, the Archmage will be stopped. They travel for Analand.
Initially, yes. But Bryce, Ruddlestone, Lindeland, the rest, they will be next. I do not think the goblins will escape Manpang's clutches, but they will cause much bloodshed as they try. Goblins are stupid like that.
He grabs a handful of dry grass from the ground and tosses it into the fire pit, where it blazes for a moment into the flames. He appears to change topic.
I must warn you that no one from Analand has ever crossed the Backlands alone and survived.
What are the dangers? I am not afraid. I have been told of 7 serpents. I am told the land is cursed.
Indeed, it is, he answers. The very rocks and earth here are lost. Things become unstuck. And you have now become unstuck yourself.
I do not understand. Can this curse be lifted? Shadrach appears to consider this for a moment, then finally replies,
No, most likely not.
He demonstrates with his fingers as he speaks, twisting them together.
The old world and the ancient world have grown together like thorny bushes. To journey through one is to journey through the other.
The ancient world, how did this curse come to be? Show him the serpent's ring. What do you know of the 7 serpents? Ooh. Ooh. A little bit of a connection there, huh? Do you have any food, old man? I really do need some food. Please. Okay, so these are capitalized. The old world and the ancient world. I don't know what the difference is. How did this curse come to be?
I do not know. I think the Archmage wishes us all to be forgotten, and so we have been forgotten, or will be forgotten. Not long now, and then all you see will be gone. Only timeless desolation will remain.
But why? You demand.
Because of you, Shadrach replies sharply. The Archmage punished this whole land to make a trap to kill you, before you could kill him. He is a dangerous enemy and is quite desperate.
Because of me. So the Archmage knows I am coming. How does he know of me? I understand he has sent 7 serpents. But how does he know of me? Shadrach shakes his head.
I do not know that, but the Archmage is the most powerful sorcerer the land has ever seen.
Unexpectedly, Shadrach stumbles and smiles at you weakly. Are you unwell? You ask.
This whole land is unwell, he replies. I will not be able to stay for very long. Please, ask me what you need to know, and then leave.
Do you play Swindlestones? Only information that I need to know, you say. These are the real questions. I wonder if we'll ever see Lorang in the chat again now that Etalyx let his home burn down. I really want to play Swindlestones, though. But I also don't want to waste my opportunity. Would the Gambelander not take the opportunity to play Swindlestones, though? I must ask you. This is the same, very same hero who, in Corée, gambled and lost everything at Swindlestones in the gambling hall. Went out, stole money from an ancient mechanical statue that tried to kill him, defeated it to take the gold to go back in to win more money. This guy's not going to be around for very long, though. That's the problem. I gotta know what the Serpent Ring is for. I have to, right? There's 7 serpents. He's not going to be able to give me that much information. Let's ask him about the Serpent Ring, then Swindlestones. And food. Can't swindle on an empty stomach. Maybe so. Show him. I have to know about the Serpent Ring. You take the Serpent Ring from your pack and show it to Shadrach. Do you know what this is? You ask. Shadrach accepts it thoughtfully, turning the item over in his thick palm.
I have never seen one, he says, but I would say it was a serpent ring. There are only 2 or 3 of these in the ancient world, or just one, going round and around. You can never be sure.
What does it do?
You ask. I believe it is the component of a spell, he replies. Though quite what spell, I fear I do not know. I am no sorcerer, you understand?
Then he hands the ring back to you.
Try the Wizard of the Mountain, he adds. Climb from here, through the trees.
Shadrach is shivering slightly now, his face pale behind the ruddy beard. Uh-oh, time is running out. At least he gave me a lead. He gave me a lead. Wizard of the Mountain, from here through the trees. Do you play Swindlestones? I can still ask. I can find food somewhere else. You know, this is an ancient hermit who's about to die. This is either Swindlestones or what do you know of the 7 serpents, champ? You choose. Help me out here. Do we go for the main quest, or maybe we learn about the 7 serpents when we play Swindlestone? I think the Gambelander would play Swindlestones, even though everyone in chat chooses the serpents. Enough talking. The Gambelander is here.
Do you play Swindlestones?
Shadrach barks a laugh.
You come all this way to speak with me, and you want to do it by playing dice? Why don't we simply talk?
You're afraid I'll win.
I do not think so, he shakes his head. And what do you think you have to gain?
Oh, excuse me. They forgot a word.
And what do you think you have to gain? Playing Swindlestones against a telepath is beyond even my cognizance.
Here's the thing. This stage in the game, we've played Swindlestones so much that one of the Analander's side quests is to beat the most legendary characters in the whole world at Swindlestone. You know what I mean? It's not enough to recover the crown for the king, sure, that's one of the objectives. But if you find an ancient hermit ghost, would you not want to defeat him at Swindlestones, just to say that you did? Like, wouldn't that be some fantastic bragging rights? Oh yeah, I found the cave one time, guys. I was out there, I was like, yo, Shadrach! And he's like, what? What up, dude? And I was like, I'll play you in Swindlestones. He's like, no. I was like, I'm gonna win. Yeah, I beat a telepath at Swindlestones in that ancient cave in the Backlands. But no Analander's even been to the Backlands. I have. And no one defeated me at Swindlestones there. I am the champion of the Backlands. Wouldn't that be great? Well, that's what I want to be. What do you know of the 7 serpents? Do you have any food? Okay, let's ask him about the 7 serpents then. What do you know of the 7 serpents, you ask quickly, keen to learn what you must while you can?
The serpents are most terrible, Shadrach answers. I have often seen them, but they are no mere snakes. Do you know of their legend?
Tell me, just tell me how to kill them. Fine, just tell me the legend.
Shadrach nods and then coughs sharply. It is said that thousands of years from now, a few years ago for you, perhaps, the Archmage of Manpang fought and slew a mighty hydra which dwelt in the caves of High Zaman. So formidable a foe was this creature that the Archmage took its 7 heads back to Manpang, excuse me, where he used his dark arts to resurrect them as 7 winged serpents. They became his personal messengers, his assassins, his force in dark places. I'm choking. And later, help me. I'm dying. Okay, where was I?
Thousands of years from now? Shadrach smiles weakly.
Indeed so. Look about you. I fancy this valley was not green with grass when you entered it.
He's right. It is the same valley, and yet not the same. Tell more of the serpents. I don't understand what has happened.
You will, Shadrach replies. But you will learn that for yourself. I must tell you this. Each serpent has a spirit to sustain it that grants a great power, but also a powerful weakness. Discover these weaknesses, and you may be able to defeat the serpents.
Shadrach and shivers.
Friend, he murmurs, I wish I did not have to go, but I must, if I am to close the circle.
He gets his stick and pushes himself up to his feet. Where are you going? I have much to ask you. Farewell then, and thank you. Begone, old man. Where are you going?
I go to rest, he sighs happily. I will plant my feet into the earth, lift my arms as branches, and drink in the sunshine for as long as there is water in the soil.
Time to leave. He raises his arms to demonstrate, laughs, almost teeters over, catches himself with his stick, and begins to cough violently.
There is, he wheezes, not too much time.
But you have told me nothing. He really only told me where one dude is up a mountain. He did only tell me, like, go ask about the serpent ring. He really didn't say. He said that the serpents have a super weakness. Discover these weaknesses, you may be able to defeat them. He really didn't give me much to go on. But you have told me nothing, you complain.
Then let me tell you this, he answers calmly. Look to the beacons. If any have survived into your time, they will hold a little of our ancient light still. There is one to the north of here, at least by the river. Go there.
Reaching over, he places his hands on either side of your head, and you feel a great lightness enter over your body. That done, he turns and stamps away across the grass. Oh, we got some super stamina from this crab healer. I want to follow him and watch. You get up to race after him, but a moment later he's disappeared, lost in the haze that hangs above the grasslands. You remember what he said. The land is cursed, unstuck. It seems he used his power to bring you together, but you have now once more drifted apart. You are left alone by the cave mouth once more. He can...
Tragic. The hermit was able to heal me, but could not heal himself.
Nice Star Wars meme. Probably could have one more stamina off him if he just played dice with you. I know! He was scared. He did not want to play Swindlestones with me at all. Okay, so the last clue he gave me. Look to the beacons. They will hold our ancient light. There's one to the north by the river. Go there. Okay. Let's check this. Let's check the cave. The old man's gonna go turn into a tree. So, we went back into the past. He took us into the past. So we called out in the desolate future, our present time. He heard the call like a magic summons, brought us to his time, where he would turn into a tree so that he could go, he would wait there for untold years just to wait for us to arrive to give us instructions. Okay, imagine that for a second, though. Imagine that he goes and becomes a tree for hundreds of years. When the dude you're waiting for finally gets there, he tries to climb you, you knock him to the ground, tell him where to go or who to look for, and then the hero indignantly tries to chop you down with his sword. And you like tree flick him over to your cave. Like, I waited hundreds of years for this. This guy that's supposed to be the savior? Okay. Okay. Guess we need to wait a little longer. Maybe it's not him. You look into the cave again and this time find a strange horn hanging from a hook on the wall. It is ornately carved from strange, twisting shell with a hide of leather. A gale horn, one of very few in existence. You lift it down with great care. That's a magic item. You place the horn to your lips and blow a note. It is clean and mellow-pitched and makes the air stir with echoes. You silently thank the hermit for his gift. You make your way back to the old road that runs past the rock. To the north, you catch a glimpse of the tower that Shadrach mentioned, covered in green ivy. West, you notice a young tree that surely wasn't there before. Your clues have been updated. Oh, we're in like, look at this little wavy graphic. This little area is green, but beyond it is the ruin. Is like the future ruins. That's awesome. The seven serpents' weakness. They threaten your journey, for they carry a message that will warn the Archmage of your coming. Each has a weakness that, if discovered, will allow you to destroy them. And also, we of course picked up the Gale Horn, which I believe will help us manipulate the wind. Oh, there it is. Huff. The spell is cast on a gale horn, a trumpet-like instrument with a discordant note, causing the horn to create a tremendous wind. The wind is capable of blowing over man-sized creatures, but can also blow things off shelves, over ledges, and so on. Huh. That is really, really nifty. Sorcery is really doing its best to make that interactive map difficult to update. Okay, so what you're gonna have to do... I don't think it'll actually be that hard, because you just treat Kakabat as one map, and as we move about it, like, for example, when we move from the tree to the cave, and from the cave to here, just have the click not just summon the next text box, but also change. You can just like put like one Photoshop filter on the map to indicate that it's like a different timeline. Have it change based on the node you select. Yeah. So you can still keep all the points there, because it still has. You know what I mean? Like this, even though this is like a different timeline, it still has the same pips to get to this point. Just some graphic indicator that the timeline is different. I don't think it needs to be like 18 different maps, unless, I mean, besides the ones that are going to appear as we play. There's a man speaking to me. Who is this mysterious creature, Easy Man? Okay. First of all, chat, there were a couple things. Mentioned a beacon by the river. He said go to that. He also said that there is a man through the forest who can teach us about the Serpent Ring. And that's to the south. The tower is covered in green ivy to the northwest, the tree that wasn't there before. Additionally, so those are the two main points of interest, correct? If we scroll up, I believe it's a component of a spell. Try the Wizard of the Mountain, climb from here through the trees. So, oops. So we have Wizard of the Mountain to tell us about the Serpent Ring, or we have Beacon to the north. Possibly other things down here. So, let's figure out what to do. We can also look at the tree. I'm really interested in the tree. I hate that I'm doing this. I might just be wasting time 100%. You head out across the prairie. The sun is almost set and the sky has turned deep purple. Soon it will be dark. You swat at pestering flies and midges. The dead tree you saw here earlier is now a young, strong sapling. In its shadow, a woman sits cross-legged with eyes closed. You watch the woman for a moment. She is breathing in and out slowly and murmuring under her breath. Perhaps she's praying? Who knows what beasts the creatures of the plains hold as their gods? Around her neck she wears what looks like a giant's tooth on a leather string. A fleet of long, thin birds swoop in career overhead, snatching flies from the steamy air. Steel tooth from woman. Probably bad. She's probably the one making the tree grow strong. Let's look at the tree first, before we greet. The tree is relatively young and fresh and strong, as though it had been planted only a few minutes before. It's hard to believe this is the same tree you saw before, so tall and very dead, but the position is the same. You ignore the woman for a moment and look around the plain. South and west, the great fault line of the cliff shields out the sky, and at its top it seems as dark as night. North, the grass stretches toward a distant flashing line that seems to cut across the land. Steeltooth greet. Let's just say hi. Hopefully we don't interrupt. You approach the meditating woman and cough quietly. Open your eyes, you command. The woman opens one eye, then shakes her head sadly. You're meant to be over there, she says, pointing a little way to the east. I go where I please. A little defensive? What do you mean? She shakes her head, opening her other eye. No matter. They tell me I will get better at divination with practice. She offers her hand. Shake her hand. Who are you? What are you talking about? Push her aside. Wow. I can't wait to do this game again as pure evil. She offers her hand. She's gonna, like, use my hand to learn about me. She's gonna, like, sap my whole being through this touch. Whatever. Shake her hand. You shake her hand and she laughs. How very formal. Well met, stranger. My name is Althera. Welcome to Ishtara, the land of peace and plenty. Shadrach called this place Ishtara as well. This sounds too good to be true. Well, we are lucky, certainly, she nods politely. Will you sit with me a while? I love and hate this simultaneously because I love it because I'm doing like weird stuff. She even says you're not supposed to be here. You're supposed to be like doing something else. And in my brain, I'm like, I could have gone south and ignored this, go over here, could have gone north, gone over here. No, I'm gonna sit and talk with the lady by the old man tree. But it's like, I like this story. So I'm gonna keep going and not think about what I could be doing instead. That's not how you're supposed to play this. Can you aid me? Sit with her. I think understanding the gravity of the situation that this old man is becoming a tree to wait here for hundreds of years to speak to me, I'm going to sit with her and kind of admire the scenery. You sit down on the long grass opposite her. She smiles at you. I need to practice my third eye, she says, tapping what appears to be a small gem stuck to her forehead. Perhaps we could play. Reaching into her pocket, she produces a handful of small stones. I dislike dice games. I am liar. Well, I guess I've met my new partner for the rest of the game. If this needs to be a main character now. Swindlestones, you ask. She looks amused. Swindlestones? My teacher has used that name before, but that is not what we call them here. They are mind stones. I try to read your thoughts as you try to read mine. Will you play? I am no telepath. You can read minds. I actually can read minds. You can read minds? I try to read your thoughts as you try to read mine. Oh dear. This is gonna be the weirdest game of Swindlestones ever. Well, I'd be lying if I said I was no telepath, wouldn't I? You begin to cast upwards to the stars when Althera catches your arm. Please, this is not a game of magic, but a game of inner sense. She taps the center of her forehead. But you can read minds. You observe. She shakes her head. No, I am learning, but the sense is weak with me. Please, help me practice. What's the stake? You ask. She laughs. Perhaps if you win, I'll give you the dice. How's that? Sure. I'm not going to turn down a challenge. Look at that. How am I supposed... Oh, I'm sorry, sir. You can't use magic. That would be cheating. But I'm going to handicap myself, and I will just do this. Oh, I see that you're lying on your first. You bid 1-4. Call! She's going to call like my first lie. Fine. Roll the dice. I smell a scam incoming. Make a bet on the... yeah, I know how to play Swindlestones. Chat, so here's how you play Swindlestones. It's actually pretty easy. You make a bid. It can be a complete lie. You're bidding on how many total dice of each quantity and quality there are between the two of you. So we each have rolled 4 dice. I have rolled a 1, a 3, and 2 4s. So if I were to, for example, bid 2 4s, I am telling the truth. I have 2 4s. If she has any 4s, then they are added to the total. So, like, for example, she could raise me if she says, oh, I think you're telling the truth that you do have 2 4s. Well, I have a 4 too, so maybe I'll bid 3. So she can have 1. If I have 2, that makes 3. She's telling the truth if you have a combined total of whatever the bid is. But I can lie. So, for example, I don't have any 2s. I can bid a 2, and if she doesn't think I'm lying, she won't call. If she calls and is found out that I'm lying and she doesn't have a 2 because it counts her 2s as well, then I remove one of my dice. Whoever loses all their dice first wins the game. This is liar's dice, yes. So you're trying to swindle and lie from your opponent and convince them you're telling the truth and gamble on what dice they may secretly be hiding in their hands. So the key is that you have to always bid higher than your opponent or call their bluff. So it can really put you in some pickles. You can never bid below. And the more you bid, the more information you might be revealing about your hand. For example, I'm going to reveal that I definitely have a 4. It's likely she's got at least 1. I'm going to start the bid at 1-4. You called this place Ishtara. I thought this place was the Backlands. Well, this place is Ishtara, and I have never heard of the Backlands. Not as a real place, at least. So you can also learn information from playing Swindlestone. She bids 2 4s. And we know that's true because I have 2 4s. So calling her here would result in me losing the round. But if I think she definitely has a 4, then I could raise the bid to 3 4s. If I do not do this, I have to bid something else entirely. And hope that she does not call me. Because there's not a lot I can do. I can lie and say that I have 3 1s, for example. I only have 1. She may have a couple of 1s, though, for all I know. And she can't guarantee that I don't have at least 2 1s. So 3 1s is not a unsafe bet, but she might just raise to 3 4s, which is unsafe for me, right? Because then I believe she has at least 1 4. I have 2, so I can kind of like take this spot before she does. But if she also has 2 4s, then she might raise the bid to 4 4s. And if I have 2, and if she has 2, then that equals 4 4s. And then if I'd have to call that, well, it would not be pleasant for me. But I might just take the risk that we don't both have 2 4s. You know, what are the odds of that? Not very high. So I might just go ahead and claim the 3 4 spot. And make her raise it to 4 and then call that. And if she gets it, then she gets it. I'll bid 3 4s. I will try to see. Oh boy. You said the Backlands are a real place.
The Backlands are a story, of course, a place of death, where you go if you act ill in this world.
And she's got 4 fours. So my options are raise to 5 fours, which means she'd have to have 3 plus my 2 equals 5 fours. Or I have to call and hope that she doesn't actually have the 4th 4. So I don't think I have a choice. Show me the dice. And of course, she's got the 4s. There are 4 fours. The mind reader wins the first round. Who would have thought? Well, I got 2 more 4s.
Your mind is very confusing. I should be able to see clearly into it, but I can't.
I'll take that as a compliment. She starts the bidding at 1-3. So she thinks she knows me. She thinks she knows me. Huh? You think you know what I've got? I'm going to lie and bid 2 1s. If she calls me, then she's really good at seeing the truth. I'm going to lie 2 1s.
Let me think.
Okay, well, this is not going my way.
Perhaps it is a compliment. I cannot tell.
Well, she's bidding 2 4s, which I have. So if she has 2 more 4s and I have 2 more 4s again. Here's the thing. If she's actually mind reading, then she knows I have the 4s and is thus using my dice against me. If she's actually telling the truth and is having trouble reading my mind, maybe she does have the 2 4s, and I just go right to the victory line and bid 4. Because I have 2 4s, maybe she's telling the truth and has 2 4s. If this was a normal game of Swindlestones, this would be my bid.
4 fours. What's it like to see into minds?
Oh boy.
When a mind is clear, it is like swimming in a river. When a mind is muddy, well...
5 4s. I will absolutely call that you do not have 3 4s. Statistically improbable. Show 'em. Thank you, thank you. Only 4, the round is yours. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. So if she had an extra 4, that would have been 5 4s, and my call would have been incorrect. We're bringing it back. Snake Eyes. You roll the dice and consider your opening bid. I'm going to lie, give her some false information, and say that I have 1 3. See if she uses that. When I came this way earlier, it was a wasteland.
Clear your mind.
Don't call me.
A wasteland? This is a land of plenty and peace.
She's using my dice against me, chap. I only bid 1 3. She bid 2 1s. That's an aggressive bid. So either she's telling the truth, and there's actually 4 1s, which means I need to claim that 4 1 spot now, or she's bluffing and only has maybe 1 1, in which case the 3 1s spot is correct. What are the odds of there being 4 1s out of 6 rolls? It'd be 1 in 4 times 1 in 4 6 times, right? 4 of them is statistically improbable, but not impossible. What happens if you read her mind while she's reading your mind? Well, I can't read her mind right now. She put my arm down and said no magic. Wax to Seal, I'm not sure what your question is asking, but if you rephrase it, I'll try to answer and help you out. Snipe, what's up? Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hey, Meef people. I don't know what that command's even supposed to do. All right, I'm going to take the 3 1s because having 4 is a little sketch. Let's bid 3. Because she doesn't know I have any 1s, so she might actually call. Possibly.
I will try to see. Poor traveler, you must be weary.
Oh, I'm weary of us rolling the same dice every single time. That's what I'm weary of. Show me the 1s. There were 5. Oh, that's why she didn't call. Bad luck on my part. Bad luck on my part. We can still win this.
You have come through Carre.
She bids 1 4. I could try to one-up her with 2 4s and see if she takes the bait. Let's see if she takes the bait. This is a classic tactic, 2 4s. I will try to see. No! Why didn't she take the bait? 2 4s is not that bad. Unless she was lying and has no 4s. It's such a small place. Shadrach says it will be important, but I doubt it. She did have the 4. She must have read my mind. I only have 1 left. Oh, I can't believe I'm gonna lose, but it's to a mind reader. I'm back against the wall right now. Statistically, I had a 50-50 chance of having the second 4. She claims that my mind is muddy and that she can't read it, but I don't believe her. Now, if I bid a 4 and she has a 4, I lose. I think there's a 3 out of 4 chance, 75% chance she also rolled a 4. I think I have to take those odds. I have to take the odds. Call me. Go ahead. You have to I just need to see 1 4. I got stomped, okay? I got stomped. She laughs with pleasure. Your mind is so open and easy to read. Please, will you play again? It's rematch time. Rematch. We gotta beat the mind reader. I'm not gonna take this lying down. We were trained in Karate. Not well enough. We have 1s and trip 3s. I'll bid 1 4. Because we have the 3s to fall back on. So I'm lying, but she probably has a 4. 2 2s. Stop reading my mind. Well, what am I gonna do? Bid 2 4s? That doesn't make any sense. She's gonna call. I have to bid 4 2s. We have to go straight to the 2s. She can have 1 2 for sure. Does she have 2 2s though? Well, it depends on if she's actually successfully reading my mind or not. We have no clue about that. She can read minds, but clearly said she doesn't open her eyes, but closes them and tightly murmurs to herself. Maybe sometimes she is and sometimes she's not. Maybe there's context clues? Fine. I guess I'll just go 5 2s and assume that she's got 2 2s. I will try to see. Don't you dare have 3 2s also. A whole world's worth. Why, stranger, the sun has put its heat inside your skull, I fear. No way, dude. No way. Okay, only 5 2s, the round is yours. So she wasn't actually reading my mind. She might have. She might have read my mind to not call. However, she did not have the 2s that she thought she had. There's no way to play Swindlestones online. I'm so sad. It's a great game, very tricky. You have lots of questions. Well, I am new here. 1 3 3 and a 4. She opens the bid at 2 1s. 2 1s. Statistically, I think it's still likely she's got a 4. I'll bid 2 4s. I cannot answer all your questions. I am only young. 3 1s. I will raise you to 3 3s. I have 2 of them. She just needs to have 1. You don't look young. And you do not look bright, and yet I talk to you. Call. You didn't have a 3. She did have the 1s, so there was no reason for me to call there. I don't think I had a play. The last bid was 3 1s. 1 2 3. I don't think I had a good play there. I think I had to gamble on that. One, 2, 3. Not a great, strong hand. I think we just reveal some information about ourselves or gamble on something. We might just take the 2 3 spot and just assume one of those dice is a 3. Clear your mind. 2 4s. I have to call that, don't I? What do you wish to find? People, magic, a good view? People, food, shops, or info? Magic, both. Well, we're even 3-3 right now. She could very well have the 2-4s, but I cannot bid 3-1s, 3-2s, or 3-3s if that's true. So you have to call here. Right? But it's so likely she's got that. Wow, she doesn't have it. She had a 1 and a 2 and a 3. So she bought my bid of 2-3s, so she wasn't reading my mind to be able to call the 2-3s. Very nice. Very nice. I had to think about that one. One moment. She murmurs to herself. I think that this is the mind reading. I think she mind reads like every other round. Maybe not. I don't know. She does do this close eyes, murmur to herself occasionally. 3-3-4. She bids a 2. I could bid 2-2s, but the last time I tried to raise her, she called me. So I think she's mind reading this time. So instead I'll just bid 1-3. Right? Because I feel like she's mind reading. 1-3. Try this. Let me think. 2 2s. You're telling me both your dice are 2s. I'm sorry, but it's just I have to call this statistically improbable or bid 2 3s. But the thing is, if she's lying about the 2s, I might accidentally feed her information. But if she had a 3, don't you think she would have taken the 3 spot and added 1-3 to it? So I have to bid 2 3s here. It's safer. Because she didn't take the bait. Well, it wasn't bait. She just didn't take the opportunity. Oh, there you go. See? There you go. She did not. I would have been correct to call, but I'm also correct to try to get her to add another to the table. What she should have done was bid 2 3s to mine, and then I would have to bid 3 3s or call. So I kind of made a bad play, but it didn't matter because I'm just better at this game. Let me see. Snake Eyes and a 3. I think we just take the 2-1 spot and assume there's a 1 in 4 chance she could add a third one. We could bid 1-2 and lie and see if she tries to add on to that. Why would you call 1-2? Well, she bids 1-3. Okay, well we gotta take the 2-1 spot. 2 3s. Wow. Okay, that's actually just as likely. There's a 1 in 4 chance that that's a 3. But I feel like I have to call here because I can't bid 3 of the thing. So if it's a 3, you just got lucky. Wow. Okay, you just got lucky. Do it again. 3 and a 4. She bids 1-2. I'll bid 1-4. She has to stack on top of that. 2 2s. All right, I win. See, you gotta just take the odds. If you play the odds, you'll win. The game is yours. We beat the mind reader, Chad. You are a challenging mind, she declares. May we play again? One more. This is the tiebreaker. This one determines who wins for good. I gotta beat her because she's gonna give me some dice. How many times do you have to play? She counts out 4 dice and waves at you to bid. 1, 1, 2, and a 3. One more. You gotta play in 3s anyways. Best case scenario. Okay, let us begin the bidding. Where? How much information do we want to share? I'll start the bidding at a lie. I like this opening bid, 1-4, because it forces them to bid 2 of something. 2 4s. You might have that. What if I bid 3 1s, though? She statistically likely has a 1. 4 1s. Does she have 2 1s, though? 4 1s. Why do we both keep having the same dice? I gotta call that, unfortunately. She didn't even have the second 4. It was just as likely. The odds were the same for her having 2 4s and 2 1s. So, just we flipped the coin and it came up incorrect. 1-4, I will bid 2. 3 2s. So improbable. So improbable. Well, I guess there's going to be a game 4. Unless I can make a sick comeback here. 2 and a 3, and that's it. Sick comebacks. I got to make some amazing plays. I think we start again at 1-4 and see what's up. Nobody calls the first bid. I'll raise that. 2 4s. You have to have both of them. You have to have both. You know? Call. Okay. Okay. Hang on. That's the dent in the armor. We got a dent in the armor here. $1-1. That's a very low opening bid. It really gives me so much room to do anything. I love hearing Etalyx say so improbable and then immediately the AI has the thing. She's not actually a mind reader. She's just seen you do this before. Maybe so. Well, I can't raise her the ones because she's shown that she's willing to call that before. I could guess that she's got 2s or 3s. Which is very likely that she's got at least one of them. We don't know which. Two 2s is not a scary bit. 2 3s. Now that is a scary bit. I have to assume that she either thinks I have a 3 or she's actually got 2 3s, in which case I have to go the distance and bid 3 3s. Call. Come on, just have 2 3s. No! I couldn't call that! She did have the 2s, as it turned out. She also had the 1. She had the 1, the 2s, and the 3s. She had it all. All the answers. I am back against the wall now. It's very, very hard to win with only 1 die. If she had 2, it could be doable. 3, probably not. How about we lead the bidding? No one's going to call the 4. 2 1s. You've got the 1s, don't you? I can't not call 2 1s. Unless I think the other dice she has is a 3. She's got the 1, right? She doesn't have a 4, though. Because if she had a 4, wouldn't she just bid 2 4s? Logistically? Option A, bet on her having a 3. Option B, call, because she just doesn't have a 4 and she trying to piggyback on my die. The trick is don't look at your dice. She'd have to have 2 out of 3 as 1s. Which she very well could have. But what was her opening bid? No, that was my opening bid. Do I raise to 2 3s, or do I call the 1s? I think both are just as likely. It's more likely she has 1 3 than it is that she has 2 1s. Help me out, chat. I keep thinking Etalyx's headphone cord is a beard braid? And no, not quite. That'd be a pretty epic beard if that was the case. Yeah, I think I have to raise and just hope for the 3. Let's see if she had the 1s. She had the 1s! There was no winning play there. We did what we could. Game over. Another game? Fine! I'm playing until I win this stupid thing that she's got. Back and forth, man. Back and forth. We have a 1, 2, 3, and a 4. We got a little bit of everything. So I'm going to start the bidding at 2 1s. Pro Swindlestone Streamer. That's right, Mr. Champ. 3 1s. I can't call that. I can't call that, right? She has at least 1-1, but does she have 2 1s? She definitely doesn't have 3 1s. I think this is another lose-lose situation here. Any other gamble is just as risky as calling. So we may as well call. Ouch. You got me again. You got me again with your just lucky rolls. It's not that she's rolling better than me, it's that I'm unlucky calling into the dice she does have. Unless she's like flipping them when I'm not looking. 1-4. 2 4s. Not that hard to bid. Just an easy lie. 3-1. Okay, now you're actually cheating. You can't go from 1-4, 2 4s to 3 1s out of 4 1s. Okay, you're actually cheating now. I can't not call this. Okay, you freaked me out a little bit there. She didn't have them. We just need to keep raising like that. 4-4-4. This is beautiful. So we start the bid at a 3 and see what she does. You can't do that. We can't have 5 4s between us, lady. There's no way. There's no way. We do not have 5 out of 6 4s. I refuse. 4 4s. Why does she never call? I have to call. She's got to have 2 out of 3 4s. Oh my God. You can't keep rolling into my bids every single time. This is not even precognition. This is just loaded dice. That's why she's going to give me a dice after this. It's going to be like a loaded swindle dice that rolls whatever you want it to roll. 2 2s. I can't call 2 2s. You got to have a 4 there. 2 4s. 3. You didn't roll all 3 2s. Absolutely not. Okay. Whew. Whew. She can't keep getting away with this. No, I'm bringing it back, chat. I got the 2s now. This is my game to win. We just bid a 1 and see what she does. 1 3. Okay? I think she's got a 3. Does she have a third 2? I gotta stay within my lane. Oh, okay. 2 3s. So does she have 2 3s and I have 2 2s? Definitely not. Whew, she actually had the third 2. She just didn't believe that I had a 2. Huh. I'm taking the lead. I'm taking the lead. Shall we begin on 1 3? Well, I have to trust you. I have to take you at your word. So I just play the odds. I got a really good roll. 2 3s. Actually impossible. We've brought it back to even. The game is yours. Your thoughts are deep. Another game. All right, game 5. This is the playoffs. The swindle playoffs. This is for all the marbles. This is it. 2 2 3 and a 4. Give me 2 4s. I got 1. You got 1. Let's just start the bid nice and high. 3 2s. Wow. 4 2s. I will try to see. You tell me you have 3 2s. You don't. And you don't. This is the first time I've actually started the game in the lead. Best of 7 incoming. Please no. Please no. 2 4s. Are you counting on my 4? I really don't have a play because I have 1, 2. I have a 1, 2, 3, and 4. So I have to kind of piggyback on that, sadly, and trust that you've got 2 4s. Which you may not. 4 4. So you tell me all 3 of your dice are 4s, please. Close. Close. All right. Press the advantage. Going for the shutout victory here. Ooh, lots of good options. Lots of good options. I think we open with a lie. Just one lie. One little white lie. 1-4. That's very likely. In fact, there's 50-50 chance you have a 4. So I'm going to go ahead and just take that chance right now. Okay, they're not both 4s. They're not both. They're not both. The round is yours. Come on, flawless victory, baby. Is this a New Vegas stream now? It is now. Oh, it is now. By the way, new subs, I see you there. Hold on. 1122. I think we just take the 2s and just play the odds that she doesn't have them. You can't have you have a 1 in 4 chance of having that too. Sorry, bad news, lady. I got bad news. Shutout victory for game 5. I cannot see past you. Shall we play again? Okay, like, I've won best of 5. How many... Is this an infinite play? Or, like, do I have to leave? Or do I actually keep playing until something happens? I don't know if I'm actually asking for a spoiler. UF says, hey, babe. Thanks for 8 months, UF. Appreciate you. Thanks for sharing that sub for so long. Luke Nukem is back for 6 months as well. Thank you for the prime, Luke. How you guys doing on this beautiful Friday? He's just asking. Well, you can tell me. Is there a way, is there anything that happens if I keep playing? Because I've played 5 games. I don't want to bore you guys with 8 games of Swindlestones in a row. Because the only reason I'm still here is because she promised that if I won... well, it's way up here now. She said, what is the stake? Perhaps if you win, I'll give you the dice. How's that? 72-hour swindle stream. But if I play again, I risk losing. I won best of 5. If I play again and lose, I have to play best of 7. That's the problem. Well, I've won more than I've lost. Let's just move on. No more. Shaking your head. You are a feeble opponent. She nods, gathering up the dice. She drops them into your palm. Here, take these, she declares. You will have better use of them than I. I foresee as much. Give them back to her. No way. I'm taking this is my first collector's edition set of Swindlestones. You drop the dice into your pack without another word. She nods and gets to her feet. I must be going off, she says. Travel well. Come and visit me if you will. She waves in the direction of the cliff you came down when you entered the Backlands, but quite why is not clear. And then she hurries away. You turn your attention back to the landscape. Now with your very own set of Swindlestones, which are not really in your bag, but you own them anyways, right? Whatever. I got my own collector's set of Swindlestones, and the world is my oyster. East along the road, the rock. We've already been to the rock, so that would be kind of pointless. The plain, north. Ooh, I almost accidentally dragged a line there. The beacon to the north or the dude to the east? Well, there's a tunnel here. So I'm going to save this quadrant. We'll go through the forest of Snatta and then up. Well, I want to see what the beacon is. Across the broken bridge. But I also want to see what the wise sorcerer up here says. Let's go to the beacon first. In my heart of hearts, it says, go north, towards the beacon. Oh, it was their set of dice. My bad. You got it, chat. You got it. You walk on across the grassland until you meet the edge of an old road. Night falls. You should find somewhere safe to sleep. If you keep going through the night, you'll be weaker for it. Away from the road to the northeast, the curious stone tower you saw earlier stands overlooking the river. All right, chat, find somewhere to stay for the night. Obviously, we're going to head towards the tower. It just makes sense. You step off the well-paved road and cut across grassy fields that have somehow replaced the plain that was here before. You approach the stone tower till you stand at its base. Its sides are too smooth to be natural, and yet there are no stones or brickwork. It's like a gigantic game piece, carved from a single block of stone. You can make out little more about the tower in the dark. Feeling for the stones of the tower, however, you find it's covered in shaggy gripweed, hooked deep into the cracks between the stones. It's probably secure enough to climb. About that. Probably. I mean, it is called gripweed after all. Many things can happen, Fizzy, if the times are a-changing, and it's up to us to explore the whole thing. I've been told that this game is possibly even longer than Part 2, depending on how long you took in Part 2. So we're going to be here for a while, and we'll be able to... I think there's going to be plenty of opportunity to backtrack and kind of explore things that we may have already looked at previously. So we'll definitely check out all of our options, but for now, we're just going to kind of spread our wings and look towards new things. Find some clues. So options are how. We don't need to escape. We can nip it, cause some speed with yellow powder, if we had any. We can dop. Open locks and doors. We don't know if there's even a door to unlock just yet. Or we can search for danger, which might be wise, but I'm going to take my chances for now. Let's walk around the tower. You walk around the tower looking for a door, but find nothing. Perhaps it's simply hard to see in the dark. Rest outside, cast a spell, climb up, or move on. Do we have an option to cast a light spell? Dop may reveal a hidden door. It's very possible. I believe the light spell was S, right? Oh, we could... Oh, that's not hot. Yeah, let's go ahead and look for a hidden door. We'll try to open a lock a door. Drop! You cast a spell, expecting the tower base to split and reveal some kind of secret door, but nothing happens. Perhaps there is simply no way inside. Okay, fair enough. Well, then I guess I'll climb it. The weed seems to grow all the way to the top, and its roots are firmly anchored into a million tiny cracks in the stone. Hello, cartographers. Here is your map. Chat, I guess I'll take this opportunity to ask, for the interactive map, anybody out there with enough Photoshop skills that wants to do free labor? I'm not gonna pay you. This is just a fun project. I'm doing a lot of the work myself. I'm not outsourcing the writing. I'm just curious. If anybody knows enough to, what's the word? Clone stamp over these flags? You're not doing it for exposure either. I ain't gonna expose nothing. Exploiter. Whatever, if you don't want to, then don't do it. Fire edited them already. Oh, never mind. I don't need the rest of you, chat. Apparently Fire's already done it. So, there you go. You guys can just keep... You had your opportunity, you know? Okay, let's climb the gripweed and see what happens up here. You must trust to your hands in the dark. Quickly, you grab the gripweed and scramble up the outside of the tower. The roots of the thick plant offer plenty of foothold, and the ascent is easy enough. Soon, you haul yourself over the battlements onto the top of the tower. The top of the tower. This doesn't look like a beacon, it's just a telescope. You stand atop the tower, the wind across the prairie whips at your hood, and the ground seems like an endless green sea far below. But the top is not empty. Indeed, there is barely room to stand. Most of the floor space is taken by a large brass contraption that has been built into the middle of the roof. Look at the contraption. This tower was clearly built to house the brass contraption in the center of the turret. You look it over with curious interest. A large brass cylinder. It is set into a bearing in the center of the tower and protrudes a short way over the battlement. It is rather like one of the chief mage's telescopes. But why would anyone set such a complex device here in the wastes? Look through. You crouch to look through the cylinder, but find you cannot, as it has no eyepiece. The near end disappears unbroken into the brass mounting of the device. The bearing underneath the cylinder looks as though it might allow the contraption to move. Furthermore, set in the central dome is an impressive-looking blue crystal. Streamer supports unpaid slave labor. First of all, the map wasn't even my idea. I think. Wasn't it? I think it was Kyra Toby's and Fire's idea. Maybe, was it my idea? I don't think it was. It was your idea? Oh. Whatever. Well, I didn't make anybody do nothing. You were like, wouldn't it be nice if we had this? All right, first of all, slow down there, Kyra Toby. You haven't even had to do anything in like 10 days. Fire, meanwhile, has been hard at work watching all the VODs at 2x speed, marking everything down. And I've been writing stuff. Your time is still to come. All these games, question, you can get all 4 on the iPad for like 16 bucks. Is it worth it? Oh yeah. You'll have a much different experience than I had. Even if you kind of know some of the scenarios, there's so many different ways. People were telling me that they played through the whole series 3 to 4 times and were seeing things they hadn't ever seen before in my playthrough. You will too if you play it yourself. You can get it on Steam as well. Look at the blue crystal. The blue crystal is not a gem you recognize. It pulses with a small interior glow as though something lived inside. Taking the crystal seems scary, especially if it's a magic egg. But what would I even... Fog? Foth. So that's darkness and shield. Oops. Sorry, chat. Wrong button. We can also do nothing with D. I mean, I could look for danger. I could get a shield of magical protection. What if I touch the orb and something magical happens to me? I don't know. Is that all the letters? I think it's F, D, S, M. F. Yeah, F, D, S, M. Okay. I don't know. You never want to waste stamina, but you also might lose more if you don't take proper precautions. Let's try moving the cylinder before we take the crystal. You push the cylinder and it swivels around the top of the tower, moving quite easily as though recently oiled. Nothing else appears to happen. Okay. All right. The crystal seems alive. I'm gonna Indiana Jones shield myself from taking the crystal off of the mantle. Protect me from magic, please. Just in case. Match! Looking to the stars, you craft the magic, and a veil of magical protection shimmers into place around you. And you take the crystal. You touch the crystal, but as your fingers brush the glass, something happens, and you feel yourself whipped up into the air as though catapult. No, I just protected myself against. For a dizzy moment, you seem to stare down at the entire land of Badubak. Then, a moment later, back to your feet, head reeling, feeling curiously powerful. Oh no. Touch the crystal again, or step back. I just went to full stamina there. Step back. Fearful, but curious. The blue crystal on the contraption flashes brilliantly, and then suddenly the cylinder ignites with a thick beam of syrupy light. The beam floods across the landscape, cutting through the mists and warping the view like a heat haze. Oh boy. This is the power to manipulate time. The land in the light of the beam has changed. It seems the magic you witnessed earlier is happening again. The nearby river tosses out reflected starlight. Look at the beam, adjust the beam, climb. Oh boy. Careful not to touch the light. You examine the beam. It seems to come into focus a few cubits from the edge of the tower, and then floods outward, changing the very color of the air as it goes. On the ground, you see dusty sand beneath its light, with grass growing on either side. It is like a beacon, though of what power? I see. So I have to direct the beacon to change what era the world is in. So this crumbled tower is the other beacon. Oh boy, tripping through time. Of our own devices. This just got way more complicated. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Touch it again. Something else good may happen, I don't know. Well, what do? Our choices are adjust the beam. Let's just take a look at that first. How does this even work? Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, this is serious. We're in like first person mode then. So you can make the bridge come back. Oh, that's insane. The river comes back. The grass, the beacon at the top of the hill, the fields, whatever that building is in the back. The hamlet, the farm. The mountain pass looks mostly unchanged. How far can it spin this way, though? So that little, like, thing on top of the mountain's not there anymore. The forest is not there. It can spin all the way around this way. You can change the time of these trees. The caverns. I don't even know where to begin. And we're gonna have to find food. Well, I see why the blue crystal heals you. Because you're gonna go on an adventure through time, losing probably a bunch of stamina, and if you can make it back here, then you'll be good. So I want to see what the difference is. Should we explore it in the future or the past first? How is this in a book? That's a fantastic question. I don't know, but the books exist. They're on Amazon. Part 3 is easily the largest in the series. Oh boy. Okay, so like the bridge obviously is collapsed. If we want to go north, I say we focus on the bridge first and go from there. Or if we don't want to go north, we can try and go through the mountain pass later and focus on the stuff in this direction first. They say the wizard lives up here, so I want to see the wizard. Hold on, I can use this beacon to look into the other area over the mountains? That's insane. Wait a second, I can move further than I thought. I think I was like locked in somehow. Looky there. Looky there. Huh. Okay. I vote for that because it's within reach and gives us something to do that's locatable here. There's even more range, 360 degrees. Are the books choose your own adventure style as well? Yes, but you have to keep track of all the stuff you pick up. You have to keep tabs on your inventory, the combat. You have to like write notes as you go. So the video game makes that into a more cohesive experience. You adjust the beam, sweeping light over the land. With the beacon blazing away, you swing yourself over the battlement once more. After an uncertain moment, you find the gripweed and clamber swiftly down to the tower base. This is where we're going to camp for the night, too. Back at last to ground level. Hang on, I want to camp here. There's no way to rest here? Did that take the whole night? I'm a little concerned. Should I have rested first? Might have just screwed myself. South of here, the Grand Road runs from west to east across the plain. Okay. Well, we need to find somewhere else to rest, I suppose. You return to the road. Your veil of magical protection shimmers out of existence, and the stars turn in the sky overhead. Wait, I think I can just go back to the tower and sleep there. I just had to reset. You abandon the road and walk across the suddenly grassy field. The night air is cold. The air is like ice. Rumors pass you by on the street. It's a good thing you got out of the road, because they might have just run you over. A hit and run. Close by, you hear the sound of rushing water. Let's rest outside. There is no shelter near the foot of the tower, but you find a spot on the leeward side to curl up under your cloak. At least you have eaten once already today, so you do not need to eat again to avoid hunger. You will need to eat once a day to avoid hunger. You close your eyes and let your tiredness overtake you. The silence is loud in your ears. Slowly you are understanding the true loneliness of this place. The bustle and chatter of Corée seems a forgotten dream.
Your dreams quickly become nightmares. There's a rope around your neck, growing tighter. The king of Analand stands before you, cursing you for your failure. You were sent for the crown, he spits, but instead you wandered the wilderness like a fool. You try to protest your innocence, but you cannot speak. You cannot even find the words to breathe. Vow to do better. You make a whispered vow through your crushed windpipe to do better, to serve better, but with the words come the crushing sense that you cannot hope to succeed. You know it, and so does the king, and the rope around your neck both tightens and grows thicker, until it is like an arm crooked at your throat. Your eyes flick open. A despair snake is wrapped around your throat, breathing its miserable breath into your eyes. I'm being choked by a snake. I don't even know what a despair snake is. the snake that just auto-casts sap? Well, hot. Seems a bit dangerous, all things considered. Oh no! Hot! You just blow your own head off. I don't think that's gonna be ideal circumstance. You might just explode your own brain. That's like hitting your face when the fly lands on you, except with a fireball. R-O-K, turn to stone. D-O-Z, cause slowness. I don't know how that's gonna affect the snake. Pop is not gonna do anything. Summon a replica. You could summon another snake if I had that gold-backed mirror that we tried to put back together with bee wax. That did not work at all. T-E-L, read minds. How are you gonna read the mind of a snake? Unless it can speak. But if it can't speak, then where's the talk to snakes one? It's not here. Did we do R already? Yeah, we did. It was rock, H hot, T tell, D dawes. So hot may not be the worst option. It is trying to destroy me as we speak. There is no control creatures. Reading its mind doesn't really tell me much. Chad, I think it's time. Dangerous, but I am suffocating at the hands of a despair snake, whatever that may be. H-O-T. Ot! You bind the starlight into shape around you, winding a fireball in your palm, and then you toss it at the snake. It does not kill the creature, but you have wounded it badly. A single decent sword stroke should finish it off. You draw your sword, the snake leaps back, baring its fangs. Somehow did not blow off my own head. It took 3 stamina to do this. I think this is an all-in. It is a snake after all. What's it gonna do, defend the first go? Yes, that is exactly what it is going to do. The despair snake snaps and hisses at the air between you, and you feel somewhat saddened by the idea of conflict. You swing out wildly, not really expecting to chop the creature in two as it slivers away where you cannot hope to possibly reach it. The despair snake is moving more like a slug. You can't help feeling it seems quite pathetic. It lifts up baring its mighty fangs. You know it to be an impossible enemy. You cannot hope to survive. It's making me despair. I see. This looks like a defend then, because if it does max, I'm gonna take some crazy damage. And it did. Well, we should have taken that a little slower last time, but we didn't. No. You curl up into a crouch, the despair strikes. You haul yourself away. My turn. Yes! You wait as the despair snake shifts, foolishly exposing its belly, and then you attack sadly. You swipe at the air with your sword for what good it'll do. Your blow hits home. With a final heartfelt sigh, the despair snake falls to the ground and promptly expires. As though simply giving in. You suddenly feel much, much better. 1 stamina lost. Skilled swordplay. You gasp with relief. As you clean your blade on the skin of the split snake, something falls from its belly. It is a key. You look over the key. Aside from the snake blood running between the teeth, it is a normal enough iron key. The snake must have swallowed it at some point and been stuck with it ever since. You pick it up, wipe it clean, and put it into your pack. It is unlikely you'll ever find the lock if it opens.
But if you do, it will be a most pleasant surprise. The cold night closes in over you and you try to sleep. Below the southern tower, day 2. What an eventful day. You reached the pit of the Backlands and met Shadrach the Hermit. I like the day summaries. This is nice. I like that it kind of just shows you what you did. Probably would be a good, like, way to integrate this into the interactive map somehow, maybe? You wake as the first rays of the sun cross the plain, feeling stiff and aching. You struggle to your feet. We never found the door to the tower, we just climbed it. Look at the river. The rush of the river sounds calming, even though it is on the far side that the plains continue. And somehow you must cross. You move on. Alright, we spent the night. It's now daytime. Let's explore a little more. I'm tempted to go back here because I think this is where, but this is where the lady lives. So, she did ask for me to come visit. She's supposed to be good at divination. Maybe we shouldn't go back right now, you know? Perhaps. Let's see what this stuff looks like in the past, or in the future. This is the future, I guess. We'll head back to the road. The early morning sun makes the air glow. From behind you, a voice says, "Excuse me." Turn around. You find the road deserted. There is no sign of anyone in any direction. "Where are you?" you call. There is no reply. The cold wind whistles around you. The plains feel suddenly far emptier than a moment before. Well, I suppose I will cross the plains. You leave the road and cut out across the suddenly grassy fields. A few clouds scud across the sky. You crest a low rise and look down across the grass, offering something of a view. Looking south, you can make out Elthera's tree. To the north, the wide river splashes spray into the air. To the east, the road makes a loop past the foothills of the Badubak Ridge, passing an unusual double-spiked rock formation. That's all there is to see. Well, we're already here. We may as well just go toward the cliff. We just gotta find some food. That's my only goal. If we find some food, we can kind of take as long here as we want. You make your way slowly across the verdant grassland. As the morning moves on, the wind begins to rise. This, then, is the pit of the Backlands. Not as fearsome as you'd expected. Or maybe the sludge and grime of Caray toughened your resolve. Indeed, in this strange magical light, it is almost pleasant. Somewhere east of the Badubak Ridge is the famed forest of Snada. Perhaps the kind of place a serpent might hide. Let's return to the cliff. We're already here. We've shown the light here. We may as well make use of this. Once more, you enter the shadow of the cliffs that surround this place. The sun is hot now. The grass meadow ends by the cliff base, and the carved stone steps that lead away from the Backlands. You haul yourself onto the first of the gigantic steps, and go halfway up the climb. You clamber up the carved rock, halfway pausing to rest, near the entrance to a cave. It is clearly inhabited. A cloth hangs in the opening. This has to be, oh boy. You push back the cloth and enter a cave. It is indeed a cave. How long did we play Swindlestones for? Like 45 minutes? The day summaries make me nervous because why is it counting all of a sudden? Dear Diary, today I saw History Tree Man changed the past and font a sad snake. Dear Diary, we played Swindlestones for 8 full hours, of course. Longer than this stream has even been going. That makes total sense. Thanks, chat. Well, let's go inside the cave. I love these little mini-maps. Welcome, murmurs a voice from the shadows at the far end. Greetings, you reply politely. You hear footsteps paddling forward over sand, and then a shambling figure appears. A woman with crazed white hair, wearing rags of animal skin. You, she says with a quiet laugh. I had no idea I would see you again. Her voice is familiar from somewhere, but you've not met anyone so old since the witch above the waterfall in the Shah Mutanti Hills. Really. Do you know me, you crone? Oh, do you know me, old crone? You ask. Of course, she replies. You have not changed a bit. Oh, she's an old woman. Were I so young, I was rather in love with you, as I recall. With that, she steps forward once more, coming into the thin moonlight at the entrance of the cave. You gasp. Though this woman is old beyond imagining, you recognize her face. It is Elthira, with whom you were playing dice only hours before. Elthira!
Poor stranger, she smiles. You must be very lost to still be here wandering these lands. So beautiful once, but poisoned now.
I am not lost.
When we met, I was barely 16, she says. Now, let me see. I suppose I am 113, if you don't count the year I spent as an eagle.
Years spent as an eagle? She shrugs sadly.
But welcome all the same. Perhaps you are thirsty.
From a corner of the cave, she produces a jug which has been catching water dripping down the stone. Thank you. She pours you a cup and you drink gratefully and feel thoroughly refreshed. Are we going to play Swindlestone's rematch? It's been barely any time since I last met you. Can you tell me about the 7 serpents? Do you have any provisions? How can I cross the backland? It's been barely any time since I last met you. You tell her, amazed.
Then the curse on this land affects me, but not you, she says. Perhaps you will be able to leave, unlike the others.
What others?
The others. All the others that survive the new crown, she replies. They wander the wilderness in circles, lost, endlessly repeating themselves, quite unstuck.
Can you tell me about the 7 serpents, you ask? Elthira looks surprised.
7 serpents?
Suddenly her face is alive with activity, and she hobbles back into the depths of her cave, returning a moment later, clicking her fingers.
I have seen this. I have seen this in the stars. About 7 serpents turns the fate of a man, and about that turns the fate of a world. But I thought the 7 serpents were stars. She points. Up there.
Perhaps they are stars, you reply, cautiously alarmed by such prophecy. But Elthira is not persuaded.
I see in your eyes, she says. You fear these serpents?
They have weaknesses. They sound formidable. I have killed many. I don't think I have. They have weaknesses, you tell her. They can be defeated. She tilts her head.
Such bravery, such foolishness, she murmurs. You must know them to kill them, but to know them is to be killed by them. She shakes her head. And the whole land turns on this. So the whole land must surely fall.
The woman coughs.
You are a sorcerer, are you not?
I am a student of magic, at least. I think I'm a full-blown sorcerer by this point. She nods.
There's a secret known only to the most powerful sorcerers in this land. The sorcerers of the fortress know it, I am sure, but they have tried to keep it a secret. Would you like to hear it?
Indeed, I would, you reply with a nod. Elthira nods in return.
It is said, you see, that sorcery is unstoppably powerful. The sorcerers tell us that magic controls the world's very warp and weft, that once woven, a spell cannot be unwound. The claim is bold, but I have learned it is also untrue.
So magic can be undone.
Magic, perhaps some magic, maybe all, can be countered, just as the parrying blade can stop a sword. I have discovered one such counterspell already. The spell of healing opposes the enchantment of the fireball. I believe if one can recognize the spell being cast, and one knows the form, then one can prevent that spell with the cast of the other.
The counterspell has been recorded in your spellbook. She plays blue in Magic the Gathering. Killer. Killer dead. What about the most powerful spells?
She shrugs. I have not tested it, but yes, perhaps even the most powerful spell can be undone.
As she speaks, she draws a shape in the air. A horizontal line, a diagonal, another line. The letter Z. She's gonna Zed me. She's gonna Zed me. Or zap me. Do you have any provisions? How can I cross the backlands? Let's ask her for food. Hopefully this doesn't kill her. Do you have any provisions? You ask. The woman shakes her head. I do not eat, she answers. I sustain myself through passive thought. It is a purer existence. Can you train me? If you have 50 years to spend in practice, she replies with a smile. But I do not have so long, I fear. The woman sits down quite suddenly in a state of some despair. Go over to her. You approach hoping to console her, but she does not react to your presence. She does not even blink. She murmurs softly to herself. You glance around the cave. Ilthera has a few possessions to speak of, or she has few, but your interest is taken more by the dust that covers the floor. Stone dust can be very valuable for magic. What, am I gonna not take it? You scrape together a handful worth of stone dust between your palms and slip it into your money pouch for safekeeping. The woman's third eye seems to glow momentarily. You step away from the old woman and look for where to go next. Then, quite suddenly, she grabs your leg. I will find them, she hisses, but it will take some time to search. Come back. Then her eyes roll up into her skull. I see. We will return then, I suppose. Kelly McChess, why are your letters like that, pray tell? Is your name now Kelly McChess? Because that's how I read it. Sarcasm, what's up? How you doing tonight? Well, she's going to help us, so we have an ally here. At least we have one person who likes us. This is deeper into the cave. I'm not going to steal from her, but I want to see what's up back here. I can't just go in here and not look around. Stepping carefully past the catatonic woman, you make your way further into the back of the cave. After a narrow passage, it opens out to reveal a wide space lit by torchlight. The walls are covered with scratched writing, curious symbols and glyphs in the same shaky hand. A tangle of rope lies in one corner. A little dust trickles from the ceiling. Intrigued by the writing, you look over some symbols. They're a mixture of star signs, letters, numbers, and shapes you don't recognize. There is no order. It's as if their scribe... Excuse me. There is no order. It is as though their scribe them. Okay, so it wasn't me. It is as though that the person who scribbled them was desperately trying to capture as much as possible of a dream before it was forgotten. The results are quite indecipherable, especially in the near darkness, you don't say, and barely any space is left. Only one patch of blank stone near the base of the wall. Some of the glyphs on the wall are split by cracked, crazed stone. What? I can't... Listen, that one line threw me off. That whole paragraph was messed up in my brain. You know, whatever, there's blanks. Katie Bell, I have not seen the ad you speak of. You're the second person to do that. Well, Kelly McChess, you're going to probably hear 3, 4, 5 more. They scribe them. Look at the blank stones, look at the cracks. This might be like a spell we can complete by scribbling the finishing touch. You squat down to look at the blank stones, but see nothing. It is natural rock, only remarkable because every other surface has been etched or carved. Above the blank section is drawn a rude outline of a snake, followed by a hand in 2 vertical lines. Snake, S, a hand, a turkey. Okay, that's definitely a Thanksgiving turkey. And 2 vertical lines. That's like eyes or an H missing a line. Let's look at the cracks. You turn your attention to the cracks in the walls themselves. It's as though the cliff itself is tearing apart, shearing apart. One crack in particular spiders the ceiling and threatens to bring down the roof. Looking more closely, you see why. It's filled with a seam of some soft metal, slowly wearing away. Dig the metal seam. You dig at the metal seam with your sword. It is worthless tin and comes away easily. There's a noise like rumbling thundering. The stones above shift perceptibly. Quickly, you put your sword away before you bring the rocks down on your head. You go over to the bundle of ropes and unravel it to discover it is in fact a sturdy rope ladder. You bundle it up and put it into your pack. I mean, she's not going to need this anymore, right? She's not going to need this anymore. What can we cast? I don't think we need to escape unless the whole building's coming down on top of us. Make the whole place dark? See the future. Whoops. Sorry, I can't do that. It's interesting that that's an option, though. Turn to stone. What are we turning to stone with the stone dust? I don't know. I kind of want to just try it, but I fear I'm going to waste the stone dust. We don't really have a reason. Create light. Yeah, that seems reasonable. Sun! You weave the enchantment, and the sun jewel in your pack begins to pulse and throb with a brilliant, blinding light. The glow picks out details in the glyphs and carvings of the wall, letting you read several much more clearly. The bridge will fall, and the river become a chasm. Reads one. Look at the blank area, read another enough. You find another that reads, the blood candle must not be lit. You pick out another, do not eat from the larder of Throg. With that, your spell fades, and the jewel falls dark once more. Can I just cast it again to look at the rest? All right, chat. The bridge will fall, and the river a chasm. There's only one bridge we know of. The blood candle must not be lit. Do not eat from the larder of Throg. Interesting. I wonder if they'll let me do it again or if I'm not allowed. Maybe nothing happens the second time. Because this is a free spell. I just don't want to accidentally break my sun jewel. Sun 2, the sequel! Consulting the constellations above, you bind the spell until the sun jewel starts to give off a magical white glow. The glow picks out details in the glyphs and carvings, letting you read several much more clearly. Okay, well, there was nothing else to look at. Maybe there was nothing in the blank at all yet. Maybe I'm to fill in the blank. I don't know, but we're going to leave the cave now. You head back out of the cave, avoiding a cascade of small stones from a crack in the ceiling as you go. You found 2 new clues. Your sun battery is low. Please recharge it. The light from the sun jewel pulses twice and fades. Elthira is still here, squatting in one corner, rocking quietly. May as well ask her about the glyphs while we're here. What do the symbols on the wall of the cave mean? She shakes her head slowly. Too much to see, she murmurs. Not enough space. Her voice fades once more. You leave her to her mumbling. And back to the steps. You step out of the cave and onto the stairs. The view below is quite giddying. You're one step from plunging to the pit floor. The steps continue in both directions. Otherwise, you could return to the cave. I don't see any reason to go back all the way up right now, so let's head down. That was still useful. We got some clues. You're at the base of the cliff. The sun begins to dip, heading toward the horizon. We haven't eaten anything, chat, and it's afternoon, evening. The grass meadow ends by the cliff base and the carved stone steps that lead away from the backlands. The plains stretch away from the cliff to the north and east. An old road twists. We've been to the plain. We've been to the old road. We have not been following the cliff up this direction. So let us try heading towards these pockmarked pits. Strange music. Leaving the shadow of the cliff, you step out across the plain. The sun is now in the lowest quarter of the sky. The sunlight turns the dust of the plain to a bitter yellow. As you walk, you come across an open area dotted with 20 or 30 small holes. Oh, you're triggering me. Trypophobia. Too many small little pockmark holes in the ground. I just want to pick them. Look at the holes, cast a spell, or ignore them. I'll look at them first. Each of the holes is about a cubit across, and puckers up from the ground as if made by a gigantic needle pushed from underneath. Thin columns of dust rise from the stone, drifting specks gleaming in the sunshine. A flash of something catches your eye. But by the time you turn your head, whatever it was has gone. So many spell opportunities here. Anything could happen. Capital G-O-B, summon a goblin. Just, what, push him into the hole? I don't understand. What do you do under that? Sense danger reasonable here, given the nature of the holes. There could be bugs living in them, there could be heat geysers, I don't know. Create a force field might be useful. How much is FOF? 3 stamina, bit much. Bit much. Float? What, float into the holes? Don't think so. I think we haven't really looked for danger the whole time. Right, let's just look for some danger. Sus! You wind the stars into order around you, and a familiar calm voice begins to speak. It warns you that the holes are, in fact, vents that release hot steam from deep underground in powerful blasts, and you would do well to avoid them. Then the voice fades. So it is as I suspected, but at least it saves me from looking into the holes and getting a blast of steam. The holes cover this section of the plane. You will have to walk around them, whichever direction you now choose. Let's check the bridge to the north. Darkness closes in. You need to rest, especially after so long walking with an empty belly. You journey across the open plain, approaching a curious black stroke that seems to have drawn across the land. As you get closer, you see it for what it is, a gash in the land, thousands of fathoms deep. The road comes to a stop at the edge of a wide fissure in the ground, and the ruins of an ancient bridge. The wind roars along the crack in the ground in front of you, like a mockery of a river. Look down into the crevasse. You creep to the edge of the crack to look down into it. It seems to drop for miles, the sides plunging like a waterfall of rock. It's filled to the lip with shadow. Jump across, no problem. There was once a bridge here. The road runs up to it, and a few stones push out over the yawning abyss. But it has long ago tumbled to ruin and now does nothing but give you an impressive place to look down. Suddenly you see movement at the edge of the fissure. Some kind of long spike reaches up over the edge, bends, and hooks into the ground, closely followed by another. Something is climbing from the crevasse. Could it be a spider? Could it be some unknown creatures? Could it be a person? A spike. Hey, Etalyx, pause the stream. Nah, that's okay. Unless you're gonna bring me food too. This is my hole. It was made for me. I understand that reference, Technotos. Have we ever found teeth to make a goblin horde? Not that I know of yet, Minato. We may have had the opportunity, I just never have gotten it. Speaking of... Oh, that's an explosion. I thought I clicked a Y. Talk with animals. We don't know that it's an animal. Talk all languages. We don't know what it is. It's some kind of creature. Turn to stone. Probably not ideal. Nap. Cause sleepiness. With a brass pendulum. Create stench. Or become really fast. What does S lead to? Yeah, let's go ahead with the despair. We're gonna go with the despair tactic. We can find out what it is after it loses all hope. And we can take advantage of it when it's at its most vulnerable state. Classic sap. Cause depression. Sap! You craft the spell, but it has no effect. The creature has no emotions to be depressed, and it keeps coming. It is a long, six-legged bug with hooked jaws and a deadly-looking sting. The size of the one you sliced from the back of the manticore only 2 days ago. Well, not including all the time travel. Right? Because technically, didn't we make it through the city in like 1 day or something because of the time travel? It's definitely longer than 2. It was at least 3 days ago. Whatever. Run for it, stand and fight. Run for it. You waste no more time to turn your tail and run. But the creature, whatever it is out of the crack in the ground and coming after you. Run back to the tower. You hurry away down the old road and the bug scuttles behind you, running along the inside of the fissure to keep up. It must be able to run faster than you across the rock as it appears a moment later, directly before you, jaws open wide. The creature raises long, sharpened claws, seems to thicken its armor-plated hide. You steel your courage at the sight. This is a lynch bug, a ferocious creature that will be hard to defeat in battle. Maybe we bought some time for another spell. Perhaps. Option A, 3 stamina for big, control non-intelligent creatures. Option B, how? Maybe would actually tell me how to escape, throw a fireball at it. Raz, sharpen my blade with beeswax. W leads us to a wall of invisibility that would probably only stall it for a moment. No more language options. Law would probably be the most likely to succeed and might save us a good deal of stamina. Let's use law for the second time. This might be our best friend on this run. I don't know. Control non-intelligent creatures with law. Reaching up to the stars, you create the magic, reaching out to take control of the lynch bug's thoughts. Its legs lock up, then it stiffens. It awaits your instruction. Walk the bug into the fissure, or ride the bug's back. How are you not gonna ride the bug after using the birds to try to carry us? We must bend the will of the intelligent-less creatures of this land to our bidding. You bring the bug close to you and clamber up onto its back. It is uncomfortable, but affords a tremendous view of the landscape. South does not take us where we want to go. Let's go across the fissure. You order the bug northwards to the edge of the fissure and ready it to jump. But although you control the creature's will, you cannot override its most basic instinct. Instead of jumping the fissure, it leans out over the side and begins to climb down the rock face into the depths of the canyon. Hold on, everybody! You cling on to the bug's antenna for your life as it turns vertical. There is no way to get off. Down the side of the canyon. The bug continues its inexorable climb down the canyon side. It approaches a large gray-brown mucousy something built onto the side of the rock wall. It is a lynch bug nest. And as you approach, you see it is crawling with hundreds more lynch bugs. The thought occurs to you that these ones will not be under the influence of your spell. What an adventure. This has been some crazy situations, like, it's been 3 hours already? What have we been doing? We've been in one section of the map so far. How can you not ride it? This man just abuses animals and insects for free transportation. He did try to kill me, to be fair. And I could have run him back into the ravine, possibly to his death. Awkward, I am not sure what that game is, so I don't know if I will stream any. But I'll have to look into it, because I genuinely don't know what it is. We'll check it out. Order the bug to climb up. No, I'm going into hiding. Going incognito mode. Crouch low against the shell. You hunch low against the lynch bug shell, hoping to perhaps go unnoticed. Meanwhile, the bug reaches the rest and squirms its way in through a tight, sticky entrance. Inside the nest. I suppose I have no choice now. Everything falls into darkness, except for the echoing clicks of 100,000 lynch bugs and their young. Pray for aid from Korga. Draw my sword, or wait. Well, Korga is here. You may pray to Korka, he may choose not to help you. The spirit will not hear you again for some time. They haven't seen me yet. I think I'll wait. Please just wait. You cling on and wait. The bug squirms along a narrow passage, almost scraping you off its back. Wait again. Maybe there's something inside the hive that these bugs have. I don't know. There's got to be a way. But what is Korga going to do here, for real? Be patient. There is nothing you can do but wait. The bug enters a wide chamber, presumably burrowed deep into the rock itself. You enter the main chamber of the lynch bugs. You are in a wide chamber, chewed out from the rock of the canyon wall. In the center sprawls the vast, corpulent body of the lynch bug queen. Your spell has now entirely worn off. I think we wait a little longer. I have enough stamina to control the queen. I don't know what that's going to do. Maybe we can cast Law on the queen. Hold off, Korga, for just a little while longer. We're in the same room as the queen. Wait. You hold on, hoping against hope for some means of escape. The bug you are riding bows low to its queen, and one of Her Majesty's 300 eyes settles on you. She reaches out a clawed limb and strokes the side of your cheek. I have to become one of the lynch bugs. It's the only way. Like, I have to become one of the queen bug servants, right? My bug bowed. I will also bow, but I'm going to look at the queen first. Please don't ruin me. I just want to look. The queen lynch bug is about the size of 3 elephants put together. She has over 30 limbs and more than 100 teats at which baby lynch grubs are squirming and suckling. The queen raises 2 of her arms and intones a few words. A moment later, the clicks and rubbing of her front legs, transforming, impossibly, into human speech. Do you play Swindlestone? I see that you've brought some dice. You see, I've been waiting, effing mongooses, for you to arrive here for millennia. It's been so boring. All they do is just sit here and have children, hundreds of children at the same time. What does a queen bee gotta do for some fun around here? Maybe you can bring it to me. I can't do, like, creepy queen bug voice. It would be like Jan. It would be like...
Greetings,
she declares.
You are the Enelander.
It would be like higher-pitched Jan. You speak the common tongue. Devora. I am. No. Well, there's no use being surprised now. You've seen so much. You've been traveling through time. You're not going to be surprised at this. I am. Put an echo on your voice. I don't have a voice changer. I am. You reply, surprised by this turn of events.
Good,
she answers.
My enchantment will not last long.
You stare in disbelief. The queen's raised arms make it clear what's happening. She has cast a spell, a variant of the rap spell, no doubt. Make sure you use a proper noun for your first blank and use the second line to rhyme with the first. Please release me. Your Majesty is most powerful. Or cast another spell. If this bug can cast a spell, then that must mean you are able to as well. You raise your arms to the stars, only to have them quickly pinned by the lynch bug you rode in on.
I am pleased you have come. I expected my drone to eat you by accident.
Well, guess we ain't casting any spells. I am pleased it did not.
As am I, she agrees. But you are the one, the serpent slayer of legend.
Serpents. I am. I am merely a traveler. You really think you can Hang on, did somebody say snakes? I think headstrong Analander would just say, I am merely a traveler. He's trying to stay humble. I am merely a traveler. Well, hold on. You gotta think here on your feet. If they're keeping you alive because they think you're the Serpent Slayer of legend, and you have indeed come to slay the serpents, well, then you may as well just take on the role so that you don't die. I am.
You will need our aid,
The queen replies.
it is seen to be so.
From an orifice in her underbelly, one hooked claw pulls out a sticky glob of mucousy goo.
This is monarch oil, she tells you. Smear it upon the serpent of the water that swims in Lake Ilglaka, and it will shrivel like a burnt creature.
She drops the goo in your hands. Thanks, I guess. This, where'd this goo come from, exactly? It's a strange green, milky liquid. I think I've seen this in a movie recently. My favorite character was just drinking it, just like there was no tomorrow, just all over his beard. Wipe my hands on my cloak. So you intend to set me free? So we got monarch oil. Smear it upon the serpent of water in Lake Ilklala. It will shrivel like a burned creature. Accidentally found one of the serpent's of weaknesses. Thank you. You nod and place the goo into your pack. The queen clashes together her antenna, which you understand as a nod.
One more thing,
She adds.
do not forget that.
And her remaining words are lost into clicks and scrapes and wet squirts as her spell fades away. Oh no! I need to know this information. Your Majesty? You ask, but the queen clearly does not understand you and perhaps does not even recognize your words as meaningful speech. She issues some kind of order. The lynchbug who brought you here scoops you up and clambers out of the nest. Aren't you guys glad we didn't fireball this dude? So, ironically, I used law to control him to get across the bridge, but he was apparently going to capture me and bring me back here anyways. I just thought that I was the one making the decisions there. At least we didn't kill the messenger. We would have lost out. I guarantee you there's an option where you can probably kill that dude. And you miss out on this whole interaction. And the goo. This is awesome. I love this weird game. No, it's... whoa. Oh. She even told me where it was. Well, that's so cool. Way, way over there. This could be dozens of hours away, for all I know. The lake of Ilklala resides the water serpent. Well, and you get that from the literal opposite side of the map. Most intriguing. So cool. I agree, Katie Bell. I agree. The bug clambers up over the canyon's edge and drops you into the dirt. With a final nod, it turns and strides away. Wipe my eyes of gloop. You wipe your eyes of residual gloop and for a moment wonder if the whole experience was a side effect of psychotropic insect saliva. But checking your pack, the ball of goo the queen called monarch oil is still there. You look around once more. A few birds swoop and wheel in the crevasse, turning circles that are way below you, yet still high up in the air. Time to go. There's clearly no way across the fissure. You must try a different path. We must return, I think, to the tower or through the forest. Those are our two choices. So we can either turn tower and reform the bridge and rise up, or I think it would be wise to backtrack towards the sorcerer that is supposedly up here in the mountains. So let's see about that. By the way, for the cartographers, I don't know if you're out there, Fire. I'll just DM you. It might be wise to color code some of the lines on this eventual map, you know? Like, what if that was my idea? Oh, I didn't read that. It's possible we both came to that idea. I don't know if it would be better to color code them based on the past or future, or if it'd be better to color code them based on, like, because I went up the road and back down the road, you know? Like, maybe have it so that it's not confusing when they're side by side. I guess they'll be numbered with the pips, so it won't be that confusing. But yeah, there's some good ideas there. Different color a day. Depends on how many days there are, but maybe. Perhaps. But it also might be interesting to color code the pips based on if it was the present, or I mean the past or future. Anyway, you follow an old road. This is now the dead of night. The line of this grand wide road is all but invisible. The fissure yawns a short distance to the north. I do want to know what this was. Look at the fissure. The fissure splits the earth. It is as though this plain were a plate, dropped in celebration of an Analand marriage. The canyon looks impossibly wide. You stride on through the dark. You've been wandering the backlands for 3 days already, and you still have not crossed the ridge. Thanks for reminding me. Listen, there's a bit of a learning curve here, game. You follow the old road. The sky is beginning to warm in the east. Let's maybe take shelter in the cave. We'll go this way. What is this noise? Oh, the end of a day. The Rocky Foothills, day 3. You met Elthira the Mystic again. Screamer steals ideas from chat. Well, you forfeit your ideas if you post them in my chat. Not mentioning the bug goo. We know it's there. What if Elthira was controlling the bug? What if that was Elthira also? Who knows? The ground underfoot turns into rocks and scree. In the distance, the sun breaks over the horizon. You've been awake all night and are weaker for it. Punished. The dusty plains have been transformed to fields, though the grass here is littered with rocks that tumbled down the mountain range to the east. From somewhere close at hand, a strange whistling noise catches your attention. The sound is coming from the other side of a large rock. It seems steady enough, the sound of an ever-running wind. You peer around the rock, and a strange sight greets your eyes. Whether a localized curse or a freak weather effect, you cannot tell, but hovering a short way above the ground is a swirling twist of air, trapped in a cove formed by the rock. A twister. Howdy, crazy. What's up? Yeah, I lost some stamina from staying awake all night. That was my punishment for not sleeping. I don't think I ate yesterday either, unless I was fed the jelly. I don't know if I ate any of it, though. A small fly buzzes over the head of the whirlwind. A moment later, it is sucked in and disappears from sight. Try talking to the funnel. It's just stupid enough to work. Is the funnel alive? Something about the way it moves suggests it is. It shuffles around the rock enclosure as though injured and looking for a way out. Foul thing, you begin. Are you indeed a creature? The whirlwind kicks a short distance up into the air as if leaping and then settles back down again. A reaction to your voice, or merely a chance movement. Suddenly, from somewhere above you, you hear a voice. Analand, I bring a message. You look up and to your right, scouring the rock face until you scour the rock face until you spy a small boy leaping from stone to stone like a goat. I bring a message from Shadrach the Hermit. Well, we got a lot of messages. That's right, Chargoth. We got a lot of messages today. How do you know who I am? What message? How can I trust you? What message? You call back, suspicious. The fire serpent. He's following you. He's going to attack you while you sleep. Shadrach foresaw it. The boy has scaled halfway down the mountainside now and is just above the whirlpool in the rocks. He's about to jump. When will this happen? What is the fire serpent's weakness? Wait. What is the fire serpent's weakness? Sand. Shadrach says it can't stand sand. The boy jumps from the mountainside, intending to land on the ground beside you. As he falls, you see him pulled through the air toward the whirlpool. Oh, you idiot. I will attempt to save this small child who is bringing me a message with my new Galehorn ability. Potentially. But before I do, let's look at some options. I don't think Magical Shield is going to help me here. Huff is what I'm looking for. Create wind to counter the other wind, but my other options are grow big, so I won't be affected by it, maybe. Create fixedness. Maybe that would stop the whirlwind in its tracks. 6? Why would becoming 6 versions of me help? I don't know. Danger. Yep, there's danger. It seems as though there's danger. Okay, I'm gonna go for Huff. What is D, though? Call slowness would probably slow down the twister. I think, I don't know, wind versus wind, I can change the direction. Create wind with the Galehorn. Let's do it. Off! You weave the constellations into a pattern around you, lifting the Galehorn and blowing a loud note. The wind blows the falling boy sharply backward, away from the whirlpool. He lands a little way down the path, momentarily stunned. Then he's back on his feet, running toward you. Thank you, he breathes. What is that thing? I don't know. It's a Galehorn. Do you know what that is? Listen, tell me your message. You demand, unsympathetic to his sudden rescue from certain death. Wow. Shadrach told me everything, he says. He checks things off on his fingers as he speaks. The fire serpent doesn't like sand. The water serpent doesn't like oil. And the moon serpent... The boy racks his brains. Is scared of the dark, dislikes the light, can only be killed once a month. Oh, hold on. Pay attention. Fire serpent doesn't like sand. The water serpent doesn't like oil. The moon serpent can only be killed once a month, you suggest? He's scared of fire, the boy replies, remembering. They are strange beasts, these serpents. Anything else? You demand? The boy shrugs. Only good luck. He says you'll need it, because the Archmage will want to kill you very fast once you reach the walls of Manpang. He pales. I don't think that was part of the message. And with that, he is gone, running away out of sight and into the mists of the plain. Well, I suppose I will approach... Approaching the funnel seems like a bad idea. It did mention he was moments away from certain death. I've got an idea. We save the boy. Now we explore the tunnel, which apparently is sentient somehow. But I don't have Dawes. There's no Dawes. It's weird. Talk all languages. Or if we think it's a creature, we could speak to it, but it's not an animal, right? Why would a goblin help me? Throw the goblin into the whirl? I don't know. Mud. Create quicksand. We don't have any sand, but that's what we need, right? For the fire. Fire hates sand, water hates oil, moon. He did even remember? I don't think he did. Funnel has the word fun in it. Disney bought these guys out too. Oh yeah, the moon hates fire. I don't know. Yap or rap seem like the best case scenarios. Talk all languages. This is people languages. I'm gonna assume there's a person in there. Rap! Grabbing the wig from your pack, you pull it onto your head and weave the spell. Then you attempt to talk to the whirlpool, but you get no response. The whistling sound from within is unchanged. You remove the wig once more, still puzzled. As you consider the whirlpool, a creature in an all-covering hood lopes into view. It is carrying something tightly in one hand, though you cannot make out what. Shout a warning. You can see the stranger approaching the whirlpool, so quickly you grab them by the arms and haul them backwards. In surprise, they drop what they were holding, and the whirlpool sucks it away. The creature begins to shout in a language you do not recognize. Well, I guess I cast that spell I just cast literally 1 second too soon. So I will attempt the same spell again. But before that, I will attempt to see what other options we can read his mind. But if we can't understand his language, will I understand him? Probably not. Talk all languages is what we want now. Second too late. What else do we have? H. Fireball? What am I fireballing here? Big? There's no D, right? There's no D for DOS. That was hot. Excuse me. G for gold. Illusion of worship. Well, you know what to do. Talk all languages. Rap again! But this time I do it better. You put on the green wig again and cast a spell, but it seems to make no difference to the language uttered by the creature. Curious, unless this attempt at language is in fact simply a series of strange noises. Casting your spell has caused you to open your arms, releasing the creature. It dusts itself down. I can't believe this failed again. Explain about the whirlpool. You point at the whirlpool, trying to explain with gestures what it is, but the creature shakes its head, clearly not following. At least it does not go any closer. Grumbling, the creature shambles away westward, knocking into you as it goes. You follow the creature along the road, but you've only gone a short way when it seems to vanish from your sight into the mists. You step back to the whirlpool to decide where to go next. Third time's a charm. Right? Third time's a charm. Right? Summon a giant. Talk with animals. I've learned my lesson about the green-haired wig for this encounter. If this is an animal, I'd be very, very upset because it just baited me hard. Create a wind. It didn't cancel, it just saved the boy. It didn't cancel the whirlwind. Rap didn't do nothing. We don't have any goblin teeth. I think Galehorn is, or Huff is my only option right now. My only realistic one. I can try it one more time and see if it does anything different. Okay, create wind with the Galehorn. Huff! You place the Galehorn to your lips and play a clear tone. It sounds like that, probably. The wind catches the whirlwind and makes it spin faster and faster, until it is all but drilling into the earth below. But the winds do not seem to be strong enough to dissipate it. It makes it spin faster and faster. I don't think that was the intended result, so blow it again, of course. You blow again, harder this time. The wind that billows around you is stronger now. So strong it knocks you forward toward the whirlpool. A moment later, it has sucked the horn from your hand and has a grip on your arm. You stole the Galehorn from me. I only got to play it 3 times. Okay, you look to the heavens hoping to find a spell, but when you try to pull your hand back to begin casting, you find you cannot move. It is too strongly held in place above the whirlwind. Then suddenly, without warning, it gets stronger. The sound coming from the thing increases in pitch dramatically. Wait to see what happens. The force on your hand is getting significantly stronger. You attempt to step away from the whirlwind, but your hand is held tight. A moment later, the force has tugged your arm down inside the whirlwind. From there, you cannot save yourself. You are trapped inside, and whatever happens there is so quick that you lose your consciousness before you understand it. You've been trapped inside a deadly whirlwind. Okay. Your adventure is at an end. Well, first death, 3 hours and 48 minutes. Sure. For some reason, I was not expecting that. Hold on. How far back did this rewind me? Really? I have to save the kid again? That's so weird. I thought it was definitely going to be faster than that. On the bright side, we won't lose the Galehorn. Oh, yeah, that's true. Okay, so here's what I thought. Explain myself there. I wasn't trying to die. I thought maybe there's wind, right? You have to blow on the gale horn to control the wind. When I asked the wind if there was a problem, it jumped, so I thought it was intelligent somehow. So I thought, okay, well, it took the gale horn, and the pitch is changing. What if it blows the gale horn to stop the whirlwind itself? Like, what if the whirlwind can blow the gale horn better than I can? So I'll just wait and see if it changes anything. Nope, I died. Fair enough. We tried talking to the funnel. We heard the voice. Analander, I bring the message. What message? He tries to jump. What is the fire serpent's weakness? Cast a spell. We save the boy. We have an opportunity to do things a little differently now, and I think it's fair. Because it was not a forced rewind. Well, it wasn't. I didn't choose to rewind. The game did. So, we'll do things mostly the same. With a couple key differences. We save the boy. Tell me your message. The moon serpent, he racks his brain. Dislikes the light? This is where we veer off a little bit. He's scared of fire. These beasts are strange serpents. Anything else? He's gone. We were going to cast another spell. This is where we're going to try and do things again. Mod spam. Yes, there is mod spam. I doubt we'll need a death count for this game. And if true, it's kind of late. This is the third game. So we'll try things differently then, yeah? Maybe we'll try and speak to it via yap. Talk with animals. Yap! Grabbing the wig from your pack. You pull it onto your head and weave the spell. You attempt to talk to the whirlpool, but get no response. And the whistling sound is unchanged. As you consider the whirlpool, a creature in an all-covering hood lopes into view, once again carrying something tightly in one hand, but you cannot make out what. Should I yell out a warning again? He can't understand me. I could just watch him fall into the tunnel, but he's gonna be dead. Draw my sword and kill him, but there's no reason for that. Just repeat history. You grab them by the arms and haul them backwards. In surprise, they drop whatever they were holding and the whirlpool sucks it away. It's gone again. The creature begins to shout in a language you do not recognize. Well, we can attempt to communicate with him again. Or I could mind read, but I don't think that's going to help. So what did we use before we used rap? We'll just try yap. He's not an animal, though. Yap. Pulling out the green wig. This is intended to work on animals, not intelligent creatures. So again, nothing happens. Apologize this time. You raise your hands in apology, demonstrating you mean it no harm. Grumbling, the creature shambles westward, knocking into you as it goes. You follow the creature. I am not going to make the same mistake twice. But looking at the whirlwind begs the question, how do you stop the whirlwind? Because the item the dude dropped is in there. Rhetorical question, by the way. It's definitely not summon a goblin. It's definitely not rap. It's definitely not a huff. Why would it be how? It's gotta be mud, right? No. How would quicksand affect... I don't think there's any good options here, to be honest. Because we're not, how do we get out of this situation? There'd have to be some other way. I can't seem to slow it down with Dawes. I thought it would do anything anyways. Maybe we'll learn more about the whirlwind and we'll come back. Hey Jess, you got it? What's up? What have I missed? Oh, you know, just got abducted by an insect queen. And given a bit of insect jelly from the queen's body and told that it would help me defeat a serpent in the water to the east. No big deal. You know, just trying to find 7 serpents that are trying to tell the Archmage about me so he can destroy me. Big deal. Traveling through time and whatnot. Usual. Exactly. I think this is a lost cause right now. Let's move on. You move away from the whirling air, whatever it is, probably best left unexplored. You found 3 new clues, and the others have been updated. Maybe we can shine some light on this whirlwind and come back to it later. I don't know. But I don't see any answer that doesn't kill me. So instead of dying, we will head back. We need to find some rations. Food has been an issue. Also, IRL. It'll be time for some food in a moment. You make your way over the grass-covered rocks and boulders, following the trail where you can, and scrambling the rest of the way. The air stirs a little, still cold, but at least fresh. Once again, you see the distinctive fishtail rock from the earth, with no sign of Shadrach the Hermit. The fire outside the cave has burned to black embers. You continue your journey. Checking your pack, you suddenly stop short. The cloth skull cap is missing. You think back, racking your brains. Then you remember the creature by the whirlpool who knocked into you as it walked away. A pickpocket. Revenge will be mine. Lifting your voice to the god of grace, you vow revenge should you ever encounter the hooded creature again. But nothing changes as a result of your cursing. You will have to find the creature should you wish to recover the skull cap. He went to the north, didn't he? Didn't he go north and west along the road that we just came down? Didn't he? I think he did, right? North and west. If he had gone south, we would have seen him. We started here. He went west along the road. I guess it's... I was gonna go to the forest, but now it's manhunt time. Time for a manhunt. You are back by the pool of air. Well, it's interesting that we can go back. You think back to childhood stories of the forest of Snata as you walk. An old forest, but not ancient, a place of wild beasts and wilder magic. Perhaps someone there can help. Or perhaps its inhabitants will only mean you ill. Which way? Gotta find that dude. You pick your way carefully over the rocks to the edge of the road as the sun climbs toward its zenith. The wind picks up. From behind you, a voice says, "Excuse me." You whip around to find a small boy holding a sun jewel in his hand. He pushes it toward you. "I already have one like that," you tell him. The boy giggles behind his hand. "No, you don't," he answers. "You dropped it." Am I in the City of Thieves again? Nobody pickpocketed one single item. Okay, excuse me. There was one single item pickpocketed from me in all the City of Thieves. I have 2. Keep it. Why? What? Thank him. You nod your head in thanks. The boy smiles and puts a sun jewel into your hands, then steps back and waits for something. Oh, I dropped it, huh? Is there a hole in the bag? You squat down on your ankles to be more at the boy's level. He is clearly local, likely to know a lot of the area. I should have paid him just now. "Where are you from?" you ask the boy. "Correct. I have a very high-pitched boy voice." I don't know. What does a little boy sound like? He probably sounds like a little runt. "I'm from Corray." He's a goblin. "I run errands all the way to Tinpang sometimes." "And where is Tinpang? What do you know of the 7 serpents? What can you tell me about the towers? How may they cross the lake?" Enough talking. "And where is this Tinpang?" "Across the marsh, over the bridge, near the lake," he answers. "You can run there in about a day." The idea that this boy can cross the entire of the Backlands is startling. This is the most dangerous land you know. The boy is starting to look twitchy. "What do you know of the 7 serpents?" you continue. Nothing," he shrugs. "Sounds like one of Shadrach's stories." The boy hops from foot to foot. "So you know Shadrach?" you ask. "Of course I do," he replies. "Everyone knows Shadrach. He's a brute and beats children if they make too much noise near his cave." He seemed most ferocious, you reply with a smile.
He hates children, the boy replies. He says they're all thieves and villains.
The boy smiles quickly.
I have to go now. I really have to go.
Of course. The boy nods twice. Without another word, you move and turn away. The boy takes off at a sprint and disappears in the other direction down the road. It is only later you realize he somehow swiped the gale horn from your pack.
Why?
Which way did he even go? You never left Corée. I'm gonna fireball that kid. If I ever find him again. If I were the Analander, I'd have turned evil by now. Yeah, which way is the other way, chat? Look, he didn't even ask me for a reward. You can't just steal something from me, which clearly is what happened. Give it back to me, and if I don't pay you money, you determine I'm a bad man for not trusting you while you're lying to me. He didn't even ask. If he had asked for a reward, I probably would have given him something just to... Now I'm gonna kill him. If I find that kid again, I'm gonna okay, I won't kill him. What will I do? I will sit next to him and cast Sap over and over again until he is thoroughly demoralized and his will to go on is lost. And I'll go hand him to the tree. I'll go put him in the Whomping Willow of Shadrach. Yeah, just put him through high school. Just being a bully? Sorry, I should feel bad for the kid who just stole 2 different things from me. I just got the Galehorn from Shadrach. I'm more concerned with the skull cap at this point, but I don't know where to expect the little... He went into the mist? I don't know what that even means. The problem is, the timelines are all screwed up. We're just gonna have to make do. Because I can't go any further this way because it's a completely different time. There's no way that I'm the only one that can travel through time. There's no way these other creatures are going through time. I might find them when they're older and be like, yo, remember me? When you were just a little dumb kid? Where's my reward so I don't kill you, old man? I'll go back in time and I will shove you into the Shadrach tree. If you don't do something nice. Maybe we'll find those guys again later. I've been going in circles. I wanted to go to this forest. We'll go to the forest after. We'll go to the forest after. We're already at the tower. Let's just go to the tower. It's hot now. You're starting to sweat under the cloak. Let's climb up the tower again. Climb the gripweed. To the very top we go. At the top of the tower. The beacon is lit, its polished crystal eye blazing. So now we will adjust the beam. And in doing so, change time. The cave of the future becomes an inhabited cave in the past. Wait, no, hang on. Is the green the future or the past? The green is the past, because that's when he turns into the tree. The future is the other stuff. Okay. So when did I meet the lady? Yeah, because, hold on. So when I shown this, she lived up there and went to the tree, so it hadn't quite crumbled away just yet, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I had to shine the light to get the lady in the cave, but also she was at the tree. So she was young and old in the green. Well, the geysers are certainly different. I wonder what that means. Is there a way to hit both this little thing and the geysers at the same time? Maybe. What do you think, chat? Do you think this hits both? It's kind of hard to tell because the line moves. I'm going to say partial. It definitely hits this. Not sure if it hits the hole. I doubt that it hits the whole bridge, but we're going to leave it here because I want to see what this is. All right, let's climb back down the tower. The climb down is easier. Good. Time to rejoin the road and head to the west, but under slightly different circumstances. Mid-afternoon air makes everything sticky. All right, the road up. Let's see if this is anything. The line of the road curves gently as you follow it. Slowly, the sun begins to make its way back down the sky. The road has changed. Not least, a large stone totem has appeared. Behind it flows the rushing river, leaping with fish and circling with birds. The totem depicts a short, toothy creature with no hair, several ringed earrings in one lobe. Not a god, but a god or goddess's helper creature. The type that invisibly moves a sword point aside, should the powers above dictate it. It leers at you with two wide eyes, above pursed lips. Touch the lips. You pause, remembering the ritual of Korga and the terrible price of incorrect worship. What if this totem is a trap? The mouth is slightly open. There is darkness inside. The lips feel slightly sticky to the touch. The totem's eyes seem to glint a little. Touch the eyes. You brush your fingers over the eyes. There is no click, no sting, no sense of energy. Perhaps this totem is merely made of stone. Kiss or step away from it. I'm starting to feel a little hot and bothered. Another stone totem. We all know the Analander is most attracted to stone totems that he gets to kiss. We kissed Korka and it worked out nicely, but we had to do it in the right order. Kiss the totem. You lean down and kiss the totem on the lips. Korka's gonna get jealous. There's a quiet click and you feel a sting at the back of your throat. Choke, cough, spit. Uh-oh. Cough. You begin to hack and wheeze, hoping to get whatever has entered your mouth back out. And after a few moments, a bee flies out. Then a second bee flies out from the totem's mouth, followed by 2 or 3 more. They disappear up into the air and away to the south, where you see a field of flowers. You gasp with relief. The bee in your mouth did not even sting you. Put the pipe in the totem's mouth. Excuse me? The pipe, you say. Bamboo flute? That's not a... Is that the pipe? What pipe? Am I missing something here? Try to open the totem, put the pipe in the totem's mouth. Okay, we'll try to put the pipe in. You take the bamboo pipe from your pack and slide it into the totem's mouth. It is just narrow enough to fit. You feel it stick into something. Oh god. Are we stealing honey? Through the pipe? Isn't that gonna ruin the pipe? Remove it, blow the pipe. I don't know. Hey, Shamwise, this is a choose-your-own-adventure game. And there's many, many, many different outcomes. Okay. I'm assuming there's honey in there, so let's suck on the pipe. A moment later, you're coughing again and spitting out a bee. Okay, never mind. Blow the pipe. You blow sharply down on it. I don't think anything's happening. Again. It is hard work, then a sweet dollop of wax plops into your mouth. You take it out, it's not much, but enough to cast a spell with. We got some more beeswax, chat. Persistence has paid off. We'll blow on it one more for fun. You blow down the pipe again and faintly hear an angry buzzing from inside the totem echoing down the pipe. Time to go. You pull the pipe from the hole. The far end is tipped with honey, which you lick off before putting the pipe away. A light meal, but still good. But now, The now open hole has allowed the bees out, and they are quickly swarming from the totem. Put the pipe back. Put the finger to plug the dam. Or run for it. You're not going to have a finger at the end of this. The whole hive is going to sting that finger. You got to run. You waste no time in further experimentation, but turn back to the road and run. Well, let's go back to the cliff. We've only been in this one quadrant for so long. We're gonna move to another one soon, but there's so much to see. You can see everything twice. At least, maybe more. You abandon the clear road and cut across the grassy field. The sun sinks and the sky is turning bruised purple. It will be dark soon. The fields of grass are pleasant here, in the cool shade of the cliff face. You could pause and rest if wanted. So I think this is made just for a nice resting spot? Check your bag and see the totem has pickpocketed you. You keep walking through the grass. Alright, back to the bridge then, yeah? See what this looks like now? The sun has all but gone. Soon, it will be dark. As you cross the endless grass, the sound of rushing water fills your ears. A river. But by the sound of it, a far more rapid and turbulent one than the sluggish Jabaji and Karay. After half an hour, you've reached the water's edge. You're met by a cheering sight. Where once this spot held the ruined foot of an ancient bridge, now a majestic stone arch rises high into the air as it crosses, away across. You gaze up at the impressive stone bridge. The craftsmanship is incredible. The whole thing seems to have been carved from a single colossal block of stone, perhaps from the cliff face behind itself, then lowered perfectly into place across the fissure. What manner of creature would be capable of such a feat? The rushing water throws spray onto your boots. You haul your way up the first steps of the bridge until you stand above the water. The spray throws rainbows in the sunlight across the endless grass plains on either side. You can see for miles in either direction, the tower to the east, the grassy plains ahead. Looking north across the plain, you see barren waste once more. In the far distance, a group of horses are steaming across the plain at wild speed, their riders thrown from side to side. Then in a cloud of dust, they're gone once more. For the briefest moment, the nose of a narwhal appears above the surface of the river, and then it's gone, dragged from the current, by the current. Looking back at the tower, you see the brass object gleaming in the sun. Strange thin light pours from the end. Each step of the bridge would require effort to climb. Otherwise, the road leads away, well paved, to the curving a little way east. All right, I think the bridge is actually there despite the graphic. Again, the green grass, this is the past, and everything else is the present. So in the past, the bridge was formed, and I believe it is formed here. Indeed. Another night begins. You should try to find a place to sleep. You cross the bridge, wary of each step that the ancient stones will collapse beneath you, but they hold firm all the way across, and you reach the far side. The bleak plains stretch away once more. Behind you, wind whistles through the fissures. Perhaps we should cast a spell before sleeping. The other beacon is destroyed in the future currently, yes, Faya. Find any serpents yet? We know where one is, KBS, but we haven't encountered one yet. We have apparently a means of defeating one of them. So we've been told, but we have not put it to the test yet. We are also aware the fire serpent pursues us and may strike at a moment's notice, afraid of sand, which we do not have any of. So, the way spells work, for those of you that don't know, there's a bunch of spells, and you carry a spell book with you from the beginning of the game that gives you the spells, though you cannot cast all of them. Some of them require very special items, but not every spell is castable in every opportunity. You look to the stars to see what constellations make themselves known and cast what you can. It's a choose your own adventure book from the 80s. And it's really, really cool in video game form. They did a great job translating it. All right, let's see what we have options to do. With our sorcery powers, we can cast a force field. I don't know why I would want to do that. It's very expensive. If I had a green ring, we could teleport. If I had a gale horn, which was stolen from me quite recently, We could create wind for some reason. If we were in danger, we could find a safe way out, perhaps. Oops. I was trying to push Z. Wait, that's the teleportation. My bad. Sorry, Jack. What letter have I not done? Float? I don't know why I would want to float. There's also no S. Okay, so I don't really want to cast a spell here. Wind whistles through the fissure. We could change the wind somehow? Might be worth doing if I still had the gale horn. You should try to find a place to sleep. If I don't, I'm going to be punished, so we may as well just rest here on the road. The edge of the fissure hardly seems safe to sleep, should you roll over. But to walk on through the darkness would be worse. Laying your pack down on the dusty plain, you try to settle despite the cold. Thankfully, you are not hungry. You lie back and try to forget your troubles. You dream you are a young boy once more, lying on your back near the waterfalls of Chawberry Wood. Gentle spray dust your face. You laugh, and a droplet lands in your open mouth. But when you wipe your lips, you find there is a slug there. Spit it out. But more and more slugs appear till your mouth is thick with them and you are gagging and there seems nothing you can do to clear your mouth. Chew them. Reluctantly, you begin to chew the sweet, thick slugs into a mass of flesh and slime. More slugs pour over your face and eyes, and you blink, only to find a slavering bristle beast standing over you. Its spittle is drooling into your open mouth. Blech. Blech. Part 3 has been a weird creature game so far. Well, we have some options here. Turn it to stone. Sharpen my blade with beeswax to be stronger. Unfortunately, we do not have the ability to read minds. Not that I think that would take us very far for this creature. No bee spells at all. Is it worth 3 stamina to cast Zap? Perhaps it is. I might lose 3 stamina in the ensuing conflict anyways. Were there any other options? Invisibility if I could, or talk to animals. I feel like this would work, but I don't know if we would make it be able to stop. There's no L for law, right? So we may as well zap. Because it is just a nasty bat. Hey, can you not, like, attack me? Okay. So, we will create lightning. Z-A-P. Zap! You have no patience for this creature. You cast the enchantment, building up a charge of electrical energy around your palm. Then you blast the bristle beast into a million floating cinders. The burning smell is quickly whipped away by the wind, and you roll over and go back to sleep. You have no patience for a bristle beast. North of the fissure, you reach the northern plains and met Elthira the Mystic again. Did I meet Elthira the Mystic again? Did I? I don't think I did. No, it was not drooling slugs into my mouth. It was drooling into my mouth, but my dream brain interpreted it as turning into slugs in the dream. Is there an advantage to being passive? Sometimes. Sometimes creatures mean you no harm. Sometimes they do. That's kind of the fun of it. You have to go with your instinct. You have to go with your gut. You can rewind at any time, but I think it's more fun played on your first time through without rewinding unless you die. And then you can, it's tons of replayability. If you rewind to try to find every outcome, you're going to end up making yourself mad and trying to min-max, which is not the most fun way to play your first time through. You pick yourself to your feet once more. The roaring winds finger like pickpockets at your cloak almost immediately. Why do I feel like we're going to be punished for not having the Galehorn here? I cannot teleport. Why would cause slowness do anything for me here? I can probably float. And also cast force field. Not yet. Not yet. Let us move on. I don't think any of those will benefit me at the moment. Let's follow the road. Please, no more pickpockets. You carry on tramping across the endless waste. The sky is blue and pink. The road is barely visible through the dust. A few scattered bones line the path. You pick after the bones for a few hours. Thin femurs, long arms, elven, most likely, or black elf. The wind has scoured them dry. You march onward. East or north? My vote is north. Head to the top. You leave the road and walk across the bone-gray plain. The air moves little, icy, but fresh. You continue. Northeast or north? There could be stuff pretty much anywhere. Let's get northeast and maybe we'll get a good view of the surroundings. You continue across dusty plains, keeping eyes and ears open for warnings of danger. The day is likely to be clear and will be hot once more. A small patch of stones is covered by yellow moss, much like the one you tried earlier. You gather up a handful, much like the last bunch you ate. You stow the moss in your pack, but it quickly dries and crumbles to so much dust. So, eat the moss or perish. So we learned. I can't believe we made it to this new area. Honestly, if each zone takes me... There might be a reason to come back here. But if each zone takes 4 hours, that's like 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24-ish. I would expect this game to probably last us about that long. Probably 3 streams for this particular part of the game, is my guess. Which, by the way, I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, I'll mention again. The plan is to make these kind of episodic, so I don't tire out, my own voice, because I talk probably twice as much during Sorcery streams as I do other streams. But also so I don't get tired of the actual mechanics. And tertiary, this is not why, but it's a benefit. We'll have more time to keep the map updated. I think I just will appreciate everything coming together more as like a, if the streams are more episodic. I don't want to burn through it too fast. Streamercast Yap. Make the best late night chill streams. Thank you, Twitch Your Mocha, for saying so and for the 5 months of being subbed. Welcome back with Prime. Thanks a ton. Deacon Blue's also here for 13 months. Says, sad I can't watch live more frequently, but VODs are a wonderful thing. Indeed they are. Thanks, Deacon and Twitch here, for sharing both of those. And welcome back. Hope you're having a great Friday, whether you're watching in the VOD world or watching live. East, south, so we can go to the ruins of the other tower. We can go northeast, northwest. This looks like a new town. I'm curious about the town, so let's strike out east. You walk for half an hour across endless plain, watching for signs of life. There are none. The sun continues to climb the steep sky. 100 yards ahead of you, few hundred yards, is a camp covered wagons and carts arranged in a circle. At its center, a fire burns, and you can see figures moving about the camp. You walk toward the caravans, but stop suddenly when an arrow flies through the air and buries itself in the dust just to your left. Another lands to your right. Greetings, you call. There is no response, but at least there was not another arrow. I wish to trade. You have gold? Excuse me. You have gold? A voice replies on the wind. Plenty, some. I have items to sell. I'm about to get robbed, by the way. Again. I am about to get robbed. You know what? If they want to rob me, I'll kill them. Some? Then approach, the voice replies. Yep, about to get robbed. We want to know if you have something to steal. Sid, don't worry. There's still many, many more sorcery-esque things to do before we're done. Did you ever finish Superland? No. I did not. But it seemed really good, Ultra Will. Easily recommendable. Alright, I'll approach. You step cautiously forward. Into the caravan. No more arrows are fired, although as you get closer you begin to see the bowmen, shafts ready, covering your approach. A crowd gathers to see who you are. It is a caravan of black elves! Presumably they are traders of some kind, as they are far from home out here in the wastes. Wow, this actually does look like a troop of traders. They have their own stalls. I'm trying to see how far I can zoom out here for the cartographers, because we got our own mini-map. This is probably as far as we can go. No, one more, in case you want the super zoom. Up to you. But there you go. The edge of camp. The elves eye you suspiciously as you stride into their midst. Look at his artwork, isn't that awesome? They got like spears, armor, pointy helmets. I love the little wagons. This guy's so sad. Look how sad he is. This one's smug. This one's very confused. This one's pursed lips with... raised eyebrow. An elder elf, stouter and better dressed than the others, steps forward to confront you. Alright, before we let the elder speak... Oops. Before we let the elder speak, I'm gonna take a quick breather. It's been 4.5 hours. I'm gonna get some drink, if you don't mind. And of course, Mr. Midas needs something. And we'll find out what these guys... We have 12 gold.
Oh my goodness! What? Why would you complain so loudly?
Are you just so hungry too?
Oh, you tell me about it. Oh, so sad. Oh, he's just so sad. Yeah. Yeah. I know. Oh. Okay. Well, I guess he needs to go out.
Yeah, he probably does need to go out. So I'm gonna grab a Coke or whatever I can find. Get a Pop-Tart or something. I need some snacks. And then we'll see what they have for trade. So in the meantime, chat, sit tight. And I will return to you in just a couple minutes. Oh my. Give you a nice map view there. All right, be right back. Just a moment. All right. We back. Oh, you got some drum music in the background? Did they just start doing that? Oh well. You got a little both. All right. Anyone know what music this is for breaks? Yes, the music by the artist known as WMD, who makes all the stream. This is a one messy looking Pop-Tart. Oh boy. It's all like, it looks like somebody hit it with a hammer. I don't understand. Okay. Don't worry, there's no Pop-Tart review. This is just the old-fashioned classic. Brown sugar. The problem is, it's falling apart. Like, I'll show you how it came out of the package. This is one of the most beat-up Pop-Tarts I've ever seen. This is how it emerged from the package. This is supposed to be brown sugar. We will make do. Inconsistent Pop-Tart quality here, though. Didn't get the usual dollop of frosting. Looks like a skeleton. Okay. I'm here to trade. Yes, I have brought money. Ugh! Take that, Elder Elf. Give me everything you got, or I'm gonna kill your elder. I'll trade you your life for everything that you've got. All right, what could I cast? What would I cast? They're gonna see me raise my hands and stop me, guaranteed. I'm just curious what your options even are here. No, the law's not gonna work. That could work. Illusion of treasure? I don't know that I can't understand them yet. Make them worship me? Can't do that. That'd be cool, though. Cause fear? Whoops. Do we have a letter J? Nope. Okay, let's just let him speak. If you speak shelter or Pop-Tarts. Well, he pauses to spit on the ground. Then you will offer it? It comes at a price. Let him speak. The elder chews his words for another moment while you wait respectfully. Did you waste your time? The elder finishes. Looking around the crowd, you see most of the elves are thin and haggard looking. Shelter or food would be nice. Perhaps some gold will change your mind. You reply with a smile. Eyebrows raise and the elder laughs. Pardon, noble traveler, the old elf replies. We mistook you for a vagabond. We are always happy to offer hospitality to those who can afford it. He gestures across the scrub. You will find the kitchen tent over there. He stands aside and the other elves lower their swords, pikes, and daggers. Push him aside. Bully! What are you doing out here? Yeah, what are you doing out here, you ask, looking around the meager encampment? The chief looks grim. We are traveling west, he replies, but his words stir a murmur of anger in the crowd. The chief looks uncomfortable. Rest yourself. Spend freely. With that, he moves sadly away. Something's happening here. Did I already give you guys like a visual of this for the cartographers? I think I did. But it's there somewhere if you need it. Okay. Anyway, into the camp we go, eating Pop-Tarts all the while. There must be a depression snake nearby. The elves return to their huts and caravans. A few make their way to a fire pit in the center and mutter in low voices. The encampment is clearly a foul, impoverished place. They surely cannot survive out here in the Dust Bowl much longer. So I'm the only person with money, and they seem reasonable so far. You head over to the fire pit in the center of the map. A few black elves lounge around it, throwing dice and drinking. Throwing dice. Sit and listen. Have we cast depression yet today? Almost. Not yet. Sit and listen implies not playing. Let's just say hello. You stride over to one group and sit down in the midst. The elves look at you with clear interest. One, a black elf woman, draws a dagger and lays it carelessly across her knees. She looks at you sidelong. They say you're walking through the wastes, she says. I'm thinking, are you exiled? A criminal? Or are you crazy? I'm the worst criminal there is. I'm quite deranged. I have my reasons to be here. I'm on a quest. Oh, I'm the worst criminal there is. I let the city of Karay die. I want to click I'm quite deranged just to see what happens. When you've seen as much as the Analander has, when you've been traveling, tripping through time, you have to start thinking you're a little bit crazy at a certain point. You've gone backwards in time 4 different occasions in Karay, relived the past, changed the future. You're now bouncing back and forth through 2 different timelines. I feel like I'm hearing voices behind me and stuff. Well, I'm quite deranged, you tell her with relish. She nods. Thought so. Well, you're in good company out here. We've all quite lost the trail, as they say. The elder said you were heading west, you remarked. Where are you heading? Karay, she replies. Though we've been trying to get there for so many years now that no one really believes Karay exists. I was born in this caravan. So was all of us. Wow, they're going to Karay. Karay doesn't exist. Oh god, I'm gonna incite like a riot here. I feel like the Analander here would either be honest, I just came from Karay, or just give up and go home at this point. You got, like, because here's the thing. We just met, like, the only seemingly good people since, like, the little kid in Karay. You know? Just, you guys seem like good people, just go home. Give up and go home. Turn back? And why would we be any better at finding our way back across these wastes than we are going to Karay? She smiles ruefully and kicks at the fire pit. So where are you heading for? Well, I tried to warn him. I am heading for Lake Ilklala, it's true. That's where one of the serpents is. But beyond that, I'm heading to Mampang. Her eyes grow wide. You're the Analander. We've heard of you. Heard from whom? Who do you think? She replies. From the serpents. They're hunting you. She smiles and sheathes her dagger. You are welcome to our camp, stranger. Please spend as long as you care to with us. A few of the elves around the fire are throwing dice. Uh-oh. Tell a joke. Well, if I tell a joke, do I still get to play Swindlestones? I want to know what the Analander's joke is. Tell a joke. Let me tell you a joke, you begin. The elves turn round to stare at you, leaving their dice game half finished. A joke? One spits. You wander into our caravan out of the wilderness to tell us a joke? It's a goblin joke. You continue. The elves narrow their eyes at you. Go on then. One grumbles, but it better be funny. Why was the goblin wedding feast made of dung? Why couldn't the goblin write his name? Forget it. We going with the poop joke or we going with the intelligence joke? I'm gonna try to write his name. Why couldn't the goblin write his name? The elves look at you impassively. Give the punchline, string it out, give up. String it out. They look at you. Well, you demand, letting them dangle for a moment. They roll their eyes in reply. He thought only wizards could spell. You finish. The elves look at one another blankly. I don't get it, one says. Spelling means to cast a spell, but also to write a word, the female elf says. But spells are cast by writing words with stars, the first elf says. The female elf shrugs. You're right. They look back at you hoping for some kind of explanation. Okay, I got another. You remark. The first elf is out of his seat faster than you can react. This swinging, it seems you've really upset him. Oh, God. Did I just give up my right to swindle stones? Okay. Step one. Does this little scrawny, dumb elf go all in or block turn one? This is called a make sure you bet higher than him, but don't go all in. Okay. Thought he was gonna defend, I was right. Typical cheating human. Black elf growls, balling his fist. You laugh in reply and swing a punch for his chest as he puts his fist up defensively. Black elf mutters with pleasure at escaping unharmed. The muscles in his arms tighten. Cheating. Apparently I cheated at my joke. Perhaps if I won at Swindle Stones, this would also be the outcome. Maybe. Maybe we just shortcut to this ending. The muscles in his arm tighten. Surely the 6 is higher than this little dude can muster. We're going all in. Ooh! Ooh, baited him in to almost a full power swing. You maintain the momentum and shove him backwards across the smoldering fire and almost out of the circle of caravans. He's clumsy and wide open. You filthy human! He cries. The black elf stops to spit blood into the fire and beckons you with a long, hooked finger. I think he has more points than I do, but I only need to do 1 stamina, so I feel like pushing the attack is still right. It is, by 0.1! You launch at him again. You leap forwards, grabbing his skull with both hands and headbutting him. The final punch ends the fight. The black elf spins twice and then hits the ground. No stamina lost. Perfect punch-up. The elf woman is more cautious and draws a long blade. Okay. Chat, are you really gonna accuse me of murdering this troop of traitors just because I told a bad joke? They started it. We should all get on the same page before things go really south. I can't believe how much they did not like my joke. I didn't even have a chance to trade. The elf woman's more cautious. You will find I am not so careless, she spits. And once I have your head, I look forward to the Archmage's reward. I think now we're finding the truth of the matter, but maybe I could have bought some things before this happened. I think defend first. Okay, that's fine. Safer. The black elf lifts its short sword and grins in the firelight, but then she startles and changes her mind, dropping back and cowering behind the fire pit. You drop into a defensive crouch. The two of you watch each other patiently. Guess you shouldn't have told them you were going to Mampang. Yeah, so it would seem. That sure escalated quickly. It did. It did. Alright, we're watching each other patiently. That now, logistically, that means she's gonna defend again. But it could also mean nothing. She has 7 stamina, I only have 10. If I screw up this attack... The text me, my gut says she's gonna defend again if we're watching each other patiently. There's no indicator that she's about to do anything crazy. So I'm gonna go like a 1.8. And then if I lose health, well then I will not trust my gut again. Oh boy. Then the Black Elf gets the better of you. You lurch forward, but she is stronger. And she dashes forward, sword jabbing outward, scaring you back. You check for blood, but see none. She tilts her sword up a little. I'll give you a nice 3. Oh, okay! How do you still have that much power? She rounds on you, blade flashing. Sweeping wide leaves you open, and she jumps forward, jabbing with that cruel blade. The Black Elf leaps a little way back. Okay, for real this time, 2. Okay, give me a nice easy hit. Enough of this. Striking forward quickly, you go for her heart, but she rushes back out of reach behind the brazier. She readies her sword. 3-5. 3-8. Oh, how do you don't have that? I'm gonna die! You can't have that much power still left. You just did a full swing and a 4-5, 1 defense, and you're back to 4-5 already? She has you diving backwards. Cutting low leaves you unprotected, and she shimmers forward, cutting sharply. She cackles as she sees you stagger and stumble. She cowers. Quiets. Alright, this is definitely like a defense. She cowers. Okay, we'll take a chip off. You feel a bloodlust upon you. You lurch forward for a groin. Quickly, she whips her sword back to cover her body and stops your blow. I'll see you in pieces, she teases, and drifts a little way back. She drifts a little way back to lure me or to defend again. If I take this the wrong way, I think she's gonna defend. It's safer for me to defend though. Okay, I was right. But I have more power than her. You drop back to the other side of the fire, raising your sword to protect your body. The Black Elf steps back shakily. Too afraid to face me, she goads, despite her own defensive play. She narrows her thin eyes, ready for a strong blow. There's no way she has higher than an 8-3. I didn't think so. You got baited. You sense an opening. Stomping forward, you ready a heavy swing, good to cleave her in 2. You catch the Black Elf wide open and off balance, and your blade plunges deep. She gasps, and her dark eyes narrow to slits of pain. She gasps in pain before staunching a wound in her arm, pulling tight at an armlet. Shoot, she sneezes. She's allergic to blood. Finish her. You show no mercy. You power a heavy blow at her heart. The Black Elf gasps her last as you run her through. 6 stamina lost, shameful. The elf falls onto the dust of the plain. The last elf takes one look at his fallen comrades and flees to one of the nearby caravans. You most likely only have a moment before the entire camp attacks. I feel as though, there's like 4 open rooms here. I just wanted to tell a joke. Look what happened. Look what happened. Well, I have to search the bodies. I have to search the bodies. You pat down the bodies of the 2 elves, finding 10 gold pieces. In the pocket of the elf woman, you find a cloth skull cap. It appears that my bit of stolen treasure somehow found its way into this strange elf's personal business. Not sure if she was the one who bumped into me and stole it originally. Wasn't it like a hooded figure? Who I wouldn't recognize anyway? Cast a spell or run for it. I think it was a hooded figure. Either way, justice has been served! My cloth skull cap has returned. Now I need to find that stupid runt of a kid and take back my sunstone. I can't believe this. If I did not stop to search the body, I would not have known that this justice had been done. It's amazing. All right, what spells can we cast? Let's see. Galehorn? Sorry, yes, the Galehorn. I did mean that. Well, we can not cause speed. We can also not cause sleep. We cannot cause fear. There's a lot of letters here. Cause lightning. Cause teleportation. What? What do you mean unknown? Huh? What does this mean? You can't, I've never seen an unknown spell before. Don't tell me, chat. I don't want to know what it does. Yap, talk with animals. Don't have a giant's tooth anymore. Now you gotta do it. Well, I might backfire if I die. Did I do it on top? No, I did not zob on top of the ziggurat. I'm pretty sure I did not zob on top of the ziggurat. If I did, I would know what it does. It wouldn't be unknown. I did the cat one. I did luck. And I did one that backfired. If you rewind, you can just tell about it. I don't want to rewind. W-O-K, create a shield for 1 piece of gold. Could be helpful. Create an invisible wall. I think that's all the letters. And I only have 4 stamina, so zapping is really not that good. I might end up having to fight somebody else. And if that's true, maybe making a shield out of a piece of gold. Because I picked up some gold off the person, too. I wish I had the black face mask still. We haven't had an opportunity to jig yet. To make people dance. We know what Yob does. We know what Yap does. We don't know what Zob does. If I have to fight them again, here's the thing. You have to understand this, chat. If you want me to cast Unknown Zob just to see what happens, you must know. If I end up dying, I'm gonna do everything the exact same way up till this point, or you're gonna have to watch it again. This is so irresponsible, though. I accept. Okay, fine. Unknown spell. I think the whole camp of elves is about to descend on me. Should I run? Should I cast a spell that I've relied on for the last few games? Wait a second. Z. O. B. It's not even in my spell book. It must be just too powerful. They don't even want the sorcerers to know about it, so they don't even put it in the lessons. Zob! I've cast this before. You try to bind the enchantment, but you are missing an item that it needs, and so the spell dissipates around you. We've already done that. All that work for no reason. It's an enchantment bind. Or if I know it's an enchantment bind, stop putting it as unknown. Alright, what was the spell for, the shield? Not Gak. Was it W? Nope, that's wall. Walk. Create a shield requires 1 stamina and 1 gold piece. The 1 stamina is a bit harsh. But if I think I'm gonna run into some more trouble, having a shield might be good for 1 coin. Might even save me some extra stamina, possibly. Just do it. Walk! You place a gold piece on your wrist and cast a spell. A moment later, the coin is gone. You feel the weight of an invisible shield on your arm. Let us run. Time to run. If the shield does nothing, well, at least I don't have to worry about getting caught. I can't believe I'll have no idea what the rest of this does. Figure it out in your own playthrough, I guess. You turn to run, but you're too late. The elves have fanned out behind the caravans. They quickly surround you. As the creatures approach, you raise your invisible shield. But against the whole encampment, it is simply not enough. You are overwhelmed and dragged, kicking and shouting, back towards the camp. The elder approaches with a miserable smile. What is this?
The 7 serpents are looking for you,
The old elf replies.
which makes you of great value.
He gestures to the elves.
You know what to do.
He declares. I will burn this whole village to the ground. You are dragged across the dust to the back of the caravan. The guards set to work, making a tall wooden X from 2 long planks of wood.
Please, do not mistake us for servants of the Archmage,
The elf leader says, as you are thrown down on one of the frames.
We are not, but we would be his friends.
So, here's the thing. I know you might not think so, chat, because you're biased. But in the heart of the Analander right now, okay, beats a small bit of empathy, okay? How many times have I said, all right, I understand you just did something crazy, you just did something bizarre, you did something that's mind-boggling, but I will give you 1 chance to explain yourself. I've done this before, there's precedent. Flanker. I gave him a chance to give a good explanation why he was trying to kill me. His reason was not good enough. I tried to give the old man an example. I couldn't kill him, but it's fine. I beat him in dice like 18 times. I have also given at least a couple people in Karay the chance to explain their actions. So I will give them 1 chance. 1 chance. Before I vow to burn them to ash. Set me free, and I will help you.
You will help me just as you are,
The leader replies. From his pocket, he takes a long black flag, which he ties to the top of the frame. The elf leader jerks a thumb.
Hoist him up, my elves, and there's a ration of beer for all of you.
For a brief instant, the eager elves release your wrists. You literally just said you were going to burn them to the ground. That's my inner monologue. That's like Analander's just having a reaction. Like, I'm so angry, I'm going to burn them. But hold on, calm, think this through. Look, guys, I remember you told me specifically that you had no food, you're all scrawny, you're all weak, you're all dying. Maybe you're just desperate, you know? You've been apparently on the road for years, looking for Karay. Karay's gone. It's on fire. There's a little sympathy there. Little sympathy. A little bit. And I gave them 1 chance. If they had set me free, I would have helped them. I would have. Now let's see what we can do. Let's see what we can do. You're gonna sell me out? You're gonna sell me out. What is... Ooh, invisibility would have been sick here. What else we got? Hover in air. Float away. Teleport? I don't have any good get out of jail free cards, unfortunately. No M abilities. My options are very limited. G was Gak, which I cannot cause them to turn in fear. We gave up. Why can't I just blow my flute and make them all start dancing? I think I'm stuck here. I don't think I have any options, actually. I keep clicking Y, expecting something else to change. I don't think I've missed anything, I just don't think I have any options. Run, plead, cast a spell. The Analander does not plead. That much is certain. You try to scramble away, but the elves react immediately, grabbing at your arms and throwing you back onto the frame. Thick ropes lash your wrists, cutting deep. Then the frame is hoisted up into the air, and as you hang from the cross, arms unscrewing from their sockets, the caravan packs up and rolls away into the wastes. You are powerless to prevent them from leaving you behind. Korga. God Korga. You have seen that I have not done anything worthy of you abandoning me to date. You have seen my quest is noble. I have done nothing evil. Help me in this time of need. You close your eyes, clearing your mind, and pray to Korga for rescue. Are you heard? You cannot tell. Nothing seems to change. Your shield shimmers out of existence. The air stirs a little. Still cold, but fresh. On the cross, day 5, you have become weak, gained considerable gold, but found no new clues. Should have told the poo joke. What a summary. On the cross, day 5. We almost killed these elves. In what world did we almost kill the whole camp of elves? Techno. I was attacked by 2 elves for telling a joke. And I had to kill one of them, which was actually in self-defense. Hey, there's no VOD ads for subs. No, there's no VOD ads for subs, Molotov. That's one of the benefits of being a sub. So I don't know what the problem is. Anyways, almost killing a bunch of people doesn't count. Unless you actually were attempting murder, which I was not. Because I had no option. Anyway. Wake up. No one comes to your aid. Oh. A group of buzzards discover your position and begin to circle, no doubt daring one another to strike out your eyes. I have 1 stamina. Call out to them. Shout for help. Wait and conserve my strength. I will wait and conserve my strength. Someone will help me. Eventually. You wait, conserving your strength. And then, by some miracle, someone approaches. A horseback. A creature on horseback. A horseback on creature rides up, with a bow slung over its shoulder. Oh, black elves it calls, unslinging its bow. I hate their kind, notching an... Oh, he's not speaking. Notching an arrow, he takes aim at you. What? Do I look like an elf? Do I look like an elf right now? He's also the narrator. Uh-oh. Spare me and I will reward you. I am no elf. Spare me and I will reward you. Listen, I am no elf. You shout. I'm not blind, the creature calls back. Oh, gruff. I'm not blind, the creature calls back gruffly. It draws back the bowstring to its full extent. Hey, what? Did they turn me into an elf? I don't understand. Close my eyes, pray for aid, cry out. Korga. I don't think Korga can hear me. He's unwilling to aid you now. If you can't see the arrow can't see you. Maybe if he can't see me, then he won't be able to shoot me with a bow and arrow. Whatever, close my eyes and accept my fate. You screw shut your eyes as the creature releases the arrow. It flies straight and true with perfect aim, the tip slicing clean through the rope tied around your wrist. The second arrow frees one leg, leaving you able to reach over and untie the other bonds. Your fingers shake and shiver as they work. You work your arms and legs free and tumble to the ground. You get to your feet gasping, ready to crawl away into the desert. The creature who saved you raises a hand and then gallops away across the dirt. The night is dark, but there is nowhere in this ghastly plain to rest. So what? It's just a creature on horseback with bow over shoulder. Was that Korga's aid? Maybe, I don't know. They saved me and then left. That was it. Okay, well, sure. Let's get out of here then. We'll limp away. You crawl away from the camp. Oh my. That's just how it be sometimes. I guess so. Maybe that was Korga's aid. If we go this way, we can cross what was formerly a bridge. We would have to probably shine light from the beacons there. So in lieu of that, let's try and see what's up here to the north. We have 1 stamina though. Like, how far am I realistically gonna make it? As the morning moves on, the wind begins to rise. The ground here is broken, dry mud. Deep cracks and uneven surfaces make it slow going to walk across. The deep fissures and layers of the mud catch your eye. It is as though the whole plain has been held high in the air and then dropped. It must have been very fertile once. In a few cracks, thick clumps of grass still manage to grow. You swing your foot through one, and it hits something quite solid. Squatting down onto your heels, you look more closely. Inside a particularly thick clump of grass, you spy something dry, gray, and round. You begin to part the grass and reveal a familiar shape, a human skull. Its upper jaw set into the soil. It's almost lost beneath the thick grass that grows from the top of the skull. The skull appears intact. No wounds or injuries. It is only lightly buried. A little soil spills between the lower front teeth. The eye sockets stare through the thick green grass that covers the scalp. What is the difference in prying it free and levering it? If I lever the skull, am I going to break it? I'm not going to leave it. I'm either going to pry it free or lever it. Well, I guess I'll try and pry it free gently first. The skull is only lightly buried. A good tug should pull it free, but it does not come loose. Pull harder. You pull harder, but the skull doesn't budge. It's most likely attached to something under the soil. Pull really hard. Apparently it's attached to the rest of the skeleton, I assume. One of these could actually kill me somehow if I end up hurting myself. Levering it does seem the easier route. Might break it. Pulling really hard might break me. I will just lever it. I'll lever it. I think it's the only smart play, even if it breaks. You draw your sword and slip it under the skull, then lever hard. The skull flips up into the air with a snap and lands nearby. The short bony stake is left in the ground. Don't throw out your back. Look at the stake, keep the skull, cast a spell, leave the skull. Hold on. Isn't there a spell that requires a skull? Bamboo flute? No, I have that. I don't have goblin's teeth, glue, tooth, potions, pebbles, sand, plugs, face mask. One of these, perhaps. Or not. Or not. What then is the spell then? Why would I cast a spell here? There's nothing I can cast anyways because I have no stamina. Just kind of more curious than anything. Of course, this would be great. Can't afford it. God. Oops, I thought I clicked R. Resurrect. Resurrect the dead with holy water. Make the skull talk. Interesting. I think that's it. Can I look at the stake before keeping the skull? Let's look. You poke the stake in the ground. It is a short, stubby neck bone. Someone was buried here. You put the skull in your pack in case it should come in useful later, though for what you cannot think. You must continue your journey, but you are weaker than you realize. Perhaps you should simply rest here for a few hours and regain some strength. Next to this dead guy. I only have 1 stamina. I am very weak. Gratefully, you seat yourself and enter a meditative state taught to you by your masters. A sensation of great peace enters your body. Heat beats down from a cloudless sky, and you stand once more. So is that like an other item? Yeah, human skull. Appears to have been snapped off at the neck. Oh boy, look at these clues. Oh boy! The lake hides the serpent, but it will wait until you're alone to pick you off. The water serpent is vulnerable to oil. The fire serpent follows you. The fire serpent is weak to sand. The moon, weak to fire. Of do not eat from the larder of Throg. And also, in the dark chamber of night, do not light your way with the blood candle. Duly noted. We head west towards this strange imprintation in the sand. You make your slow way across the waste, falling into an easy stride. The sun begins to dip, heading toward the horizon. A little distance back from the old road, there is a deep pit in the ground, and a strange wailing noise comes from inside. Ooh. Just pick some up. What, sand? Pick some sand up. You pause to listen. It's a musical sound, the playing of a pipe. But the tune is unlike anything you've heard before. It seems to coil around itself, and the player does not seem to pause for breath. Go back and burn the caravan now. If only it were that easy. But what am I gonna do? Not go investigate? You stride over to the pit and peer into the edge. At the bottom squats a thin, dark-skinned man playing a pipe, and in front of him 6 snakes, all writhing and dancing in the air. Who is this strange, nosed person? Bald. Playing a snake song. The only choice is to investigate. He has not yet noticed you. Drink my snakebite antidote. A little premature for that. Cast a spell, make a move. Well, show me. What spells could we even possibly cast here? I wonder. Finally? For real? Cause lively dancing. I have to do that. I have to. You could also read his mind. You could also create quicksand. What? Fill the pit with quicksand and kill him? You can also cause the illusion of treasure or cause clumsiness for 3 stamina. Well, it's finally my time to doot-doot-doot with a bamboo flute and cause some lively dancing. Toot-toot. Jig. Looking to the constellations overhead, you craft the spell, pulling out your bamboo flute, and start to play. The man in the pit looks up with a surprise and some delight, but the spell does not seem to affect him. Another musician, he declares with pleasure. Perhaps I can play something that will amuse you. He's going to end up making me dance. Well, I think I made a good first impression. Go ahead. You could try. You reply. The man nods and begins to play a strange tune. It is soft and peaceful, and you find yourself becoming transfixed by his playing. Uh-oh. Is he gonna make me get eaten by snakes? I'm a little scared, but also, like, 2 musicians. Like, I'm playing music. Cover my ears. I just want someone to be nice, you know? What can I cast? Will he even let me cast a spell? There's no way to suss. There's a howl. Hot. Require 3 stamina counters Dock. So what counters Jig, I wonder? I bet I could cast this count. Don't tell me, chat. I'm just thinking out loud. Open locks and doors. Cause clumsiness. Wow, really offensive variables here, huh? Read minds. Might be too late for that. Is there any letter that I missed? The theme I got was Curiosity Killed the Analander. Yeah, but you have to learn somehow what's going on around here. Tell is free. Or at least it'll give me an idea on the motivations that he's got. Tell is free. He might just steal it from me again, though. Tell! You turn the starlight into alignment around you, pulling on the cloth skull cap as you do. But being telepathically linked to the snake charmer only makes the effect of his playing stronger. You find yourself dancing maniacally. Your eyelids fall, heavy, but suddenly strangely thin. You reach up to rub them, only to find you have no fingers, no hands, and your arms pinned to your side. Scales appear on your flesh and a long forked tongue spits from your mouth. The snake charmer smiles. Welcome, my beauty. You make a fine addition to my family. You've been turned into a snake and your adventure is at an end. Okay. Like, how am I supposed to not metagame here? I got transformed into a snake. How am I supposed to not metagame this? Jig did nothing. He's just immune. The one time I get to cast it, of course. You know what? Watch this. Jig! Perhaps I can play something that will amuse you. You could try. The man nods and begins to play a strange tune. It's soft and peaceful. You find yourself becoming transfixed by his playing. You snake now. Go live in Spire. Will it be worth all of my stamina to do this? Maybe. I did suspect there was something amiss the first time around, and I'm willing to pay the stamina cost to not metagame. Metagaming would be avoid the pit altogether, right? I'm just coming back from the dead, going to the point that I died, and trying to solve this puzzle a little differently. It will take its toll on me, that's for sure. Dumb. You turn the starlight into alignment around you. As you finish the spell, the charmer fumbles his pipe. He tries to pick it up again, but it seems suddenly to have broken. He bangs the pipe on his leg in annoyance. You smile, recognizing the effect. It seems the spell of clumsiness is negated by that of dancing. You've learned a new counterspell. Manada is me, the snake charmer replies. I'm good to travelers. The snakes hiss and whine about their master. But I am curious as to who you are, Manada says. You are a traveler? Now what? Okay, so I'm in the back of my mind, I was thinking he might just drop the flute. And then the flute was the only thing controlling the snakes. And then the snakes eat him. And now I'm kind of in the same situation, except he can't easily turn me into a snake because he can't charm me as easily. But I already know he's evil, so, like, I don't know how to handle the situation. What are these snakes? My pets,
He smiles. Most beautiful creatures on this earth. I sing for them.
One of the vipers nips at your boot.
Please, Monada croons, tell me of your travels.
Well, we learned the lesson of not telling people we're heading to Mampang. They're all out to get me. Perhaps we can trade, you suggest?
What do you have?
Monada asks, leaning forward to peer into your bag. I don't think so, buddy. You pull your bag away before he can peer inside. The charmer looks up at you with annoyance but does not argue. Show him my bag, offer snakebite antidote, bamboo pipe, or boar skin boots. Well, the boots are going to be useful. They just are. I just used the pipe one time. If I gave him anything, it would be snakebite antidote, but if I hand him that, doesn't he just sick snakes on me and poison me? Hey, Sading. How's it going? Yeah, I did learn a new counterspell, so that was useful. Jig counters dumb. If anybody ever cast that on me. But I'm curious what he would have to offer. If I offer something, do I have to go through with whatever he offers me? That's what I'm not sure about. I'll offer the snakebite antidote and see what happens. You show him the bottle of the snakebite antidote. He peers at you, then laughs.
Do you think I need it?
He wipes a tear of amusement from one eye. The snake charmer's clearly lost interest in you. He returns to tickling one of his serpents. You nod to the snake charmer and scramble up out of the pit. He begins to play once more as you walk away. Well, at least we're not dead. He's not dead either. But we learned a counterspell. So productive death, I suppose, but I'm only at 1 out of 18 stamina. I didn't want to give him the other two things. So, oh well. We didn't really learn anything from him either, so back to 1 stamina, I suppose. Northeast, baby. All the way. You carry on tramping across the endless dusty plains. Clouds rumble as they roll across the dimming sky. The face of the cliff is somewhat unnatural, with odd shapes, protrusions, and curves. You examine the cliff face, feeling over its strangely undulating surface. It's as though something had once been carved here. Perhaps a head on this side. A feet over there. Strangely, though, it is as though the figure was lying down. Maybe we just shine the lantern over here and find out what it was. East of the Barubak Ridge lie the Claddaback Steps, which you must cross to reach the lake. Then we will surely go south and see what we find here. You walk away from the cliff across the plain. The sun is almost set in the sky, a deep purple. It'll be night soon. Scoured into the plain here are deep, curving ruts. From a cart? From a creature? From a cart, perhaps? Most likely not. They curve back and forth, so unless the driver was blind, drunk, or led by a maddened horse, such tracks would be impossible. Most likely, they are the tracks of a snake. But the size is hard to comprehend. Each groove in the land is large enough to stand in, up to the height of your hip. Uh-oh. Probably don't want to find the serpents right now, with 1 stamina. But following the tracks doesn't mean that they're there right now, right? You follow the curving tracks backward and forward across the plain. They turn a little southward, but continue toward the mountain. It's a long trip. 1 stamina boss battle coming up. The tracks give out as the ground underfoot turns from dust to broken rocks at the foot of the eastern ridge. Sitting in the low rocks and humming to himself is a dwarf. Over his shoulder is a cloth string bag. All right, dwarf, you gotta be good. What up? Greetings, stranger, you hail, striding toward him. The dwarf peers back. And what are you? He demands. Are you here to rob me? I mean you no harm. No. I mean you no harm. Certainly, he replies. But you don't mean me no good, either. I'll be warranted. As he talks, he slings his bag onto his lap and opens it up. From inside, he removes a chunk of heavy blackened bread. You want some? He asks. Thank you. What is your price? Shake my head. Am I going to get killed by a dwarf with some bread? What is your price? You reply suspiciously. The dwarf laughs.
Price? What good is a price out here? You see any merchants? You see any stalls for trading? This place is dead as they come. You can't eat gold.
Give him a gold piece for the bread. You hand him a gold piece anyway. He looks uninterested but pockets it all the same. You sit down on a rock close by the dwarf, and he hands you a chunk of bread. It is stale and dry, but still provides some nourishment to stave off the worst of your hunger. Well, better opportunity to play Swindlestones. We kind of missed our chance against the Black Elves. What's your name?
Mist,
He replies.
stupid name for a dwarf. Dwarfs have names like Gutter Space, not names like Mist. But my parents thought they were doing something different, didn't they?
What are you doing out here? Do you play? Let's just go right for the throat. Do you play Swindlestones? You ask, taking out the dice. The dwarf nods.
I'll play you all right, but I won't stake anything as I've got nothing to lose.
Fine. What if I say I only play for wagers? Do I forfeit? I mean, no stake Swindlestones. He's got 1 gold. That's true. He's already said he won't stake anything, so I feel like saying this is just don't play. So let's just, fine, just play. The dwarf hands you your dice and waves at you to bid. We're just gonna win for the fun of it. Maybe we'll learn something from this old dwarf. Swindlestones time. We got a 1, 2 threes, and a 4. The 2 threes are really nice to have. Let's start the bidding at, I'll say 2 twos. I don't have 2 twos, but he doesn't know that. So he bids 2 fours. Yeah, I believe that, but I'm going to raise you to 3 threes because I've got the threes. So it's time to come clean. All right, I haven't been paying attention to the text at all. What did we say? Can you tell anything about how to cross these mountains? I'm no archaeologist. I didn't ask you about archaeology. No one crosses the ridge. No one has for hundreds of years. Does he have 1 3? He does. He does. Whoops. The suspicious dwarf loses the first round. Maybe he'll give me a clue if we play. You've been to Carré then, have you? Well, I just came from Carré. And you have just left? There's nowhere else to come from. Wow. Call 1 3. I have a 1, 2, 3, and 4. 2 threes. Well then, 2 fours. Yeah, I believe you got 2 fours. I don't think I can raise that. What was his first bid? 1 3? He definitely doesn't have another 3. I think I'm just going to lose this round no matter what. 3 fours. We'll take the chance. Let's go higher. He's going to call. He'll raise it. Okay, now's my chance. If I call, he's got to have 3 fours. That's great odds for me. You're not very good at Swindlestone so far, Mr. Dwarf. But thanks. The dwarf points a finger upward. Let me think. I have a 1 and 3 fours. Well, let's start with 2 1s. I don't think that's unreasonable. 2 2s. You're telling me both of your dice are 2s? You gotta play the odds. You gotta play the odds. The odds are he does not have 2 2s. And the odds were right. And then there was 1. The mind reader really trained us for this. Really did. The Archmage has his flying vermin, doesn't he? Of course. How does anyone reach Mampang if the backlands cannot be crossed? Interesting. So, he bids 2 4s right off the bat. Well, that just... that was a very strange opening bid. Being very aggressive. Sorry, but I don't have it. You win the round. The dwarf curses. Good thing we didn't stake, he grumbles. Would have made things even worse. He gets to his feet. Oh, I'd better be moving on, he replies. Can't stay out here forever. Where will you go? We might travel together, and if we do, I'm going to have to change your voice. We could travel together. He screws up his nose at that. My rations will last twice as long without you, friend, he answers. You can head out and starve on your own. Take his bag from him. Fine, see you later, dwarf. Maybe we'll meet again. Very well, you nod. You will also starve alone. You continue on your way. Well, at least he wasn't mean. We got that going for us, I guess. He wasn't a dick. Don't think there's any reason to go up all these steps to a broken bridge, so we may as well just check the north and then maybe backtrack from there. Become the robber you were born to be. You walk amongst the uneven stones till you find level ground, an old road. Night falls and you are worn out. You need to rest. On and on you go, pausing every now and again to scout out the land ahead. And then suddenly, you stop. Something is rising. Something is moving over the next rise, approaching very fast. Wait and watch. You stop in the middle of the path as the shape approaches. It's a small, two-legged creature about half your size, approaching at a remarkable rate. Raising a hand, you hail the tiny creature. As it gets close, you see it's a small gnome-like creature with dark skin and ugly features. Its little legs move at an incredible rate, and it helps itself along with a walking stick. How is it moving so fast with a walking stick that's also shaped like a dwarf? I mean, like, no. That would be very bizarre if the gnome was using a walking stick shaped like a dwarf, but it's in fact a walking stick shaped like a snake. He's got a feather in his cap and a jester's outfit, apparently. Look at the stick. Look at the creature. Approach the creature. You can't help but notice the stick is carved into the shape of a serpent. That's not good. Looking at the creature, it's hard to imagine anything could be so ugly. Its features are scrunched up as if drawn on paper that has since been burned. Its hair is matted and filled with bones, some used as ties, others the remains from creatures who have crawled in and died. Silently you wonder to yourself if this creature is friend or foe. Have it whichever way you like, shouts the creature in a squeaky voice. A telepath. Oh boy. Getting mind read. A telepath! Indeed I am, continues the creature, replying to a thought you did not even have time to formulate. The gnome smiles. You think very loud, like shouting in a thunderstorm. The remark doesn't make much sense. I don't know you. So what? The gnome replies, astonished. Make up your mind. Well, he knows what I'm going to do before I do it, so we may as well be friends with 3 stamina. I'll be your friend, you suggest. Very good, the creature replies as it narrows its eyes. Now, prove it. It holds out a grubby hand, expecting some kind of gift. Oh, what's with all the items? Give it a coin. You take out a gold piece and hand it to the creature, who throws it immediately to one side. Rubbishy metal, it scoffs. If I want metal, don't you think I can find my own? You pick the coin back up. Give it an item. You look in your pack for something you are willing to offer the gnome. Offer a magic chain, offer a sun jewel, or try something else. I'm going to go for the magic chain here. We had a couple opportunities to use the magic chain in Corée. The silver chain that eats itself from the chain maker we've been harboring for a long time. We may as well try and get on this telepath gnome's good side. Right? The chain is magic. That's better than just being silver. And it's better than giving him sun jewels, which we can actively use as part of our sorcery repertoire. Okay, well, maybe the magic chain will be of some benefit to us after all. Here you go. You pull the magic chain from your pack and show it to the gnome. It shakes its fuzzy head.
Weapons are boring, it replies, even faintly magical ones. Put that away or tie your boots up with it.
Do I have to give up the sun jewel? This has been so useful. It lights up runes. It lights up dark places. Try something else. No! Oh no! Hold on, no, back it up. No, go back. I wish it had this. I wish it had the repeat option. I tried money. I tried. Would I really be willing to part with the sun jewel though, just to prove I'm this guy's friend? Would I? The sun jewel's very valuable, but maybe his help is more valuable. Could be. Give it nothing. You shake your head, keeping your pack closed.
So then,
The creature replies. It shrugs.
shame. We could have been good for each other. Now get out of my way.
Well, is there really a reason to fight this dude with 3 stamina? He hasn't really done anything bad. He just refused to help me. Let the gnome pass. You step aside and the gnome beetles away, legs gearing up to more with astonishing speed. In a moment, he's disappeared from sight. How strange. How bizarre. The barely visible path winds up through low foothills toward an open plateau in the mountains of the ridge. The stars flood the sky. All around is nothing but loose rocks and gravel. These plains are empty, dark, and desolate. There is nowhere here you could rest. The ground is too uncomfortable. You must keep walking. Oh, I'm gonna die. Dude's gonna pass out. Hang on, Korga? Korga has not been of much help. He kept me alive one time. The path winds this way and that, until it reaches the foot of a stone staircase of broken and smashed stones. You could probably pick your way up. Pick my way up. Hold on. Into the plateau. Or up the steps. I don't think these lead anywhere I want to go. I don't want to be up there yet. So let's go into the plateau. Northern Plateau, day 6. You have scraped by, lost a little gold, and found no clues. Oh, it's so sad. The poor Inlander is sleep deprived, starving, probably still has fleas. Yes, very sad indeed. Ace Tech says, I bought an 81 Pop-Tart pack, 9 varieties. Which flavor should I have? That's a lot of Pop-Tarts. How do you have 81? I think you just close your eyes and pick one at random. And then tell me what you get. That'll work. You make your way downhill. In the distance, the sun breaks over the horizon. You've been awake all night, weaker for it. You must keep going. Your exertions have left you weak. Perhaps you should simply rest here for a few hours and regain some strength. Korga's here. I think we need to move on. You shake the idea away. You cannot afford to waste time. You've no choice but to not stop no matter the cost. I think we need to go through the forest all the way down here. It's going to take us like a full day to get there. Let's pray to Korga. Maybe he'll actually help us. Korga has heard you, and you feel better. Okay. I think that was preferable to waiting and wasting a bunch of time. Let's take a peek. I'll go uphill. We got time. I will go up and check out this broken bridge. You're at the staircase. Up the steps we go. You make your way up a broken and half-visible staircase to the mountain top. The air moves a little, still icy but fresh. Suddenly, the sun is snuffed out like a candle. A hissing sound begins to echo around the rocks, and overhead, a larger moon than usual seems to rise from the horizon. It's a serpent. Stop to look. You look in surprise. The shape rises a little higher. A strange, almost translucent ball. Then the round shape uncoils itself.
The shimmering body of the moon serpent is revealed, hovering in the air above you. Its wide fangs are open, and it is coming for you. There he is. It was only $50. Good deal. So you got what? 81 Pop-Tart pack. Does that mean you have 81 packs of Pop-Tarts and thus have 162 individual pastries? Is that what that means? It's on Amazon? Oh god, no. Wait. Yeah, because there's no way you only have an odd number of Pop-Tart pastries. It has to be an even number of Pop-Tart pastries. That's why I was confused by 81. I don't know. You're the one that purchased this, Ace Tech. Why don't you figure this out? Don't just link me. I'm not gonna, like, open it up when I'm about to fight the moon serpent. Hey, let me try. I gotta look at this 81 Pop-Tart deal. I might just buy this shit to fight moon serpent. Well, look at his little baby spider wings. He's, like, covered in cobwebs. Intricate Shenron design going all the way down. Look at him drink the snakebite antidote. They really want me to do this. Light my tinderbox. Draw my sword, cast a spell, run for it. Well, I'm gonna look at him first. The creature is enormous. Its wide wings seem to stretch from horizon to horizon, and its eyes are two yellow orbs. It scales a mixture of circles, crescents, and fattened ovals, and vary only slightly in shade, from flat gray to shimmering silver. Its teeth are long, hooked slivers. Saliva streams down their curves. I think you know what to do, chat. I was told this creature is somewhat averse to fire. And indeed, fire is what we will try. But we could also zob, which wouldn't do anything. Not now. Maybe it would. I don't know. It keeps being an option. S? What? What? Speak in snake tongue? Like, that's the only thing this could be, right? Is speak in snake tongue. Hiss with me, sisters. Make it depressed. Yeah, that would probably work. Ancient and venerable serpent. I cause depression. No, our mission here is to kill these snakes and defeat them through any means necessary. It probably will not be subject to illusions, even though that is an interesting option. It will be able to see right through them. I was warned to use fire, and so fire I will use. Just curious as to what all the options are. Summon darkness? Am I not already in darkness? It's the moon serpent. What do you think that's gonna do? Talk with animals. Or summon giant. That would have been fun, at least. Okay, we're gonna do the thing. Just need to find the H. T, my personal favorite. Hot. You weave the spell, creating a ball of flame between your hands. The serpent's eyes glitter in the light. It does not seem scared. Well, you should be. The flames of the burning fireball gutter as it flies quickly through the air toward the serpent. But you score a direct hit. The fire quickly spreads across the creature's skin. It seems fire truly is the serpent's weakness. One by one, the scales pop from its hide, peeling back and falling like leaves to the rocks below. The creature is screaming now in pain and terror. Wait and watch. The serpent has ceased its attack and is now lifting into the air, turning about, making to run. So eager. Draw my sword and kill it.
or let it go. I have been already captured by people who are working at the behest of the Archmage, working on behalf of the serpents, put me up on the cross. Oh, this will teach you to capture me, won't it? This will teach you to capture me. Or perhaps, if we leave it wounded, we can follow it to wherever it runs to. Perhaps a lair? Perhaps some other clue? There are options. There are options. But whatever I do, it has to be decided. You could kill it and get dope loot. But what if it takes me back to a cave? What if we make all the serpents obey me and I'll become the Archmage? Snake did nothing wrong. Really? Really? Etalyx, your mission is to make it to the Archmage, take back the crown. These snakes are to be destroyed. This message is from the king. The king has decreed you must destroy them. That's my objective. My objective is to kill them. So, I have to choose. You don't know this snake or those snakes? Yes, I do. I was explicitly told so, actually. In fact, the moon serpent's weakness. I don't know, guys. The moon serpent could be anything. Could even be a serpent that doesn't have a moon for a tail. I'm just saying. Where when it appears, the moon serpent is revealed. I feel like this is a big decision. The serpent has ceased its attack and is now lifting into the air. I don't know what to do. I mean, there's a chance that the old man in the tree is a bad guy, but he would have been there waiting for centuries. Centuries. I'll let it go. And here's why. I think that I can learn more from this. If I already know the moon serpent is weak to fire, I can just fireball him again when I run into him a second time. Staying low, you let the serpent disappear into the night rather than risk the fight. You breathe a sigh of relief. You survived your encounter with the moon serpent, but the serpent has survived as well. Chat, there's also, here's the thing. It could have been very possible. How many times have we cast Hot, and it doesn't insta-kill, and I have to do a fight on top of casting Hot? I don't think that the God Serpents would have gone down in one hit. I think there would have been like a subsequent fight. So with 4 stamina, would not have been wise, possibly, to get myself locked into that. Staying low, you let the serpent disappear into the night rather than risk the fight. You breathe a sigh of relief. You survived an encounter with the moon serpent, but the serpent has survived as well. Next time, the serpent will be armed with a fire extinguisher. Anyways, next time I come across a snake, I'm just not going to look at chat at all, actually, Clive, because it was not all chat said to kill him. Half of you were like, no, he's just being evil because it's fun. And the other half of you were like, kill it! Kill it! You'll get some sweet loot! Instead, you're just making me delay the stream. So let's not delay any longer. Look west. Looking back west across the plains, you spy a dark smudge on the land, a cloud of black dust rising from the wheels of the caravan you encountered earlier. It seems not to have moved, or else it is traveling in circles. I need more than 4 stamina to burn them up. Looking east, you see the plains continuing and then the edge of the forest of Snatta, dark and tangled. Somewhere beyond is the distant glitter of Lake Ilklala, which you must somehow get across. The edge of the mountaintop ends abruptly. There are a few carved stones and then a vertical drop. So we have looked west, we have looked east. We can look around the clearing. We've already looked east, we just haven't looked over the edge. You look around the clearing, there's nothing here except for a little stonework by the eastern edge of the plateau. The remains of a building, perhaps, or a ledge. Now, the real reason I did not quote-unquote finish off the serpent, if indeed it was that easy, chat, is because if you recall, the creature appeared, looked at me, did not do anything. I threw the fireball, so it had not actually attacked me in any capacity yet. So therefore I did not kill it. I want to see what it does. I want to see what happens. There is nothing here except for a little stonework by the eastern edge of the plateau. Look at the old stone. You go over to the ancient stone. It sticks out from the rock a few fingers and then breaks away, only barely distinguishable from the stone in the mountain. Another piece protrudes a short distance away. Whatever was here was large and beautifully wrought once, but now it is gone. Well, it will reappear if we move the light over there. You creep to the edge of the plateau and peer down. The drop is not vertical after all, but skitters away down the mountainside. You might be able to skid down it, though you couldn't walk, and there would be a constant danger of rolling. Time to head for lower ground, one way or another. Well, I ain't gonna roll down into the forest of Snatta, unfortunately. That just seems like a terrible idea. Anyways, chat, if you want to do things differently, games on Steam, you can buy it whenever you want, and just play them literally in any order. You can even load my save if you wanted to and do it differently. But this is my playthrough. The slope is windswept. You trudge onwards. As the sun climbs toward its zenith, the winds pick up. From the middle distance, a curious sound reaches your ears. I have to listen. The sound is some kind of screech. Quiet, but close at hand. But the mountainside is barren, and there's nothing that could be causing that sound. But I get more enjoyment out of being wrong while you play it, Alex. Why? Just strange. Well, I don't know why that would be the case. Big, grow in size. Require 1 stamina. Probably a little premature. Could search for danger. Use one of our precious staminas. Sap nothing. Magical protection. Also has not done anything. All game. Or float. I think it would be wise to look for danger. We're in a precarious position. Shush! Consulting the stars, you bind... That does not look good. You bind the magic, and a quiet voice enters your mind. It tells you that there is nothing to fear here, but that close at hand in the mountains a serpent awaits. This message delivered, the voice fades. You've barely finished the spell when something happens. A fearful shape begins to form. A dark-cowled creature with a skull-like head. It seems your spell somehow missed this. Okay. The ghost of Sauron has appeared before us. With razor-sharp teeth. Okay, but here's the thing. If the spell missed this, does that mean that it's not dangerous? It has to. We have to trust the magic. But look how evil he looks. Approach, run for cover, cast another spell. Whatever, just come on. You approach cautiously. The apparition appears to be a death wraith, like the one you fought in Shinva's tomb in Karay Necropolis. As you step nearer, it opens its arms wide to clasp you. Run for cover in the rocks. With the death wraith laughter ringing in your ears, you turn and race through across the rocks, tripping and stumbling down the mountainside, cutting and bruising yourself with every fall. The death wraith's laughter seems to follow as you go. How did Sus miss this? Shrill, piercing, and cruel. Don't look back. You keep running, not wanting to risk the lure of those hypnotic eyes once more, and you do not stop until you're on flat ground again. Well, I guess we're back to 1 stamina.
He's probably friendly. He's probably nice.
You climb down the mountain and join the old road. The sun has reached its highest point now. You're about to die. We never did inspect the rubble of this great tower, did we? You step off the road and cut across empty plain. The afternoon is starting to draw on. You climb up a low rocky rise, not a natural outcrop as you first assumed, but rather a pile of large carved blocks over which the dust of many ages has blown. I need something here. You peer in between the larger stone blocks and shift a few smaller ones out of the way. You see nothing, and then a glimpse of blue shines through. A gem? A small lizard scurries out from between 2 of the fallen blocks. Reach for the blue gleam. Helped last time. I don't think there's any spell that would help us here. You try to squeeze your hand into a crack in the stone to reach the blue gleam of crystal, but it is still only just visible under a heap of large stones. You cannot get close enough to reach. Look in my pack for something useful. Use sword or magic chain to knock the crystal free. Like, what am I gonna possibly cast for 1 stamina? It has to be a free spell. Which is asking quite a lot. Become 6 of me. That actually could lift the rubble. But I can't cast it. Wow, that might be interesting. Except, they stole that from me and I cannot use it anymore. Big. Probably could move it. Oh, we already did 6. My bad. How does quicksand help you here? No idea. Illusion of treasure. Yes, fool that blue crystal into thinking you're rich. Open locks and doors. I don't think there's anything I can cast. Use the magic chain. What's that just gonna fall between the cracks? If this just falls between the cracks, I'm gonna be very... What's it gonna... Just use the sword. You draw your sword and slip it into the cracks between the stones. It manages to reach the blue crystal. You could maybe flick it free, though it might damage the blade if you do. You'd be better to find a stick from somewhere. Use the Analand sword instead. You use your older sword rather than risking the broadsword. Slipping it down to the crystal, you nick it a few times on the stones, but eventually the tip touches the gem. You knock the crystal into a gap between the stones where you should be able to reach it. You touch the blue crystal, and suddenly you feel yourself ascending. It's a teleporter. Wowee! A moment later, you are tumbling downward from the sky, wind rushing past your face. You are certain to shatter into 1,000 pieces, and then suddenly, on the ground once more. You are back on top of the southwestern stone tower. The beacon is lit, its polished crystal eye blazing. You touch the blue crystal, and once again, you seem to rise up above the ground. Okay, I was just seeing how that worked. Look at the view, touch the blue crystal, adjust the beam, or climb down the tower. If I was going to adjust the beam... Is there anything down here that we really want to see in a different light? Oh, we can cancel... I see, this cancels out certain things. I want to go this way through the forest and ask them about the stuff. We might need to cancel that out in the future. We can almost make this bridge. I think it might need the others. Ooh, hang on. Yeah, let's do this. That's a great idea. That is a great idea. You adjust the contraption around the tower, passing the strange glow across the land, and touch the crystal, beginning to move upward. Now we don't have to worry about shining the light on the bridge anymore, because we can just go from place to place. We can use the blue crystal. So we reforged the other beacon with the first. Is the beam doing stuff? Yes. Haven't you been here for the whole stream? You plummet from the sky. It takes a moment for you to regain your breath. Incredible! You're atop a stone tower which did not exist before, in the northern plains of Barubak. Set into the floor here is a bearing track on which a brass cylinder rests, with a blue crystal set into its length. Check myself. Check yourself. You're all in one piece, if a little breathless. You turn about on the spot, taking in the view in all directions. The fissure in the land is now to the south and rushes with water, and where the light from the cylinder falls, all is bright and green. The effect makes your eyes water. On one side of the turret is a trap door, which is closed. Ironically, don't even have one stamina to try to open it. The trap door has an iron ring. Give it a sharp tug. It doesn't move an inch. Twist it. Bop it. Pull it. Twist it. Pull it. Twist it. You tug at the ring and you start to wish they were not traveling alone, so at least there would be someone to laugh at your feeble attempt. Okay. I think I've seen enough. I will come back and try to open this trapdoor eventually later. There is no gripweed to climb on this tower and no handholds in the stone. You have no choice but to fling yourself from the... No. Hang on, game. Back it up. I only got one stamina here. I would... Listen. We can arrange a thing... We can just... Can we not just teleport back here where it's safe and I climb down the gripweed safely? Is this really the only option? The fall is short, but unpleasant. You hit the ground with a heavy thump, your ankle buckles. You have fallen to your death. The adventure... The game forced me to die just there. There was literally no other option. No, okay, yeah, I know. I got... Well, we may as well just rewind to this one. Okay. We're here. So we're just gonna climb down this one. What an interesting twist. An endless death loop. Perhaps you should simply wait for a few hours to regain some strength. Fine. You squat down, try to relax your body and mind, and feel at great peace. Darkness closes in and you're exhausted. You should find a suitable spot to sleep, especially after walking all day without eating. The time has come to continue your journey. Excuse me? Can I not just rest there? I'm gonna try and head back down to the cave. You walk on across the prairie. Rocky outcrops break the ground here and there, and as the trail rises, you are soon walking on bare stone. The moon moves slowly across the sky like a lidless eye. We will come back to the funnel. You march on. Let's go to the Fishtail Rock and try and take our refuge in there if possible. You make your way over the rocks and boulders, following the trail where you can and scrambling the rest of the way. The moon sets and more stars appear. You make your way inside the cave and find the dark and safe corner. Setting down your pack on the rocks, you try to stretch out despite the wind. You've not yet eaten today, but you have no rations to ease your hunger. Sleep will not heal you if you have not eaten. And you do not dream. Day 7. You jumped off a tower and died, idiot. And also found no clues. Good, productive day. Perhaps you should simply rest here for a few hours and regain some strength. What choice do I have? So sleeping doesn't heal me, but resting does. Okay. More hours pass. The moaning winds finger at the pack and sword on you, threaten to, they're gonna steal my stuff! And you're ready to move on once more, finally going into the forest you've been looking at for like the last 3 hours. Oh boy. What a mess. Ugh. What a mess. We're finally here. You pick your way over the rocks to the edge of the road. The sun is hot now. The road forks here and the main path snakes up the mountainside to the east. In the elbow of the junction is a small stone idol. You pause to look down at the idol. The stone appears to be carved into the shape of an iguana. It stands upright on its tail, fingers splayed. A pictograph in the old hand is written beneath. The pictograph reads, Sorceress. The fingers of the gecko, you notice, are pointing eastward up the mountainside. You pause to touch the idol, but receive no particular blessing for it. Perhaps its purpose is merely to inform. Well, in we go. Through the makeshift pass of the forest. The rocks underfoot soon turn to slope, and then the slope gets steeper, until the going is hard. You are heaving for breath. The mid-afternoon heat floods the valley. The path quickly leads into an area of light forest, which covers the hillside with light shade. Animals scurry through the undergrowth, and birds fly overhead. It brims with life. From up ahead, you hear a repetitive beating sound. Forage, I guess. You leave the path for a few steps, pushing through the undergrowth and scouring for fruit or roots that might be edible. Eventually, you find a small plant with bright purple berries. Purple poison. Gonna be purple poison. Probably not grapes. Well, we can sense danger. I don't wanna. Hot or how? Both seem a little like overkill at the moment. We don't know a W spell. Taste a berry, pick a handful. Let's just pick a handful. You collect a decent handful of berries. A few are squashed, staining your hands in a bright blue color. What if these are poison? Do I have a choice? Eat them now. You eat another handful now. They are quite nourishing. You return back to the main path. The beating sound pauses for a moment, but then starts up once more. Love that tasty, delicious poison, Jax. The noise is loud and regular, accompanied by the occasional cry. Seems to be coming from somewhere close, a little way north. You push on through the trees, using the beating noise to cover the sound of your steps. Well, Curiosity did kill the inlander. But at least I have some stamina! Leaving the path to follow the sound, the sun disappears from view as you step into the trees. On all sides, the ancient forest looms up. Mid-afternoon haze makes the air uncomfortably warm. You follow the sound of blows through the trees until you come across a clearing, thick with knotted grass. On the far side stands a tall, wiry creature who wields an enormous axe. Whatever it is, it has not yet seen you. His attention seems to be focused on a nearby tree.
It is a good opportunity for a little mind reading, I think.
Indeed. But also, kill it. But also, depress it. But also, sense danger. But also, cause clumsiness. Let us read its mind and sense its intentions.
Tell! You gather the stars into your design around you, pulling on the cloth skull cap as you do.
The thoughts of the creature are quickly, loudly audible in your head. One more, it thinks to itself. Then my master will have to let me rest. I will have carried up 10 trunks up this wretched hill. The thoughts continue in a melancholy vein. I should have known better than to work for a sorcerer. Even the kindest ones are cruel, and this one is not the kindest at all. He swings his axe into the nearest tree. The trunk is so thick it barely makes a scratch. The creature sighs, swears, and then your spell fails. By one tree is a discarded water gourd, presumably belonging to the creature. Approach the creature, watch, pick up the gourd, slip away, cast another spell. Well, maybe they can take me to the sorcerer. Greetings, you cry, striding out into the clearing. The creature turns to face you, swinging the axe carelessly onto its shoulder. It looks you up and down with its prehensile eyes. Who are you? Well, I'm a traveler. The creature replies in a deep nasal grunt. And what are you? It asks. When you are a little closer and it can focus on you clearly, reaching down as it speaks to pick up the water gourd and sling it around its neck. I am a human. Like the wizard, the creature replies, nodding. I should have guessed. Even if you do have less hair on your face, it's hard to tell humans apart. What wizard? The creature uncurls an arm and gestures up the mountainside. The wizard, he says again. Then it seems he can think of nothing more to say and lowers his finger. Tell me more about the wizard. He's a... The creature pauses for thought. Nothing happens, and the creature closes its mouth. The woodsman points at your blue-stained hands with a claw. I see you've been grubbing in the berries. You know they're poison, don't you? Why is everything so bad? You're joking. The creature nods once, then cracks a smile. I am not good at it. Baited, chat. Baited. You got double baited. What are you doing here? You ask. The creature regards the tree stump next to it. I was cutting down a tree, it replies. That's what I was doing. That's a fine gourd you have. The creature shrugs. If you like gourds, he replies. I have about 22. But it's a lot, an impressive collection. Can I have it? You ask. And why should I give it to you? It demands. A gesture of friendship, you reply. The creature smiles thinly. All right. It tosses it over to you. I have 21. Tell me about the 7 serpents. The creature frowns. I don't know anything about serpents, it says. I know about beetles. As though on cue, a small insect crawls out of the bark of the half-cut tree and the creature scoops it up with its tongue. The woodsman lifts his axe once more. This tree won't cut itself, he declares. So get out of the way so it can fall where it wants. He begins to chop once more. You had enough of talking to this imbecilic creature and turn to leave the clearing. Oh, it calls. If you do go see the wizard, watch your back. Made a friend for once, I guess. Except the wizard apparently needs. I need to watch my back. The trees echo with bird song, and you push through the trees. Up we go. The trees thin out, leaving only bare rock. The sun is beginning to lower, and the air begins to cool. Here we are. You just called your new friend an imbecile. Well, the narrator apparently thought that he was not very smart. We're at like the top of this summit crater mountain. I'm most curious about the wizard at the top. We've been told they can help and that they can hurt. This was once perhaps the cone of a volcano. Now it is a wide, dusty stone bowl, but it is not empty. In the center stands a circular dwelling with a steeply pitched canvas roof. Does the gourd do anything special? I don't know, I'll take a peek. But first, I'm just curious. We can summon a goblin if we had a goblin too. Oops, I thought I clicked the H. How to get out of a dangerous situation? Become big? Or magic? Oh, actually, if there was any time to protect oneself from magic, would it not be before you meet a wizard? Match! You craft the enchantment and a veil of magical protection shimmers into place around you. Cold winds claw at your skin. You glance around the wide pit of the old volcano, but there is little to be seen. No doubt the ash mixed in the dust is what makes the forest you saw on the slope so lush and verdant. At least it seems fairly unlikely the volcano will erupt again. The wind whistles at the top of the mountain, and you approach the hut. I'm working on an idea revolving around zero-gravity structures. How would one design a house that needs no foundation? Wouldn't you just make it rotate in a cylinder so that you can create artificial gravity? Right? I don't know. Off the top of my head. I asked chat, not you. Fair enough. There you go. Got him. Okay, where's my, thing? Where's my gourd? Is it a magical item? It's not treasure, is it? Empty water gourd. The gourd is empty. So I can use it to, like, collect water and keep water with me. Not bad. Okay, I'm glad that our token of friendship was accepted. That it got one to me in the first place. You approach the hut. Its walls are made of painted wooden planks, well set into the rock below. This is no temporary shack or traveler's tent. A little thin smoke is rising from the stack. A few loose stones tumble over the sheer drop to the east and then disappear. Knock on the hut, look around the hut, cast a spell, make a move. Let's look around first. You walk a circle around the hut. To one side of it, you find a smooth chimney of rock carved into the mountainside, leading as straight as an arrow to the valley floor far below. Well, let's just be respectful. Oh, okay. I thought I clicked that button that I wouldn't be able to undo. Sorry to spook you. I spooked myself. I thought that I clicked make a move, which would have canceled knock on the door. You approach the door and knock. From inside, a wizened voice calls, "You're late! Stop wasting my time!" There's strong and generous magic here, as often occurs high up. Intrigued by the voice's words, you open the door and step inside the low hut. Indeed. In we go. We still have a magical shield. Inside the hut, your vision is lost in gloomy darkness. "Let us suppose," the croaking voice declares,
that I am a sorcerer, and you are a sorcerer too. Do you know which of us is the more powerful?
There is no contest. It me! Let us suppose that I am a sorcerer and you are a sorcerer. Do you know which of us is the more powerful? Leave quickly. There is no contest, you declare. It is I. Why? Okay. Well, okay. I didn't know that. I thought I was going to say he was more powerful. But I guess I'm the cocky Analander now. It me.
Just so,
replies the voice. A moment later, there is a snatch of music, but nothing else happens. It seems your spell of protection is working.
I see you are suspicious of me.
I can't believe my magical protection spell actually made me look good for once. It pays to be suspicious. Cease your spellcraft or I will run you through. Okay, that's the take nothing, no shit from anybody, Analander, which we're not playing as right now. I have been crossed before.
Very well. Your spell will wear off soon enough. I can wait.
You hear the speaker rise and approach. A wizened, calloused hand is offered.
That said, I mean you no harm, as you can tell by my advanced age.
Greetings. The speaker nods. I ain't shaking a wizard's hand, no way. Gentle light is filling the hut, and you can now see the sorceress, a woman so ancient that her features are lost within a mess of wrinkles. She smiles as you look at her.
I could be anybody under all these years, could I not?
She remarks. Who are you? She smiles.
My name is Bria. I am a sorceress once of High Zaman, though I left that place some time ago. You are welcome.
You're very welcome that I left High Zaman. You know where that is. You are a follower of the Archmage. So she was a follower of the Archmage, now apparently not. You are from High Zaman.
I trained in the fortress, as all true sorcerers of this land do.
She nods.
You are worried. But please, the Archmage of the fortress was not always as he is now.
Your veil of magical protection shimmers out of existence. The sorceress smiles meanly. Uh-oh. Why meanly? Is that like... How do you smile meanly? Like,
yes, I will gut you.
Ask about herself. Tell me more of yourself, you begin. She seems almost to blush, ancient veins lighting up for a moment, like a blown coal.
There is little more to know. I lived in the fortress for most of my life, but came here in my old age.
She gestures for you to sit down and takes a seat herself.
Do you play swindle stones?
Let's just jump straight to the swindling. I brought me own stones. We can play whenever you want. May as well ask about the Archmage first. You knew the Archmage yourself, you continue. She nods.
Imagine, if you will, a country of great peace and prosperity, ruled over by a group of wise and powerful sorcerers and sorceresses. They tended the fields, managed the weather, healed the sick. They chose their leader by an arcane process. Any child from the land might become that leader and be taught their role from an early age.
Sounds idyllic.
It worked well enough, yes, she sighs. Imagine the Archmage as a peacemaker, a teacher, but also a thinker, a discoverer of many secrets of the stars. But he looked too far, this Archmage.
What do you mean? You ask.
I was his far-seer, she says. He asked me to see further, deeper than anyone had ever seen before. He sought to protect the land. so I looked 1,000 years ahead. But I will not tell you what I saw. It did no good to him, nor to me.
The old woman stands suddenly and goes over to his side table. Would you like tea?
Why is it always tea? It's like the oldest trick in the book. But.
I was told by Shadrach to come here, right? That this person could help me. Why would they poison me with this nice... Okay, she has like a person chopping wood in the forest who's also nice. Why would she want to kill me? I have to trust that she's not actually trying to kill me. Please. Thank you. She nods and boils a pan of water by holding it between her palms for a moment. She drops a pat of goat butter in and stirs it around and then pours out 2 ceramic cups. Again with the swap the cups. Everybody wants to poison you. It certainly seems that way. The game just knows you're suspicious. Yeah, that's the funniest part. For sure. Just drink mine. You lift the cup to your lips and drink deep. It is warm and rich and refreshing. For now. I added the for now. Well, I got some stamina out of this. But what future did he see? Ask about the 7 serpents. Tell me of Mampang. I think it's time, chat. Do you play Swindlestones?
I would win, she answers flatly. It would be a waste of time.
She winces suddenly. Hot tea is dripping from a crack in her teacup.
Cheap pottery rubbish,
she grumbles, digging up a small pot of glue from a box and repairing it. She leaves the glue pot on the table. Take the pot of glue. For what? There's a glue spell, I remember. Right? Or no? Am I just make that up? Yeah, vial of glue. Casting the spell on a vial of glue will cause the glue to become super sticky, sticking creatures to the floor, to walls, or throw the vial at a creature's feet, or resting it on top of a door so that it falls when the door is open. What a, like... That's like a YouTube prank. Glue on top of the door. That, I think I've seen that YouTube video. This was written in the 80s? I don't think robbing this mage is a good idea. No, probably not. So she won't... At least we asked to play Swindlestones, you know? Let's, ask about the 7 serpents. She clearly doesn't want to talk about the future. What do you know of the 7 serpents, you ask, sipping at your tea.
They are the Archmage's servants, she replies. But even they cannot travel the backlands without falling foul of its terrible curse. I see that you search for them.
Do you know where they are? You ask.
I have seen a few things, she answers. The earth serpent lies in wait in a fissure near the great lake Ilklala. And the serpent of time, he is the worst of the 7, swift and all but indestructible.
Does he have a weakness? You ask.
He does, though I do not know it. It is a secret known only to the marsh goblins, if you can find them.
You thank her? She regards you with narrow, thoughtful eyes.
There is one other thing that perhaps you do not know about the serpents.
What is that, you demand?
Some creatures in this land are accidental. They are formed by chance, but not all. Some were always intended to be. Their design is visible in the wider world. The serpents are such creatures. Their existence was predicated by the placement of the stars themselves.
You talk in riddles. You complain.
I am a sorceress, she replies hotly. It is a simple thing. The stars are the source of all magic, and the magic they provide defines us. There are spells for strength and speed and sleep, for death and fire and thought. And these are things all life shares.
What has this to do with the serpents?
She leans forward, eyes shining. There's a spell in the stars for these 7 serpents alone. Consider that. The universe up there has aligned itself for their existence down here. Do you know the spell? Could it be... Yes, yes, yes. Could it be... Shh. Tell it to me, you demand. It will give you no advantage on them, she says, but it may yet be useful to you. She traces 3 curved lines on the tabletop. The spell is woven from 3 stars, from Sa, Sassara, and Syphax, and it requires a ring to shape. A ring carved in the shape of a serpent. Dun 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 dun! Show her my serpent ring. Like this one? Remarkably so, she agrees. Well, what does the spell do? It will force the serpents to speak, to answer your questions. It will not control or destroy them, but it may yet be of great assistance. You thank her. The spell has been added to your spellbook. She stands. I am tiring of you. You should go, she says bluntly. But first, she raises a finger and points. One more thing. If you are traveling to High Zaman to face the Archmage, hadn't you best know a little of the higher functions of magic? You speak of countering. Good. You know of it, she smiles. It can take a lifetime to discover the pairings and to master them, but I can show you something simple. She raises a finger adorned with a wide collection of rings. One made of green metal begins to pulse. But she does not fire right away. She is giving you a moment to react. Well, I happen to remember from my studies. I went to school. I've been learning all about magic in my free time. That a green ring does zip. Teleport a short distance. Transportation can occur through soft materials such as wood and clay, but not through stone or metal. This spell requires a ring of green metal from crag and rock, but is somewhat unreliable and can have disastrous results. Time to counterspell. What would counterspell? Teleportation, I wonder. The rhetorical question, by the way. Chaston, thank you for your sub, by the way, back for 8 months. Thank you for sharing. Good evening. Time has been flying by so far. This has been really good. I've enjoyed all of this so far. We'll see how my tune changes in a couple of streams if we're backtracking with all the lanterns and stuff. Let's see what our options are. Because my first thought goes to, like, dumb, but only counters jig. So, may not be what we need. Dawes causes slowness. I could see that's a counter to movement abilities. I don't know if that counters teleportation. Dop opens doors. Ooh. Uh-oh. I don't think I want to zap the witch. The sorceress. What if I had my own green ring already and also teleported? That'd be kind of fun. What about F-O-F? Create force field. Create glue. If I had stolen the glue, would I have been able to stick her to the ground? I feel like, this might work. Snipe, why did you write this before I put it in? Because if you're telling the truth and you know about things, then you're just gonna get timed out. So if so, fingers off the keyboard. What's up, Honey Chain? How's it going? What's the square root of 5,625? Calculator. Ban this man? Timeout it is. Wow, indignant even. Until the end. Indignant until the end. Wow. Disappointed, chat. Disappointed. Not angry, just disappointed. What I will do
in this particular instance. She can teleport herself. I don't think she can teleport me. I'm certainly not going to draw my sword. She doesn't have like a wand or anything that I can make her drop. I think slowness is my only even remotely possible option. If I slow her down enough to not even be able to cast the spell properly. I don't really have another option at the moment. Stabbing her would probably counter it. Dogs! Reaching up to the constellations above, you create a spell intending to slow the woman's thoughts. Oh, I thought it slowed them down personally, but you do not have time. Something strikes you, and a moment later you find yourself outside the hut once more. So I didn't even have time to cast the spell. So I didn't even have time to slow her thoughts. That actually would have worked if I guess, was quote-unquote faster in the game. Because I could have stopped her from being able to cause the spell. You are back outside, chill winds slice at your cloak. Cast another spell, return. I don't think returning to the hut is a particularly good idea. So she teleported me. I didn't think that that's what that spell did. Let's just go. We can come back up here when the lantern is at a different place. A few stones clatter away over the eastern slope. Where are you taking me? Whoa! Slow down, game. These two are right next to each other? Who's this? The marsh goblins know a weakness about the Serpent of Time. The Earth Serpent is hiding in a fissure. So there's like two right next to each other almost. That's kind of cool. So we have the Earth Serpent's location. Did she just literally tell me? Alright, well, it's time to move on. We didn't even ask about the chimney. I think it's time to move into a new area. The Cladaban Steps. There's not really anything left for us to do here that we know of off the top of our head. There's still probably plenty of stuff to do up here. We'll have to come back. We can teleport, though, for that reason. Thank you. So I'll try the chimney and see what it does. You approach the chimney on the rock cautiously. It is not quite a vertical drop, but it almost is. The ground seems to be hundreds of leagues below. Looking more closely at the chimney in the rock, you notice a faint purple aura surrounding some of the stones near its top, and a few faint purple glows further below. Perhaps there is some enchantment on this flue, or perhaps it is simply a color the owner of the hut enjoys. Drop a stone down the chimney. You grab a nearby stone and toss it over the side of the mountain. It plummets just as fast as you might expect, careening and bouncing from the chimney sides until it explodes into particulate dust halfway down. Well, I don't think casting is... I don't really want to explode into particulate here. That's right. You cast a spell, lightening your body weight to a mere fraction of normal. Smoke pulses from the hut. Well, that's not going nowhere. You step to the edge of the cliff and then over. You begin to drift down the mountainside, bouncing lightly the rock surface on either side. Halfway down, your spell begins to wear off and you feel yourself speeding up. Hold on, how do you mean halfway down? You close your eyes and your heart moves up into your throat. Why did the fall only last for like half of the slope? You fall at speed, a dead drop down the side of the mountain. The rushing wind snatches away your breath. Death is certain. You take a moment to arrange your thoughts. Excuse me. Just float again, dummy. You're almost at the bottom. The sharp rocks rush to meet you. Then, a few heartbeats from terrible death, your fall is suddenly cushioned, and you are brought to a gentle stop at the base of the mountain. You stand, heart still racing, at the bottom of the stone chimney, quite amazed to be alive, but there's no way back up that you can see. This is the eastern slope of the Barubak Ridge. In front of you stretches another plain, more rock than dust this time, and built of layers and layers of stone stacked like scattered papers. These are the Clatterback Steps, said to be home of the strange, half-human, half-simian creature. Well, apparently she put an invisible cushion landing down there. All you had to do was trust fall, apparently. No problem. Hover in air. Might have been useful back there. A little late for that. How? A little late for Fall Part 2. Heal disease, counter hot. We knew that. Ooh, we did knew that. Alright, let's go. You stride onwards, you must reach Ilklala and the road to Lower Zaman. Every passing day brings danger. Look, I cast Fall responsibly before I jumped, okay? How was I supposed to know the spell was going to wear out and I wouldn't be allowed to cast another one? It's okay, though, because I could sense that there was no reason to cast it again because there was obviously an invisible cushion down there for me. Okay, east or southeast? Well, points of interest all around. My vote is head for familiar territory first, you know? In case we need it. You head out across the steppes. The sun has all but gone, and soon it will be dark. Perhaps we can take shelter in this ruinous house. You march onward, ascending and descending as the ground breaks and changes level. Another night begins. You must rest. Something is visible in the distance to the south, perhaps man-made, perhaps a freak of nature carved from rocks, but it does resemble a low stone building. And it appears to feature a dungeon. Also, a well. Leading, potentially, to the sewers, if we're lucky. Oh, dear. Option A, behind the temple, or the well. You have to try the well first. You just do. You skirt around the building and the bits of rubble that surround it. In the darkness, you have to feel your way forward, trying not to trip over the ruin. You leave the ancient building behind. Old temples have old gods and old curses. You are still some distance from the shores of Lake Ilklala, and the voyage you must take across its waters to No, it's not. Hang back. Hold. Stop that. Game. Stop this. These are not the options. Well. Fine. Rest by the well then, I guess. If that is the only option I should have. You find a corner of old stone and settle down against it. You close your eyes and let tiredness overtake you. You toss and turn fitfully, your head on your backpack. You dream of a terrible smell and the grunting of some kind of wild dog nearby. You roll over and try to sleep. A moment later, you startle awake as something crashes to the ground right where your head was a moment before. You jump to your feet. 3 tall creatures with powerful arms and ugly faces surround you. These are them. One wearing a jewel, spiked clubs. 3 tall creatures, huh? The figures are dressed in animal skins and carry makeshift weapons as clubs. Or clubs as weapons. One has an amulet round his neck, dark clay, but the jewel at its center glows with faint gold-colored sheen. They glare back at you, clearly at least somewhat intelligent, but saying nothing. They look very menacing. Why did my head slam down? Did they remove my backpack? Magnificent. It's only really one play there, I think. Summon replica creatures. Create illusions. I don't know. I want to do more illusions, but I need to wait for the right circumstances. Jewel of gold. Hold on. He's wearing a necklace that glows gold. That might be it. That might be it. Zob. If we had the right tool, we could actually probably use it here, because it seems like an enchanted necklace. Kill them. Or... is that it? I think that's all of them. Well, I am going to try making a little song and dance. We have not successfully caused lively dancing yet. Maybe now's the time. Jig! Pulling the pipe from your pack, you cast a spell, but the Cladamen simply look confused. It seems they're too stupid and uncultured to understand music, and so your spell has no effect. Cool. Let's just say hi then. Greetings, you begin. I will kill you if you try to harm me. Actually, that's very representative of my general stance. But the figures merely grunt and groan in reply. You cannot communicate with them if the noises are even a language. Perhaps there's something else to try. I will kill you if you try to harm me. So they're too uncultured to appreciate my music, I see. They're not animals. Do we have a letter R? The flute for the mask has not been a good trait so far. Not so far, no. Perhaps it'll come in handy eventually. Oh yeah, sorry. I already knew what that did. We have the illusions. Lowercase g is fear, which we cannot do. God, we cannot do. Unless we can use the necklace that they're wearing. No, right? No, I don't have it. If they can't understand my language, it's worth trying Yap and seeing what happens. Yap! Taking the wig from your pack, you wear it and form your spell. The Cladamen's grunting and groaning turns to a language, but a highly primitive one. Bunions, complains one. Ulcers. Itchy foot, another replies. Headache. Lost my tooth, the third adds. Sore nose, you declare, hoping you can pacify them in their own language. They stare at you, then one howls with rage and rushes forward with his club. It seems you have insulted them. You draw your broadsword and approach the first of the creatures. I attempted peaceful communication. I could understand them, but it didn't do much good here. I only have 10 stamina is aight. Chat, what do you think Dum creature does first? If he defends turn 1, you can't pretend to be semi-intelligent and also block turn 1. Okay. I see how this is gonna be. With a grunt that shakes the plane, the Cladamen lifts its club and comes for you. There is no time for caution. You swing your sword for his neck. He raises his club defensively in time to stop your blow. Enraged by your attack, he beats his club against his palm, readying himself. It's not every time, Linksa. Chad, how many times have I been like, oh, you don't think he's gonna attack turn 1? 2-5. And then he's like, boom, all in. Usually it's them going all in and me trying to go low. But I'm always wrong. That's the thing that's always true. He beats his club against palm, readying himself. My turn to block. We'll trade some blows. You raise your sword in defense. A good decision. The Cladamen raises its club high and brings it down with all his power in a single stroke. You are just in time to dodge back. You are largely unscathed. He presses his club across his body defensively. 1-5. Okay. Safe number. Take a nice little chip off. Stealing your courage, you charge in, hoping to trap the Cladamen on your blade, punishing the giant with a worrying cut, wearing him down. He pushes your swing neatly away. His stupid eyes follow your movements, not wanting to take a risk. That doesn't necessarily mean full defense. I'm gonna say 3-2. Okay, well, he did a wee one. You lunge forward again. Moving swiftly, you aim toward the heart. The Clattaman ducks clumsily. He stumbles suddenly. He's weakening. His dim-witted eyes are watching you closely, cautiously. That's gonna be another small boy attack, right? Ooh. See, this is why you don't do the 1.5 all the time. You lunge forward again. Snatching up a handful of dust, you throw it in the monster's eyes. Then your sword slips between the Clattaman's ribs and he falls, gasping his last. 1 stamina lost. Skilled swordplay. Then the next Clattaman stomps forward, dragging his club behind him in the dust. Guess I gotta kill all 3 of them. The last one defended turn 1. Doesn't mean this guy's gonna. Could be randomized. It could be randomized, chat. I'm gonna go big 7. Big 7. Are they all gonna? The third one's not gonna do it. He's gonna. I can't win. With a roar that curdles your blood, the Clattaman raises its club and comes for you. There is no time for mercy. You swing your sword for his neck. He raises his club defensively in time to stop your blow. He's left breathless, but otherwise unharmed. You have no clue about what he's gonna do next, so I may as well block. Could have beaten that, but what are you gonna do? You raise your sword in defense as the Clattaman swipes. You drop back, largely unhurt. His stupid eyes are watching you closely, not wanting to take a risk. 2-5. All right, looking good. Taking a chance, you move forward, hoping to trap him on your blade, teasing the giant with a passing blow, wearing him down. He ducks. He follows you cautiously. 2-5 again. Whew! Too cautious, my friend, too cautious. Grabbing a handful of dust, you throw it at the monster's eyes. He stumbles suddenly, weakening. I don't know. If he stumbles suddenly, doesn't that mean not a big attack incoming, by the way? Why would you go stumbles, weakening to max power attack? You know what I mean? And wouldn't that be kind of strange? I'm gonna do like 3-5. Okay, all right. You strike again. Moving swiftly, you aim for his heart. He gasps his last. The third Clattaman hangs back, concern written all over his stupid face. He begins to back away, clutching the amulet around his neck as if for protection. I need that amulet. Don't you understand? I'm sorry that it had to be this way, Clattaman. I tried to communicate with you and I was attacked. You don't spare the ringleader. He might be the one controlling the other 2. He might be the reason that they died in the first place. He has to die before he goes and finds more and binds them under his spell. But if you let him escape, he may bring others back with him. Alright, like they all defended the first 2 defended twice in a row, right? Watch this guy be the one not defending. Watch. Well, he didn't defend, but I did well this time. Giving a roar that sounds more animal than human, the Clattaman lifts its club and stomps toward you, determined to crack open your bones. You try to catch him a passing blow as he tries to push you back with his great hand. He staggers and groans. If you stagger and groan, then that means another weenie attack incoming. Another weenie. You lunge forward again, chasing him with a worrying cut, wearing him down. The Clattaman parries slowly and stumbles, weakening. Another weenie attack incoming. That was not as big of a weenie attack. They didn't do that before. You risk an attack and suffer for it. The Clattaman raises its enormous club and bring it crushing down on you. Your own petty thrust is knocked aside. The blow catches your arm and you lose all feeling, almost dropping your sword. Fine, take this. Aha! Taking a chance, you charge forward, hoping to skewer the Clattaman on your blade. You aim for the heart as he swings for your head. The Clattaman's eyes are bloodshot. He is moving much slower now. His stupid eyes follow your movements. He doesn't want to take a risk. So you go all in. Lunging forward, moving quickly. He is also dead like his brothers before him. You search the bodies quickly, finding nothing exciting. One has a couple gold pieces, while another has a pouch containing a weight of sand tied to the end of a stick, perhaps a weapon of some kind, the third an amulet. You pocket the gold immediately, the rest seem worthless. Nice try, game. The amulet is more interesting. At the heart, it's a shimmering stone. A jewel of gold. You pry the jewel of gold out of the cheap clay setting of the amulet and put it into your sack. You untie the sand pouch from the stick. There is nothing more to be done. You leave the foul creatures to rot and move a short distance away to find a patch of ground not soaked in blood. Then you roll over and attempt to go back to sleep. You gained 1 provision, 2 gold, entered the steps, and met Bria the sorceress today, and were surprise attacked at night while you tried to sleep. It was worth killing that dude. When I killed the first 2, he clutched the amulet. Like, oh, it didn't work. I thought I could overwhelm him with numbers. No, justice has been served. There's no way that dude was being controlled by the necklace. He was the one doing the controlling. Guarantee it. Unless I'm wrong, in which case, whatever. But that's the way it seems to me. Justice, but okay. Like I said before, Technotoast, if a stranger came up to me and said, I plan on killing you, and then attacks me, and then I kill him, I'm in the wrong somehow in the court of chat, no matter what I do. So, excuse me, if these little petty pickings do not affect me anymore. Asha says, yo, how did I not know you were doing sorcery? I don't know, maybe you haven't seen one of my streams in 2 weeks. That's possible. And you don't look at Discord or Twitter. Maybe even more than 2 weeks. Actually, yeah, it has been more than 2 weeks. 2 weeks ago, 10 days ago was the last sorcery stream. But thank you again for 18 months. Now you know. And more importantly, it's really easy to catch up on what's happened, because we're working on an interactive map that it works for part 1, and I got to update it for part 2 and do a bunch of homework. And then you'll be able to look at all the important decisions we've done. Right now, only part 1's available, though. Also, of course, the VODs are still there, but it's been a fantastic experience so far. Hope you enjoy what you're able to see of it. You get to your feet and look around. It seems you spent the night at the foot of an old well. The well is an ancient mud brick structure. If it once had a cover, it is long since rotted, but the metal winch handle is still in place, and an old bucket on a rope hangs from it. Look in the bucket. You haul the bucket over the side of the well and look into it. It is quite empty. Clearly, this well has not been used for a long time. You find a stone and drop it into the well. It falls for a long time. Then nothing. There is no splash. Strange hissing noises echo up the well shaft. That's okay. I don't think I will put the bucket down there for the stinks. Nothing. Create light might be cool here. Might be able to see down there. Force field seems a bit over the top. Pop. What would floating? I don't know. Floating is available more often than any other spell besides Sus. And I'm really genuinely not sure why. You can't talk to them, unfortunately, Paul. I will cast my freebie. Light. Sun! You spin the constellations into shape around you, and the sun jewel in your pack begins to emit a brilliant, blinding light. Put the sun jewel in the... No. No. I kind of just want to do it just to see if they'll actually steal the sun jewel from you and, like, leave you to rot. What a sad way to lose the Sun Jewel if that's the case. Climb in. No. No, I don't want to fall and leave the well. Clearly the well has nothing left to offer. It's got a bunch of snakes down there. That's okay. I'll pass. I've learned my lesson from Karay. Trust me. You climb up onto the plinth on which the structure stands. It appears quiet enough, though whether it is structurally sound or not is another matter. Really cool. Little cannonballs. I don't know what those are. Strange, like, horned gods, angry faces, spiked demons, pantheon of something. One of the pillars of the temple seems to take a step sideways, or was that just your imagination? I'm gonna end up getting thrown in the prison watch. You step inside. The floor space is quite empty, but the walls are decorated with long lines of strange hieroglyphs that remind you a little of the symbols decorated in the ancient shrine of your graceful Lord Korga and Karay. You cannot read them, but may be able to decipher them. By the way, the God of Grace, who does not approve of ill will or evil doing, has basically vindicated me in saying that killing the dude with the necklace was not an act of evil, or else he would have left me. There you go. Checkmate. Korgatheist. The Korga atheist. Read the hieroglyphs. Push one of the... Let's read the hieroglyphs. The hieroglyphs are not exactly like any language you have seen before, but they are similar to others you know. You spell out the first few words aloud. This temple built by priests Yadu in honor Throth, goddess of earth. That name. No, Throth is not Throg. You'd be forgiven for thinking that they were somewhat close. Korga equals what face, gorilla equals seems good. Oh, please. Oh, please. Looking facts in the face. In flat denial, you bunch of cult of the up arrow. In honor of Throth, goddess of the earth. What spell could I cast? Magical protection. That might be worth something. Heal disease. I get that a couple times. I just don't know what disease it is anticipating. That's a very high stamina cost for just being afraid. That's like, it's just pure paranoia. Becomes, when the creature Etalyx panics, his defense mechanism is to split into 6 clones to confuse his would-be predators. We may as well sense some danger and see what up. Sus! You cast a spell and a steady voice speaks to you. It tells you that the hieroglyphs contain a trap designed to capture people to the faith of the goddess of this temple and are best left unspoken. With its message delivered, the voice fades away. I knew something was strange here. Let's not read anymore, shall we? One of the pillars makes a strange creaking sound. Most curious. You step back outside the plinth of the ancient temple. The light from your sun jewel pulses twice and fades. A rat scurries across your foot and is gone. We'll circle the walls to the back. Sus did something really productive, actually. You walk around the back of the structure away from the well. The east side is in no better repair than the front. Wind blows through holes in the walls. In one corner, you notice a strange rectangular impression in the dust. From across the distant steps, you hear a sound, like a keening, echoing cry. Look at the rectangular impression. Kneeling on the old stone, you brush the dust away from the rectangular impression with careful fingertips. There is definitely something here. A trapdoor! You grasp the handle of the ancient trapdoor and give it a good heave. The hinges squeal and cry, but the trapdoor opens, revealing a few steps downward and a disgusting smell. And you hear something down, moving below. I remember this game. Well, that's because you wouldn't be able to forget something like this. Surely, right? Peer down. You peer into the darkness below. Two eyes stare back, and you hear ragged, rasping breathing. Who's there? You call. There is no reply but the rattle of chains. Drawing your broadsword ready, you step into the darkness below. Through the trap door. Oh boy. Who down here? Your vision goes blank from the darkness. Just use sun! You definitely hear someone or something breathing close at hand. The smell is almost unbearable. I will shout a threat to tell them to stay away, chat. This is the first time we're gonna do this. Last time I waited for my eyes to clear, and I went into a cellar that looked like this, we got killed by a ring wraith. So, I'm just gonna be like, hey, if you're people, just stand back. Stay back, you shout. Please, returns the stammering voice. I can't hurt you. Please. Slowly, details filter in. You stand in a tiny chamber built into the foundations of the temple, some kind of prison. Chained to the far wall is a skinny, half-naked man with a wild, long beard. I don't believe it, he gasps. A human. Oh, my eyes, a human. He races toward you, but is pulled up short by the chain around his ankle. Perhaps it is time to cast a spell. Perhaps it is time to show and tell. Or perhaps it is time to we've already sensed danger once. Maybe we didn't technically sense danger with this place in mind, I suppose. Wow, they let you really waste 3 stamina for a force field. Maybe it's not wasting. Sometimes it's not going to be wasting. Turn to stone. When the creature of Etalyx is shown danger, sometimes he panics and turns into solid stone. Fine, read his mind. And see what he means to do with us now that we're here. Tell! Drawing the skull cap from your pack, you weave the enchantment. The old man's thoughts enter your head clear and crisp. It seems he is starving, hungry, which is not surprising, and he has no idea how long he's been trapped down here in the dark. Gotta get out before the temple falls down, he murmurs. Throff is not happy at all. You remove the skull cap once more. The man claws for you once more, his eyes wide, his mouth almost drooling with excitement. Who are you? You demand. My name is... He screws up his eyes to think. Shala! My name is Shala. I am the priest of Throff here. Who chained you? You ask. It was Cladaman. Damned Cladaman, he curses. They ransacked the temple, took everything of value, and chained me up here. The rat dashes across the floor of the chamber. The man snatches for it, snaps it in two, and begins to chew on the raw meat inside. Seeing you stare at him, he offers you half, but you shake your head. Search the room, cast a spell, or leave him. I can also smash the chain, but we just learned that the god Throff traps humans into reading their thoughts out loud and then forces them to be loyal. So this guy could be under the influence of a malevolent god. So I'm reluctant to smash the chain yet. Maybe we should search the room first. With the man chained, you take a moment to search the dark space. If you're looking for a key, he declares hopefully, you won't find one here. I've looked already. The man is correct. You do not find a key, but you find something. A strange, black face mask. Why would they imprison him? Maybe they didn't. Maybe it wasn't them at all. Sup, Mostly Lost? Sub, baby, I'ma name it Throff. Mostly Lost accidentally read out the entirety of the Throff curse inside the temple, I assume. That was mine. I wrote that, Mostly Lost. It required you to sub 9 months in a row. So thanks for coming back one more. You've done your duty. You've paid your prime tithe. Thanks for one more. We found it again. Look at it, take it, leave it. You gotta look at it first. You turn the mask over in your hands. It is carved from a hard black wood, depicting a demon-like visage with fox-like eyes and a sharp, jagged chin. You put the mask into your pack. That's mine, the man says weakly, perhaps beginning to understand you are not quite the answer to his years of prayers. That's my only thing. Not anymore. Resurrect the dead. I don't... What? Turn to stone. What would that do? Okay, chat. I think I am gonna sus. Better safe than sorry right here, though. I want to free the old man, but I want to see what he's gonna do first. Or I could just read his mind again. His thoughts may have changed. Sus or tell? Let's do sus. We already did tell once. We'll use a little bit of stamp. Sus! Looking to the stars, you craft the magic and a calm voice speaks. It tells you that there is danger down here, but it is a danger you cannot see. Not the old man himself. Its cryptic message delivered, the voice fades. I can cast another spell. See if he says anything else in his mind's eye. So the god Throff. Tell me everything. You move the starlight into order around you, pulling on the cloth skull cap. The old man's thoughts enter your head. Oh, so same thing. Same thing. Alright, I'll let him go. I took his thing. It's the least I can do. You approach and bring your sword down on the ancient rusted chain, and it shatters in an instant. The man leaps forward with gratitude, wrapping his arms... Get your arms off of me! He definitely stole something. Thank you, stranger. It's wonderful to be free. He dashes away up the steps into the sunlight, and you hear him gambling around. Glancing up, you notice the old man's hand on the edge of the trapdoor. Perhaps he is about to lock you in. Run up the stairs. You hurtle up the stairs, broadsword still drawn. You send the old man flying. His head hits a pillar behind, and his eyes swim in their sockets. But you have worse problems. Suddenly, without warning, one of the pillars holding up the broken roof of the temple shears. The whole structure is sliding down on top of you. The old man yells somewhere close by, but you cannot get to him now. God, Korga, I have not read out the incantation of Throff. We have been loyal thus far, not doing any ill will or evil. Hear my prayer. You close your eyes and raise a prayer to the God of Grace. The temple collapses around you, enormous stone blocks burying themselves into the ground left and right. But none fall on you, and when the dust clears, you are still in one piece. There you are, the old man declares with a sigh. It seems he escaped miraculously unscathed. I'm glad you got free anyway. He seems remarkably cheerful considering. You search through the rubble but find nothing of use. The plinth is now knee-deep in broken stone and pebble-sized rocks. You gather up a couple of pebbles from the plinth, of the right size and shape to be useful in spellcrafting. But of the ancient temple's treasures and artifacts, there is nothing more to be had. Well, we didn't stop to find out what that old man was going to do, but we got some pebbles out of the deal, which doesn't seem like a great deal, but it does let me do some pop rocks. Make some little firecracker explosions, and more importantly than that, I think it was a fair trade. I saved the old man's life. I got his one possession, the black face mask. He didn't really have a choice in the trade, but it was, I could have just left him down there. I didn't. Skirt the line. So, we have the face mask and the flutes, and 2 pebbles, and we got a pouch of sand from the people that attacked us during the night, and we got the jewel of gold as well. This was a very, very productive area. Like, seriously. Absolute insanity. Why does it still let me go to the well? It wants me to go down there. Into the snake pit with 6 stamina. I refuse. I refuse. I'm not going into the sewers unless I absolutely have to. There is nothing more to be done here. Shatla seems to have decided the same thing as he takes one last look at his fallen temple, giving you a cheerful wave, and then rushes off across the plain. You leave the ancient building behind. Then, quite suddenly, you find yourself violently coughing. You were coughing a moment ago. Of course, there's a lot of dust in the air from the fallen temple. But then you cough again, and lifting your hand to your mouth, you notice 2 vivid yellow pimples on the back of your hand. The yellow plague. Chat, who's our best doctor? Okay. Where's the good medicine? Do we have hospital beds yet? Vitals monitors? Get them in there. We gotta get the immunity over the plague. It's 5 to 5% right now. There's still time. You stare at your hand. It is the yellow plague. Clearly, the old man was infected and gave it to you when he hugged you in the cellar. How have I not gotten to the point where I'm just a loner? Like, seriously, how have I not just gotten to the point? Killed all the serpents, leave all the people in prison to die, kill the merchant elves, blow everybody up. The only person that's even been remotely helpful so far is a man in a tree and a sorceress. Like, the 2 people that are most suspicious here are the only 2 good ones. There's nothing for it. You struggle on across the plain, feeling yourself grow weak already. You must continue your journey. Old men should never be trusted in this game, basically. And we don't have any way to cure this disease. I see now why there was a way to cast Doc in here if you had the ability, but you'd have to know that he was ill beforehand. You wouldn't just do it for no reason. Well, there's nothing for it, like the game said, except to keep going. Nowhere to go south. That was a huge place of interest, though. I knew we wouldn't get out scot-free. You know what I mean? Like, we paid the price. We caught literally a plague I didn't even know existed in the game for taking all that sweet stuff. You walk on, climbing slightly across the dusty steps. As the morning moves on, the wind begins to rise. You notice something white, stark against the gray of the dust. I'd love to clear the dust, but, like, it's just a sliver of cool, white, visible through the thin, dusty scrub. Something is buried here. You wipe away the dust. It's short, dirty white, and gently curved. Hang on, is this going to be the horn? You dig around the object and find 2 similar objects to the left and right of it. They lie parallel in the dirt. You squat down on Hales and dig in a little more. Eventually, you uncover 3 short white rods. And at that moment, it becomes obvious they are finger bones of a hand clenched into a fist. And the fist points upward, as though its owner had been buried, standing upright in the soil. You keep digging. The fist gives way to a wrist and then an arm. It's as though the creature was trying to climb out when the soil of the land closed over its head. You go lower and the bones accumulate a leathery coating. At first you think it is the remains of a coat, but then you locate an anchor and sail tattoo. Its skin, somehow preserved in the soil. Does somebody bury a regenerative person alive? Do they have, like, is this Wolverine? What am I gonna do? Not keep digging? You know what I mean? I gotta keep digging. You gotta know what it is. Curiosity killed the Analander. You are now into serious digging, which is hard work. You pause to take a break every few minutes and stop once more when you have the figure unearthed down to the waist. Its skull is a dried leather ball, with 2 gray-brown eyes shrunken in the sockets. It wears a metal ring through its nose, and the remains of a beard are just visible. Its jacket is better preserved, color-faded, buttons intact. It's a pirate, a 3-cornered hat. Sticking up just above the waist are the remains of a harness. It's possible this figure has a false leg. Rebury the body seems a little strange. Search the figure. You rifle through the figure's jacket, but find nothing of interest, not even one gold piece. Around the neck, however, a small metal whistle which you take. I'm gonna end up accidentally, like, Jack Sparrowing myself here. I'm gonna end up getting cursed. And the land is gonna come swallow me whole. Take the hat. You take the hat from the creature's head, but it crumbles to dust in your hand. More interesting is what's left behind. Under the figure's thin covering of hair, you see a dry, leathery scalp inked with another tattoo. Examining the tattoo carefully, it shows two long, thick lines that come together to form a V. At the top, another stroke crosses, so the shape becomes an inverted A. Inside the top of the A, near the tip, is a black X inside an O. Perhaps it's a map, but if so, it's surely too vague to read. Did I just find like a dead, buried pirate with a map tattooed into his head underneath his pirate tricorn? So weird. Okay. So it's an inverted A. Inside the top of the A is a black X inside a circle. So like with a cross, and then the circle, and then an X in the circle. Well, I gotta go all the way. The sun continues. We're spending the whole day digging. You work harder, creating a deep pit and getting down as far as the figure's knees. One leg is indeed wooden, the other trouser-clad bone. Oh god, I have 1 stamina. It's very warm now. You begin to sweat under your pack. You dig down to the figure's feet, so it is standing proud in a 5-foot hole. Water begins to pool around your feet. The sun has reached its highest point now. Out of the shade, the air is baking hot. The figure keels over, face down against the dirt. You've wasted a lot of time unburying it, but have discovered nothing. Okay. You haul yourself up out of the pit and leave the figure standing in its hollow like a ghoulish statue. Suddenly, the creature in the pit begins to shiver and shake. It is moving, arms reaching out to grasp you. Watch. You watch in horror as the eyeless creature drags itself up from the pit to the edge, then stumbles and clatters away westward across the steps. It disappears into the dust, though after a short while you hear clattering, most likely the sound of its bones falling to bits around it. The pit is now half filled with sparkling, gleaming water. There must be an underground river here that's feeding it. Scoop up some water in the gourd. You reach down to fill the gourd with water. The way it sparkles as it moves makes it quite clear. This is not ordinary water. It is holy. There must be a sacred site nearby. Huh. Holy water, huh? We have a new spell open to us. Well, we figured out why that body came back to life. He was dead. But when we dug deep enough, the holy water poured in. Holy water, if you recall, or maybe you don't know, enables the resurrection spell. When cast upon a dead humanoid, the spell will bring that corpse back to life. Resurrection takes some time and will leave the creature dull and dozy, though it may still answer questions. An ex-corpse can be killed again as normal. So, problem, obviously, is that I only have 1 stamina. How cool is that, though? Seriously. We went through here, found the friendly guy, asked him for a gourd. Didn't have to ask him for a gourd. He gave it to us. He didn't have to give it to us. And we've used it for accidental holy water. I don't even think I can drink that holy water. I think it's just a magical item. Oh, you can. Can I scoop up more? I gotta cure my disease. That might cure the disease. Possibly. I didn't know you could just drink this. Drinking holy water seems wasteful, but you quickly feel much better for it. Well, there's a lot here. Okay, no there's not. Hold on, can I go back? Time out. Let's try and go to the mountains and then go back. If you can't go and scoop up more, we're gonna have a problem. We'll see. You keep moving, the ground dropping a little. Heat beats down from an empty sky. You approach the edge of the mountains and the base of an old stone tower, carved from the cliff face itself. From the battlements of the tower protrude a strange brass cylinder. Nestled between the stones is a half-rotted wooden closed door. One of these towers is going to be a trick. The subtle debate with you find nothing till you look at the water. Dock requires blimberry juice, I'm pretty sure. Quotability. Why would I cast Jig here, pray tell? Dop would open the door if indeed it was locked. We don't even know if it's locked. How is probably not going to help here. Big doesn't seem helpful either. So of course, with nothing else to do, Jig! You weave the enchantment, pulling out your bamboo flute and starting to play. But with no one else around to enchant, you find the spell taking hold of you, forcing you to dance till you lower the flute. Still, you seem to feel somewhat better for the exercise. You try the door to the tower. It's locked, but the wood is ancient and rotten and could most likely be easily broken. You regard the smooth stone wall of the tower. There seems to be no way to climb up. Why don't I just try another spell? Did you think about that? You turn away from the tower. There seems no way in. You can't think of any spell that might help you here. The only way back is to walk across the uneven steps. Let's see. This is where we found the waters. Let's see if this works or not. If it doesn't, we might rewind. You fall into a steady pace as you walk, ascending and descending. The afternoon is drawing on. The wind has begun to fill the waterlogged pit you dug here. You are still some distance from the shores of Lake Ilkalala, and the voyage you must take across its waters to lower Zaman. Why can't I get more holy water? That seems like an odd thing. It should be super easy just to scoop up another gourd. I feel like I should rewind. This is the only time we've come across holy water in the whole game. I think I was right to assume we should be able to do both. There was only enough for one cup, perhaps. I think this is a rewind I'm okay with. But I have to do the whole thing again, which, whatever. So we looked at it, so it'll only take 2 seconds, because I don't actually have to read it. We know what it is. We're digging up the item, which turns out, of course, to be a person, which we eventually search. We got one small metal whistle, by the way. The hat is gone. There's a tattoo. We look at his tattooed head. We lose all of our stamina to finish digging. You have discovered nothing. And then, of course, it moves. We watch. We look in the pit. And then we scoop up some of the water, and that's all the water we have. There must be a sacred site nearby. Why don't we just head to that possibly sacred site? A legal rewind, but did it give you your stamina back? No. I'm down to 1 stamina in this legal rewind, which could cause many other problems. You keep moving, the ground dropping a little. Heat beats down from an empty sky. The sudden sound of voices to your right startles you. Keep walking or look around. Let's look around. You spin round to see 7 hooded shapes squatting on the ground, playing some sort of weird game, chanting in a curious tongue. Who are these? Don't answer that. They just look kind of bizarre. Oh, they're playing some sort of game, are they? I only have 1 stamina. I could eat the rations, but I'd rather wait for the opportunity. Let's look at them first. You rub your eyes in disbelief. The figures shimmer, and it seems you can see through them. And they were certainly not here a moment before. One raises its head and stares straight at you, then calls to you by name. "We have waited you," it breathes. "You have made good time to us.
We are the 7 spirits. Come, join us.
Seven spirits, 7 serpents. I can't really cast a spell now, can I? You raise your eyes to the heavens, but there is nothing here. Strange. You have heard rumors of spots where no stars at all are in alignment, but you have never found one before. The figures beckon you toward them, into the very center of this magical dark. Approach. Warily you approach. Who are these creatures? How do they know your name? Will they offer advice, or are they dangerous, as their skull mask faces suggests? The spirits rise from the ground as you approach, gliding silently through the air, passing through one another as they mingle and encircle you, linking hands. Caution is understandable, whispers a single voice, or 7 in tight unison. But fear us not. What are you? These bodies are not our natural bodies, merely shells, the voice declares. We cannot touch you. We cannot harm you. So, what are your natural bodies? Long dead, whispers the voice. We died, learning a chant to protect you from harm. You must hear it. We died learning a chant to protect you from harm. All these guys died for me? Tell me the chant. The spirits begin to turn and dance around you, chanting in a whispering unison, but you cannot understand the words. Repeat, they hiss. Sing with us. Repeating words in a language you cannot understand is difficult. You try, but stumble over the first few lines. Arbel, Madarbel. Arbel, Madarbel, come on! You begin to feel stars appearing in the sky above you. Magic. Like, I can't cast anything. Well, maybe I can. But, still. Hey, Edamum, what's up? Congrats on a year. Thanks for sharing one more. Happy anniversary! Hope you're having a good Friday into Saturday here. And thanks for the support. Arbel, Madarbel, Arbel, Madarbel. Shine, I'll chant your curse. Or blessing, whatever it is. Arbel, Madarbel. The chant begins again. This time you get a little further. Arbel, Madarbel, Arafar, Arkrai. Arkrai. Well, I can't wait to see what terrible end this brings me to. Arafar, Arkrai. Another round. And this time you get further, though you still do not know what it is you are chanting. Arbel, Madarbel, Arafar, Arkrai, Arbel, Madarbel, Noi Dolomine. Silence settles over the area. A strange, unnatural silence. Something is coming. Noi Dolomine. You sing the chant in full, louder and more confidently. The clouds begin to churn in the sky, then a loud crack breaks the stillness as a bolt of lightning skewers the place where the 7 spirits stand. The light clears, and they have vanished. You look up. The sky overhead seems to be breaking. The dome of the sky is now a lidded eye, cracking open. Something like a clawed hand has hold of you and is pulling you toward the top of the low mound. The ground itself is transforming into a face, and you're walking into its wide-open smile. Who's ready to trade places with the pirate that we just unburied from the ground? Because I'm pretty sure that's exactly what's happening. You struggle and strain, but there is nothing to fight but the wind. Your heels score tracks in the dust. The force on you is like 100 invisible hands. Maybe you're becoming a lich. Best case scenario, Hippoop. Then you are above the wide-open jaws of the face in the ground. This must be holy ground to some dread spirit, long forgotten by the civilized peoples of the world. But you will not learn its name. You are not a follower. You are about to be devoured. Run or strike back, both may be failing. Both may be useless. I can't believe Okay, guys, can you believe that 7 evil-looking masked spirits turned out to be 7 evil spirits trying to bury me in a holy place? Like, come on. Where's the this? You can't subvert the subversion of my expectations. They subverted my expectation of subverted expectation. You know what I mean? They just were default evil guys. I didn't have enough mana to see if they meant me harm. That's the problem. I couldn't cast any spells anyway until like one chance. Strike back or run. I feel like running's not gonna do anything. 100 invisible hands. You raise your sword to swing, but stumble back under the weight of it. Your arms seem unable to lift the blade. But no, looking down, you see your legs are suddenly thin. Your hands are thin and bony. Reaching up to your face, you find your hair is coming away in clumps and wrinkles, and they're spreading over your skin. The serpent face in the ground laughs. The jaws of time are unescapable, it roars. It's the time serpent. You look up to the heavens intending to cast a spell, but you cannot see the stars anymore. Your eyes have grown blurry and unfocused, and the night swims as if you were underwater. You tumble to the ground and hear the snap as the bones in your hip and pelvis give out. The serpent shifts closer. I think I'm dead no matter what I do. They want me to ask for mercy, to beg. I will not beg. Fine, yeah, well, whatever. I'll ask for mercy, because I did help the one, I did let the one serpent go. You open your mouth to cry out, and your teeth scatter to the ground. A moment later, you cannot see. You are nothing but a skeleton. You stare out through bone-dead eyes. You are nothing but cold bones. But then the winds drop once more, the clouds roll back, the steps are clearing. You feel yourself becoming young once more, bones strengthening and skin tightening. Whatever was pulling you toward death has released its grip. You turn to see a gigantic shape lift into the ground and swoop away northeast. It leaves a strange trail as it flies, and the wind from its movement knocks you to the ground. So I was looking out through the eyes of a skeleton, cursed to untold time in the ground, until the clouds rolled back, the steps are clearing, you're becoming young once more. A gigantic shape lift into the ground and swoop away northeast. Could it be the eagle? Didn't that one sorceress say that she was an eagle for a year one time? I believe. I was curious. You stagger backward, glad to be alive and keen of this accursed place. More importantly, there is a wisp of what appears to be water here. I believe it was the mind reader in training. Her name, of course, I've seen her name like 3 times and it started with an E. Ends in an A, right? So we can go north into the water. I only have 1 stamina. You set off across the steppes with a weary stride. But the firm, dusty ground becomes spongy, and after a while, you are no longer walking on firm ground, but striding between waist-high weeds in a deep and stench-filled marsh. The Goblin Marsh. The afternoon draws on. The ground underfoot turns to slop until you are sinking a few fingers deep with every step. A thick smell of rotten decay fills the air. The marsh is endless, bleak and gray, filling the valley between the ridge and the horns of Ilklala, like slop filling a prisoner's bowl. Long grasses waft and shiver in a chill breeze. Things move in the water below. From somewhere close at hand you hear a crashing noise and a cry, but you see nothing. I have 1 stamina, chat. I need to make it to the tower. Test the marsh with my sword. You draw your sword and spike the ground on either side. Some areas are quite shallow, but others seem to sink to a good depth down. The ground here is clearly treacherous. I don't think waiting is going to help me right now. Let's keep going. You keep up the pace, hoping the ground will get smoother further on. Take me to the mountains, please. Slowly, the sun begins to lower in the sky. Yeah, we don't want to get caught in the marsh at night anyways. You approach the edge of the mountains and the base of an old stone tower, carved from the cliff face itself. Nestled between the stones is a large closed wood door. This time, though, a different era, I think. Possibly someone in there. You knock on the door. There is no reply. You try the door. It is locked, but the wood is ancient and rotten and could likely be broken. I'd love to unlock it. I would, but I can't. I'll check for free spells. And that's all I can do. We're going to be resting here anyways. This is what I want to do, but I can't because it needs 1 stam. Hound doesn't help me at all. Huff, we do not have the Gale Horn anymore. Very sad. Other than that, cause a depression. Look for danger. Create a shield. Not really anything I could do. I think I have to break down the door. Can we kiss Korga for heals? Not now. Korga's asleep. Not at the moment. For once, we're going to use brute force instead of spell swoosh. You take a run, charging the door, smashing straight through and tumbling to the floor inside. Indeed. Inside the tower. Oh boy. You pick yourself up off the ground only to find yourself staring into the snarling jaws of a wolfhound. It is clearly half mad with starvation. There was no time and no choice but to fight. Nine stamina, by the way. That's impossible. I'm gonna have to reload. One whole stamina. What does a half-mad starving wolf... If the half-mad starving wolf defense turn 1, game's kind of broken. Don't you agree? 7-1. 7-1 should be higher than its best attack. If it defends turn 1 as a half-mad starving wolfhound... Okay. Alright. We get a nice -4 cleave right at the beginning. The wolfhound creeps toward you across the flagstones, jaw dripping and fur shining wet. It will not listen to reason. You charge headlong, bounding forward, only to run itself onto your blade, writhing and howling. It limps back, bleeding heavily. It howls and whimpers. Alright. If it whimpers, that says to me, defense turn. Okay, it was right. Defense turn. I did lose a little bit of power, but I got a nice -1. You risk a swipe. The wolfhound drops back. As the wolfhound grows weaker, its snarl gets madder. That's gotta be an attack, right? That's gotta be an attack incoming. You gotta almost go all in here. Angry wolf has to strike, right? Go all in. Woo! That's the stuff! -4! He's done it! You put all your strength into a swing of your blade, hoping to finish the creature in a stroke. The blade connects. As the wolfhound weakly opens its jaw to bite, you plunge your blade between its teeth, all the way down to its heart. It howls, a gurgling, blood-soaked sound that rings inside the tower, and then it dies. Get farkled. Get farkled. You wipe your broadsword and gasp for breath as you look about the room. The wide tower base is empty except for a flight of spiral stairs leading up to a hatch in the ceiling overhead. We gotta look for supplies, chat. You try to ignore the smell of wet blood that fills the chamber and search the gloomy arches under the spiraling staircase. In a forgotten corner, you unearth 3 gold pieces. This seems like a curse. Is this not going to be a gold curse? That wolf was probably like a guy. He got locked in. He's starving and hungry because he got like turned into a wolf man. And I just killed him. 3 gold is not worth the chance of like being cursed. You know, I have 22. Why don't you do all your fights like that? You're clearly better under pressure. GG indeed, Paul. The greed is overpowering. We haven't seen cursed gold yet. That doesn't mean it's not going to happen. Why is there's just so weird there's a wolf locked in here. I'm going to leave it. I got to go with my gut. You touch nothing, who knows what curses are lying around this place. Time to leave. You mean go to the top. Go to the top. Perhaps we did avoid a curse, after all. Game read your mind. I know, it just knows exactly what the problem is. Nice, Kairatobi. You clamber up the spiral stairs to the hatch and go through onto the roof of the tower. The cool wind of the steps hits you full in the face, snatching your breath away. The tower stands on the slope of one of the horns themselves, looking out over the whole of the steps. Set into the floor here is a bearing track on which a brass cylinder rests. A blue crystal is set into its length. It takes a moment for you to regain your breath. Yeah, because I have 1 stamina, I just killed a wolf guy. There are powerful, unusual stars here. Unusual. You go over the battlement and lean out. Looking north, you can see the edge of the thick and verdant forest, the fabled trees of Snata. You heard about them as a boy, of course, but never dreamed you would see them for yourself. Between there and here is nothing but the level flats of the steppes, layered like the scales on a serpent's back. A thick, or a thin, column of smoke rises from a point just before the tree line. You look away once more. Okay, so north is the trees of Snata. Bunch of flat steps. A thin column of smoke rises just before the tree line. Look at the contraption on the tower. Similar to that which you saw earlier, this one's been carefully designed to slip in and out between the tree branches in a complicated way. Why are the stars so powerful here? What about them is so powerful here, I wonder? Let's take a look at all of our options. How? Do? Well, we do not have a medicinal potion, unfortunately, for Doc. We're still diseased. Teleportation. See the future. Ah, that's probably what it means. If you had a crystal orb, this is a future telling spot. That makes sense. I think that's it. May as well just activate the beacon. It takes a moment of fiddling to find the correct place on the contraption to bring the beam to life, but once it does, it sweeps out of the cylinder and across the land. Look at this. Look at all this, chat. The islands don't seem to change too much from here. Ooh, there you go. The beam gets way wider the lower it goes. Oh, that makes a lot of sense, actually. Look at the swamp. So it changes from the forest of Snata to the Vishlami swamp. Big swamp, by the way. Huge swamp, by the way. Absolutely massive. The ruins of that temple are still a well, interestingly enough. The holy place is still there, though maybe it's different in this other timeline. There's the smoke rising at the foot. That's gone. This flagpole is gone, but there might be something there in its place, like a ship? I don't know. We haven't even been to the forest of Snata yet, so it seems a little premature. You can shine on part of the bridge that you can't reach yet otherwise. That's kind of interesting. I am most interested in not dying to this well. Or to the swamp, rather. I kind of want to put this right here just to get into that area with the 7 ghosts who were supposedly there to protect me. and see what's happening in the past, right? Is there anything else we can do with this one way down here besides make a giant swampy area? There are like steps right here that come back. That might be important. Not right now, but it might be important in general. Let's start here. Start like nice and small. Nice and small. You adjust the contraption's position and focus carefully, watching the land shift and change under its light as you make your adjustments. Finally satisfied, you set the lantern into one of the crenellations of the turret and step back. Where the light touches you, you feel suddenly much better. Ooh, big stamina. Big stamina. This is basically 2 maps now. Yeah, it kind of is. Kyrotopia. It definitely changed into 2 different maps. But that was a big heal. So, from here we can go automatically back to either of the activated beacons so far. 3 beacons is really, really good. There's a 4th one here. 5th. 6th. So unless there's a hidden beacon we don't know about yet, we've gotten 3, I would say roughly half of the beacons functional, barring any hidden ones that are hidden by the Forest of Snata up here. I don't want to know how many there are. Just interesting that we've got about that many. Okay, so we do need to go back to this temple, or this cave rather, eventually. We'll do that later. I still feel like there's interesting things happening in this quarter. But I'm interested in the swampy land right now, because the well is back. That's got to be important. And I don't know what else we've done. We've inverted this. I wonder if that's helpful. We'll just land right where we stand. Okay. And we will go. You climb down the stairs to the base of the tower. Hopefully there's no more man-wolves. Rip cartographers. Yeah. Well, worry about part 2 before we get to part 3, yeah? Okay, you are still some distance from the shores of Lake Ilklala, and the voyage you must take across its waters to Lower Zaman. The mountains to the east are impassable. The only way to walk is back across the rocks. I really do want to see what this is all about down here in the different time zone. You walk through boggy marshland. The sun has almost set in the sky, turn a deep purple. You cross the marshland and pause inside a ring of 7 standing stones. About that. Each stone is the ring. In the ring is the size and breadth of a man. They stand straight upright, except for one, which is listed sideways like an arthritic finger. A few are carved. In the very center of the ring, a flat stone lies an inch or so below the water level of the marsh. Wet things gulp and groan in the mud below. Rip part 2. No, part 2 is not dead. Part 3, maybe. Stand on the central stone. That's a bad idea. Let's look at the carvings. You trace the carving on one of the nearby stones. It shows a fearsome bird rising up into the sky, wings blotting out the sun. We've seen a fearsome bird or flapped figure come down and save us from the 7 spirits. What happens if I stand on it? One of them is listed sideways. Stand on the middle stone. Just don't kill me. You go to stand on the central stone, but nothing special occurs. If there's magic here, you cannot fathom it. I wonder, why would you let me step on the stone if there's no magic here? This is the past. So if there was ever a time to correct the evil or whatever that happens here, it would be now, not later. I don't know. Let's try going back through time, tripping through time right now. Yeah, this is going to be impossible to map. Well, you just have to do one map and then say what happens, I guess. It'd be okay if it's not visually accurate sometimes. The marshes give way to more solid, barren ground. Night falls. Try to find somewhere safe to sleep, especially after so much walking on an empty stomach. Sleeping out here is ill-advised. You should keep moving. Well, what do you want? I'll go sleep in the marsh. It does that noise whenever we change time. The steps seem to flood underfoot, creating a marsh. The first few stars appear. You stumble upon a low, round structure, the mouth of a well. You glance down. It disappears down into darkness, and the air inside its mouth is cold. You toss a stone. It falls for a few seconds. And then you hear a splash. Is it time? Is it time to climb? Water down there instead of snakes. It's a good sign, right? Is it sewer travels time? You consider climbing down the well for a moment, but it seems bleak and uninviting in there. As you stand by the well side, you hear a scraping noise from within. After a few minutes, 2 curved claws emerge through the opening, hooking onto either side of the well mouth. Something pulls itself up. Are these not just more of the bugs from the other place? Because that's what we saw then. We saw 2 claws pulling itself out of a ravine. Hey, whoops. Bye. See you next time. Well, we got 11 stamina. We may as well stand back and see what it is. The figure pulls themselves up out of the well. The 2 hooks are attached to ropes, which the creature winds up and hangs over their shoulder. Only then do they notice you, though they do not seem to be startled. What were you doing down there? The creature grins at you. Just exploring, it replies, doffing its hat and giving a slight bow. Then, without a further word, it turns and disappears away across the marsh. Okay. Uh-huh. Well, I guess we will backtrack some. More stars start to come out. The marsh ends abruptly. You fall into a steady pace as you walk and try not to think about that random dude exploring inside of the well. The night air is freezing cold and your breath freezes on your lips. The featureless landscape offers little to attract your interest, but in the far distance you can make out the edge of a great forest. A chill wind sweeps across your path, making you shiver. Time to find shelter, chat. If there is a storm coming, it would be wise to find some kind of shelter before it breaks. As the rumbling grows in the air around you, you find a suitable crevice in the rock. Well, we need to rest anyway, and if there's a storm coming, I don't want to mess with that. You pelt for the rocky overhang and squeeze inside, drawing up your cloak as cover. But though the skies darken, no rain falls. Instead, the wind picks up, changing into a swirling gale as though trying to scoop you from your hiding spot. Well, guess who back? Korga! Hey! It me. I know I only seem to talk to you when I'm in danger and, afraid of certain death. And, last time I almost got buried alive by 7 ring wraiths that chanted a weird song and dance around me. And then that other time where I got chained up to a cross by the traveling band of merchants. And, the other times, forget about those. Just wondering if, one more time, you might help me out here. You close your eyes and raise a prayer to Korga. There is no delay. You feel Korga's healing grace all around you, keeping you safe and protected. Rocks and stones fly about, but none strike you. There is no else to be done. You sit shivering and wait until the storm passes. When it finally does, the silence rings in your ear almost as deafening. You get back to your feet. The steps are smooth and featureless once more, swept clean. You start walking. Then the toe of your boot catches something on the ground. They're not actually ring wraiths, no offense, but anyway, I get your joke. You look down to see a long, deep scratch in the smooth rock of the step. It runs northeast to southwest for about 4 strides, and near one end, you see another scratch, leading away along its slant to the first. I have 11 stamina. Korga protected me. Let's see what it is. You trace the scratches further, finding they make a V shape. Across the middle, a third horizontal scratch joins the 2. These symbols were definitely not here before. It's the pirate's tattoo. The rock is scorched here, where it's been struck by lightning, perhaps. Well, we got one problem called, who left the beacon shining on the place with the big V scratch? I'm not sure what this is gonna do. You cannot stop now. You pace around the rock until you find another stroke in the dust. A single vertical bar to the left of the V. Okay, so we got a V. To the left, well, your left of the V would be this. We need to look above the V. Look above. Searching all the way over to the edge of the rock shelf, but find nothing. Because it was supposed to be a circle above the V. Right? Look below. You search beneath the V to the foot of the overhang where the next rock rises up, but find nothing. Stepping left, you find another vertical slash. Up until now, you could almost believe they were fissures in the rock caused by cracking ice. But what you find next dispels that notion. Beside the vertical slash, a short diagonal, and above it, a sweeping semicircular curve. The arc is too perfect, too carefully drawn to be natural. It's been scratched deep into the stone by powerful claws. Hold on. Okay, so it's a V. To the left of the V is a short diagonal. No, it's a vertical. So vertical, diagonal. A sweeping semicircular curve. Why is the vertical bar to the left of the V? In the original Pirate's Tattoo, it was a V with an A, so it was it was a V with a horizontal, so it was an upside down A, with the semicircle above the V, with the X in the middle of the circle. Nothing was to the left of the V on his tattoo. That's why I'm confused. Yet, here we have a sweeping semi-vertical or semicircular curve. So there's a vertical slash, a diagonal, and a sweeping semicircular curve. I guess it could be this. So let's look at this really quick. So beside the vertical is a short diagonal. So we got vertical, short, beside it is a short, so I don't know if that means touching or neck. It says beside it. So short diagonal, or it could be this. Could be pointing towards it or pointing away from it, doesn't say. It's kind of nondescript. I assume it's like this. And the reason I assume it's like that is because then it says, above it a sweeping semicircular curve. So that semicircular curve could either be an ice cream cone. Could be either one of those. I don't know. It's kind of weirdly described. That's all I'm saying. Perhaps we should look around a little more. You search the rest of the flat expanse of stone, but find nothing more. Whatever carved this strange pattern left no more clues. Could it really have been the storm? Step back or step around? I'll step around the carving. You regard it from the other direction. Suddenly, the scratches resolve into meaning. They are letters, and you were looking at them from the wrong side. They spell out a 3-letter word, air. Was this message left by the storm that crossed the rock? Is it a spell? There's nothing more to be discovered here. You raise your eyes to the steps and resume your journey. Well, it was not the pirates thing, then. Well, we forcibly went to day 9, finding nowhere to rest, apparently, not wanting to stay in the crevice of that one rock. We spent day 9 at the priest pole. You entered Vishlami Marsh and caught the Yellow Plague. Nice. Good job, guys. Great progress on that Yellow Plague. You march onward, climbing slightly. In the distance, the sun breaks over the horizon. You have been awake all night and are weaker for it, and feel ill. The plague is taking hold. In the middle of the steps, you come across a strange sight. A wooden pole as high as a tree and nothing around it. No knots, handles, or holds of any kind. Nothing except a level platform right at the top. Clumps of the yellow moss you saw before grow around the base of the pole, and we know better than to not... We have to eat them now. You gather a handful of moss and chew through it, feeling much better. Okay, so we got a little back. Little refund there. You stop and look around, but can't make much out across the contours of the plain. You might be able to see more from the top of the pole, of course. From somewhere nearby, you hear singing. Eat more moss. Till you throw up. That's the only way. Well, we can't do dock. They're giving me plenty of opportunities. We don't have any medicinal potions. Big. Might be good just to get us up there. Look for danger. Sun jewels free. We may never cast Huff again. I hope you guys enjoyed it while it lasted. Dastardly thieves, man. Big, Huff. Hover in air. I think it's definitely either Sun Jewel just to see what happens, or look for danger. Big might take us to the top. Big might just shortcut us. Bang on the pole. On a hunch, you unbelt your blade and wallop the pole with the weapon in its sheath. The wood vibrates. A moment later, a shaggy face appears over the edge of the platform overhead.
Who's that?
It demands crabbily.
Can't you hear I was doing the singing?
Apologize. The man shrugs.
For what? Nice to have some company, even if it does get in the way.
He scratches his beard. A second or so later, a few lice shell husks rain down on you. Ooh. What are you doing up there?
The singing,
he answers.
I see a dumb as well as deaf. Deaf and dumb. There's a pair.
To demonstrate this, he raises both hands and waves them. I don't really have much food to offer. You put your arms around the pole in an attempt to clamber your way up to him, but the pole is quite sheer. The wood planed and all knots removed. Climbing it appears quite impossible. What can you see, you ask?
The future and the past as one.
The mystic calls back to you, glancing from one waving hand to the other.
Joining, separating, ghost walking back and forth. None of us are quite where we were when we believe ourselves to be.
I have experienced this myself.
Shut your face hole, the man replies fiercely. I don't sit up in this pole to learn what you muddlers can learn, crawling around the ground with your full fat bellies.
I would like to learn more from you. What is my ration right now that I would be offering? We did just eat moss. So perhaps he can teach us something. We give him, that's not, the non-poison berries are there. Sure, you can just have them, old man. I can give you some food, you call up. He calls you something terrible in response. I was being generous.
Do you suppose it's generous to torment people not doing the eating with food?
He shouts back.
Why do you think I'm up in this pole?
I will call lightning down upon this man right now, and it will easily strike this elevated platform. I would like to learn more from you. You continue. The man does not reply, but leans away. However, a moment later, a hand appears over the side of the platform, and something falls to the earth. It is a medallion. Is that for me?
You are a sorcerer, aren't you? Come up.
I just tried that. There is a pause.
Well, I hope you're a sorcerer,
he adds.
Otherwise, I can't get down again.
You take hold of the medallion. Nothing in particular happens.
Come on, then,
the old man says, gesturing at you, and then disappears from view. You turn the medallion over in your hands. It is jewel-studded and set on a loose chain. It's probably worth something. Dust funnels across an empty plain. Maybe we can finally fly. Maybe we can finally go up into the sky with a jewel-studded medallion. At long last. We've been looking for that for a while. We could also just be big. I don't think he would appreciate that too much. Blow the man down. Heal meself, which probably isn't gonna do anything. Oh, we just did this, sorry. Look for danger, whatever. Sun. Nah, we'll just do what we're supposed to do. But it would be funny to go about this the wrong way. Just to see what happens. If I become so big, I could just take him down, right? But this does not require a stamina, and big does. There's kind of a difference there. This is free. Zin! You weave the enchantment and the medallion begins to glow as you rise gently into the air. You are now floating off the ground. Cast another spell. What if I float and I'm huge? You could also just leave. True, Frost Rider, true. Yeah, what if I become big and float? I kind of just want to see what happens. He didn't say that I had to use this float spell to get up there. Grow! Big! Consulting the constellation overhead, you bind the spell. For a moment, it seems nothing will happen, and then suddenly you begin to grow to 3 times your normal size. But the extra height is still not enough to reach the man on the platform. To the north, a thick forest rolls with mist. You float to the top of the pillar. He's gonna be like, whoa! You're 3 times your normal size! The man shuffles aside to allow you to bob down while taking back the jeweled medallion. We created a situation which the game had not yet prepared for, apparently. I am both floating and a giant, and somehow landing on top of the platform alongside this gentleman.
So you are a sorcerer, then, he declares. I thought so.
My accent's changing because I need more letters to guide the accent, as you did previously. I might have been a thief, you reply. You might never have gotten your medallion back. He nods.
That is true, though my sight assures me I will not need it. Still, I'd rather have it. He gestures around the platform. Welcome to my little eyrie.
I'm not offering him my holy water, sorry. He didn't want my food either. But why are you on this pole, you ask?
High from the world, I can see diagonally downward onto the world, he replies. I can see through the layers of curse that affect this land. The whole place has been unraveled like a poorly woven shoe.
He demonstrates with his hands, balling them over, one over the other. After a moment, he says more simply,
From up here, I can see.
0% gamer. Why are you big? Rising air pressure. Float down. I just listen to him and float down. Do you know of the 7 serpents? You demand. He nods.
I see much from up here. I know of the winged beasts and their quest to devour you. Grind your bones to dust and then spit that dust into the cup of the king of Analand.
He pauses to scratch underneath his loincloth.
So, he asks, do you like it up here?
The view is superb. He shrugs.
I do not see how it can be superb. It is only looking, after all.
As he speaks, you feel a weight gather about your shoulders as you settle onto the platform. The spell has worn off. Can you get me down from here? Well, I can just float down. It's not that big of a deal. Where can I find the serpents?
Well, they are looking for you, Analander. Each is waiting for you. Some are hiding, some are not. One waits for you in the very depths of Lake Ilklala. He means to pick you off when you're at your weakest.
How can I find him? He is underwater. Well, I do know about that one, I think. He shakes his head.
If you must encounter him, I fear the only way would be to swim till he senses your tiredness. But that is a most foolish course.
Offer water, offer water, offer water. Can you tell me their weaknesses? He shakes his head.
Well, these are most secret,
But some.
I think, can be guessed at. The air serpent has a weak body when in its gaseous form.
From the forest to the north, the trees seem to part and a gigantic bird lifts into view. Its talons gleam in the sunlight. Wait and watch. Grab the platform. Shout at the bird. Wait and watch. You watch with horror as the bird swoops low. The priest screams, and a moment later he's gone, and the bird is flapping away, and you're alone. There's nothing to be done. There's nothing on the platform apart from a few stray spots of blood from where the winged creature's talon punctured the man's side and the jeweled medallion. I didn't even steal it, chat, for the record. For the record. I thought that it was a good bird, not a bad bird. The only other option was to shout at the bird. Or grab onto the platform. Well, I'll take the medallion, I guess. Slinging it around your neck. If you're not mistaken, this probably explains how he got up the pole in the first place. I was not expecting the bird to come swoop him away. Why did it do that? I don't know. But, here you go, I guess. Hover in the air. Zen. You bind the stars into a pattern and the medallion glows as you rise gently into the air. You float over the edge of the platform and lower yourself gently back down to the ground. Looking up once more, the top of the pole seems dizzyingly far away. You clutch the medallion with pride. Well, this is my beauty now. I don't suppose you'll be needing it where you're going. Birdman. You found a clue. Yeah, we found where... Oh, there's another way to learn the location of that particular serpent, I suppose. Thank the bird for the medallion, I guess. How odd. Maybe we'll find them again in the future. You're back at the base of the pole. Well, I don't think there's anything else up there, so let's go. You leave it behind and strike out across the steps. Checking to the village east. You walk on the ground, dropping a little. Your weight returns and you gradually settle back down to the ground, shrinking back to your normal size. The air stirs a little, still cold but fresh. A small patch of flowers grow here just by a small rock. Small black blooms. Uh-oh. Well, we never found out what the black field of flowers does from the first area of the game. But it's probably something bad. Why would you smell them? Like, what's the benefit? What could possibly happen? Yeah, what's the worst that could happen? I've already got the plague. You smell the flowers. They emit a rich, thick smell that makes you feel somewhat giddy. Still, you feel somewhat better for it. Smell the flowers again. No! They're gonna end up with drugs. I bet they're drug flowers. They're like, ooh, you feel so much better. 9 stamina. No, this is like Gungeon. By the way, we might play Gungeon on Sunday. FYI. This is spice. Where you can't keep sniffing the spice. You're gonna get addicted. One more couldn't hurt. Oh, but it could. Let's keep going. You continue to walk. That's good enough for me. Did we ever go to this spot? I don't think we did. We'll go from here maybe to this town. You keep moving. A few clouds boil in the sky. To the southeast, a huge mountain top rises, its peak dusted with snow. It is the southern extent of the horns of Etalyx. That's the southeast. I could probably climb that. Set into the slope is the tower you visited earlier. Despite its size, it looks now like a flea on a palm leaf. Time to move on. You must find your way to the shore of Lake Etalyx somehow. It lies east of the Horns, a towering range of mountains. For a long time, Analand had hoped these peaks would protect them from the Archmage. No one knew his birdman could fly so high or so far. To the village we go. Hopefully not a village of traveling elves. You fall into steady pace as you walk, climbing slightly. The sun is hot now. The steps stretch away from here. As you walk, you see a strange sight. A village of listing huts in the middle of open space with no walls or defenses at all. Ugly villagers elope from tent to tent, dressed in animal skins. The last animal skin villagers we met were the ones that attacked us at the temple that crumbled. I don't know if they attacked us because they were under the influence of the necklace spell, but I do know that I have the necklace spell now. So what's the worst that could happen in this village? Could I become their god? The men and women are strong and lanky, dressed in animal skins. By the gate, 2 creatures stand with hefty wooden clubs. Cladamen, like those that accosted you overnight. I'm glad it told me that. That's really cool. Yes, we learned not to try to speak their language. Float in! Well, we'll see what's available. Invisibility. Giant summoning. None of those, please. Create a stench. I always forget the ones that I can't use. Wait, did I just do that? Hold on. Big. Ooh, intimidate them. Or figure out how to get out of here. I don't think we've actually talked to them yet. There's also no sus, strangely enough, so I don't know what these spells would even do. Let's just move. The path leads to the village, or you could skirt past around the edge. Here's like low-res version of map, but gets the whole thing. Here's higher res, but has some clipping with the arrows. The low-res one might be better. All right, let's go in. I got 9 stamina. Maybe we'll be surprised pleasantly for once. You approach the guards. They look at you with expressions you cannot read. You look them over. Perhaps they're in all of you, but there is also a sly gleam in their eyes. Cladamen are quite literally subhuman, but they are still not immune to bribery and gifts. You nod in greeting. One of the Cladamen nods in reply and holds out his hand. The other Cladamen holds up 2 fingers. Hell, that's okay. I'm not gonna try and read the minds of the subhuman. Sense danger. Give them fingers. What, like middle fingers? Illusion of worship. Let's try it. Yes, let's try it. Talk all languages probably would not help me here. Resurrect the dead. Who? Who are we resurrecting here? Like, I want to see what happens, but I'm not going to do it because I'd have to rewind. Is there another letter we didn't use? K? I-L. Create illusions. Requires a bracelet of bone. Let's start with an illusion, yeah? No, I want to just be their god, if I can. Illusion of worship. God! You craft the spell and your jewel of gold shines and gleams. The light that enters the Cladamen's eyes is just as bright. They quickly begin to prostrate themselves on the ground. Rise. You command them, but the Cladamen know better than to obey the god's invitation to arrogance. They stay down. You walk on by and into the village. Yeah, I think that's better than trying to pay them items. No bribes, please. You step into the center of the village. The large hut, or go by the fire. I want to go to the large hut first. Last time I went by the fire, everyone tried to kill me. One hut is much larger than others. Above its door, a sign depicting a picture of an awl and a hammer. It's amazing anyone here can draw, let alone perform crafts. From inside, you hear the sound of hammering. Peering in through the window, you see a Cladamen working away at a bench. He moves with unusual delicacy for these creatures, his long, thin fingers carefully adjusting the positioning of what he's working on. You can't help noticing he has an unusually large skull. By the way, what time zone are we in? think we're in the present day. Present time, I believe. All right, let's go in the hut. See what he's doing. Maybe we can buy something from him. I'll be an honest war payer. Not that there's anything else we can spend money on now anyways. The Cladaman look up as you enter. He puts down the tiny hammer and pincers he's been using to repair a piece of fine jewelry, and then tilts his head to regard you. You greet him with a nod. He seems to understand this and nods in reply. You step forward and look over his workbench, and he gestures with an open palm to let you look. He has a variety of fine tools, pincers, awls, spikes for scratching and etching, even a vise. Clearly a master craftsman. When you're finished, he steps forward, gesturing for your pack. I mean, what is he gonna do? Steal something? What, I kill him? You can look in the pack. You hold out your pack to him. He begins to rummage through, investigating everything with long, supple hands, occasionally pausing to scratch his bulging skull, as though his brain itches at the sight of your gear. Then he hands it back with a nod and begins to rummage on his bench. You wait, and after a few minutes, he produces a circular dial with a spinning needle, which he presses into your hands. It's a compass. You look at the compass and it becomes clear why he's giving it to you. It's broken. The needle swings about wildly, pointing this way and that, never quite settling down. If I keep it, I'm gonna have to give him something, I think is the moral of the story. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a give it back option, would there? There's definitely more to this compass than meets the eye. That's for sure. Might be the only chance we get in the whole game to use it. I say take it, and I'll try and trade him something. I don't know what he wants, though. You put the compass into your pack anyway. Perhaps it has some function you will discover. The craftsman returns to considering his work. What, did he take something from me already? How do I never see when people look at... I am letting them look in my sack. Like, here you go. I can't see when they, like, snatch something and put it away? Were they all... Everyone a magician? They've all got, like, sleight of hand and they can just hide it up their sleeve? Surely he hasn't stolen anything. Yeah, I gave it to him, but it's not like I'm blind. Here, Techno, look through the pack. Okay, yeah, you're enjoying your look? Uh-huh. Okay, and didn't see nothing. Thank you for handing it back. Do I hand it to him and I just go like this? All right, let me know when you're done. Just whenever is fine. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to peek. I almost saw you take two things. I don't think he understands me, so let's just watch him work for a moment. It seems like he's carving jewelry from colored stones. They do not seem to be precious or even beautiful, but the weird twisted shapes he is carving are complex and intricate and remarkably precise. I mean, okay, when it says take a piece, does it mean beat him up and take a piece? Or does it mean, like, ooh, take this and look at it, and then maybe, like, give him something for it, and if you can figure out what it is? You know what I mean? Like, which one is this? If this is like, beat him up and steal it, I'm gonna rewind. Because I don't know, it could be anything. You reach out to take one of the pieces, a bejeweled item of clear value. The craftsman quickly moves to cover it with his hand. You step back, and so does he, staring at you warily. Showdown. Ask him what he's doing. He ignores the sound coming from your mouth as if they were just banging and ringing, as if they were just the banging and ringing of his tools. I bet this is something crazy, if I actually took it. It's a piece of jewelry of some kind. The only jewelry... We have a serpent ring, crazily enough. This is in the book now. We do not have rings like the pearl. I don't know how you could carve a pearl ring out. Gold mirror, yellow powder. I think it's a brass pendulum. We don't have the pearl ring. We don't have a green ring. He says that it is a jewel. could just be something valuable. Of clear value. Alright, well, it gave me a free thing, so I'm just gonna leave. This is clearly some kind of Cladaman freak. You leave him to his work. Keep it, man. I'm not gonna start a fight and get kicked out of jail. I'm not gonna get kicked into, like, Cladaman jail, is what I mean to say. I did not steal it. But he may have stolen something from me. You head over to the fire pit, but it is unlit during the day, and there was no one here. If I stop and eat, we're gonna eat that ration. Didn't I already eat moss today? In the game? Or was that yesterday? I think it was today. Right? I think it was today. You look around the village once more. I think that's it. It's either steal the dude's jewel and maybe come back at night. The village has no walls. You slip between two huts and back out to the plains. So if we come back at night, maybe something else happens here. Wait, in the forest that way? You march onward, the ground dropping a little. You pass the flower patch. No, we might do it later. Let's keep walking. Pray for a cure from plague. Please, Lord Korga, you have helped me in my most trying times. My darkest hours, you've saved me from crumbling structures, from raging lightning storms, and more besides. You've been faithful ever since we've left Corée. Please bring my Cox high-speed internet back so it stops dropping frames even though it's after midnight. You close your eyes and raise a prayer to your graceful God. Miraculously, the welts on your hands begin to fade. You feel yourself grow stronger, much more. Once more, much stronger, once more. Korga! I'll never leave you, Korga! Korga God, best God, so far, chat. He's sitting back contentedly asleep, unwilling to aid you. I wonder if I stole that gem if he would have abandoned us. Who knows? Anyway, he's cured the plague. I want to go, up into the forest of Snata. The path leads in the village, or you could skirt past. Well, we're gonna skirt past. Actual miracle. You avoid the eye line of the guards on the gate. The Cladaman watch you passing idly as though you were a bird. And you head into the forest of Snata. Next time. This is a good chapter end. We're at like a new area, new zone. We still got this to explore in full marsh. So we're not even done with this. But I want to head up into the forest of Snata and kind of check it out, get some more. I want to get all the checkpoints and waypoints so I can fast travel. But yeah, this is a good chapter break for us. The god Korga cures us of the plague. We get a brand new magical item, apparently. Well, it may not be magical. It may just be a strange compass that currently has no use. We've got a human skull. We're carrying a bunch of just random stuff. Some of it's definitely gonna get used. But we got all of the forest, all the lake area, all of this big village, and we have to revisit this during different time frames, this during different time frames, this during the marsh, and whatever happens over here. This probably still has a couple of things to inspect. It's kind of weird that these look like they have some relevance. I just don't know what yet. But anyways, tons left to do. So, I believe it auto-saves right there. I believe. Hopefully. That is as good a stopping point as any, chat, I think. 8.5 hours. Perfect amount of time. Got a lot of forward progress. Really not that much backtracking or rewinding. We spent a lot of time in the first zone. Like 3.5 hours. But we did a lot there. And we met a lot of important characters. We learned. We put a lot of pieces into motion, into play, that I think are going to pay off next time. Like, we have to talk to our first serpent and see what they say. I might end up killing them all anyways. Who knows? Maybe. We'll see. Depends on what they say, I guess. We gotta learn more about the Archmage. I want to know what it's going to take to get him to disown us. What, like the guy inside the tin? Anyway, tomorrow, or, well, you know, tomorrow for me, Saturday, it's going to be RimWorld, so come back at 3 Eastern, or shortly thereafter, for the continuing saga of RimWorld as we hurtle towards the end. We probably only have no more than 3, possibly 2, streams until we get to at least the spaceship era. Possibly able to build that ship in 16, it would be roughly 16 hours, just on average, with 2 more streams. That's a long time. It's not impossible. So, we're at the end game in RimWorld, should be fun. Sunday will probably be a little callback to your boy Gungeon. I've just been in the mood for it again. I wouldn't mind, it's been a couple weeks, I wouldn't mind playing it. Great time spent, thank you Aaron Son, glad you enjoyed it. And we'll pick this up from where we left off, right there, next episode. Probably sometime this coming week, possibly a week from now, possibly next Friday or Saturday or Sunday. So I want to kind of turn it into that episodic thing. Trying to do too much back-to-back. Reading aloud can become really strenuous, believe it or not. It'd be easier if I was doing like 5-hour chunks instead of like 8-hour chunks, but when I get into it, I want to like do stuff, you know? There's a bunch to do. And I feel like we did a lot. Really, really excited with pretty much everything that happened. A lot of interesting characters and scenarios played out. We did die a couple times, but nothing that really set us back. Just a couple oddities. Like, we haven't really been killed by anything that wasn't a complete accident, have we? We fell off the tower, which doesn't count. What was the other death? We died to the snake charmer, true. He got me fair and square. Was there any other ones? Really just pretty much forward progress the whole way. Learning about the world, learning about what we're supposed to be doing, overarching objectives, collecting tons of potentially useful magical items. So like we've been stockpiling rainy day gear, basically. We got captured by the earth, but we didn't die. We chanted the weird spell that bound us into the earth, but we got saved by a bird after becoming a skeleton, so we like died sort of, but then time automatically rewinded through some unknown power. That doesn't count as a death. We just saw our flesh melt off from our bones and slop down into the soil, which was weird. There was like a dungeon, but we saved that guy from the dungeon, and he's the one that transferred the plague to us. He's free. I don't know where he went. Somewhere. Dude on top of the tower got plucked away by a bird. The only controversial thing was fighting the moon serpent. I'm still not 100% convinced I made the right decision in letting him live. But perhaps we can go back there, find him again, and kill him if I decide that I want to. At the very least, I might be able to go back and talk to him. If I let him go, and I can never speak to him or do anything again, we kind of screwed ourselves in the overarching plot. Oh well, choose your own adventure, right? We'll do as much as we can, and try to make the best of all the bad situations, which we did a surprisingly good job today of. Getting down, how many times were we at 1 stam? For like at least half the stream, probably. The only time we died of 1 stam is having to jump off the tower, which was just silly. But surprisingly did not succumb to our wounds. Even survived being left out on the cross outside of that traveling town, which I will definitely return to. So surprised with how much we were able to accomplish. I like that they kind of give you some options to eat with the mold or with the fungus, whatever it is. There's really not much else in the way of food. I haven't been able to buy any. I've just been carrying around like 20 gold for the whole game so far. Like 8 hours in. Fantastic game though so far. I'm curious how it's gonna hold up over the next couple times because we're kind of just unlocking the 2 different time zones. You know, past and present. Or past and future if it's easier to think about it that way. And then once we do that, it kind of just becomes a game of trying to get everything just so, find out when you need to be where and with what, and then do that. But we got the location of at least 3 of the serpents. We know the time serpent is the one that swallowed us into the earth. So we might be able to do something with that when we figure out he's the most difficult one to deal with. We didn't even get a chance to talk to him. That's why I feel like I should just be killing these guys, because the time serpent wasted no energy. He just went straight for the throat. But apparently they have some kind of tie to the stars and the spells in the sky. But also, the king and everyone else wants you to kill him. The old man in the tree wants me to deal with the various serpents. Shadrach. He's probably more important than we've been led to believe. But still, everyone seems to trust him. Even the sorceress up in the mountain said that the Archmage wasn't always so bad. He just saw so far into the future that he went crazy and didn't want to say what was seen. So, I don't know. Definitely a deeper layer to the narrative we've yet to uncover, but perhaps we'll get to that. Or uncover a little bit more next time. So many pieces in play that we don't know how they're going to turn out. And that's what the game does such a fantastic job with, is callbacks, you know? For example, the elven lady that we killed at the fire drops the item that was stolen from me on the road. Oh, fancy that. Perhaps we'll find that little kid who took the Gale Horn. You know, getting the gourd from the nice helper of the sorceress, and then using it to fill with holy water for a special occasion. Now we've got just holy water at our hip. Don't know when to use it. Yeah, we have to revisit the tornado and see what's up with that. Why did it jump when I talked to it? Yeah, we did die to the tornado. Once. But still happy with the way everything went. No, there was just a little analysis paralysis with the moon serpent. And then beyond that, everything was super smooth. So great experience overall. Sorcery 3 continues to impress, and we'll do so next time we play it, I'm sure. I'm just excited to get back into it, but also it's nice to kind of give it a little breathing room and not try to burn through too quick. And so we will. Catch you guys again in like 15 hours with some RimWorld action. By the way, I passed 642 hours in RimWorld. We're climbing our way up to the 700 mark, which is kind of insane. The next scheduled stream is now. It's happening right now. Nobody wants money, they just pickpocket your items. That's what I'm saying, Chargoth. Why don't they just try to rob me on the road? I'm still wondering if the dude that just gave us that compass robbed me. What did he take? I don't know. May never know. There's too much stuff now, I can't keep track of it all. I could have stolen that gemstone, but I have no idea what the repercussions of that would be. Maybe it would have given us some kind of godly power. Speaking of which, we do have that. Like, I kind of just want to do one last little glance. Hold on, I want to open the game. It only takes 2 seconds anyways. Hi, you got to see me? Actually, you didn't get to see. Yo. Real quick. Look at all this stuff. Look at all these clues we got just today. The air serpent's weakness. Who told me this? When the air serpent leaves its body as a gas, it's vulnerable. I think the dude in the tower told me that. Before he got taken by a bird. Anyway, lots of clues. Still have yet to find blood candles, throgs, sleepless rams. There's a cave in the cliff at the entrance to the Backlands. Didn't we already look there? Maybe we never went into the cave in the current time. We need to find out what's there now. The marsh goblins know a weakness of the Serpent of Time. Clearly we need that, because he's kind of a dick. Lots of clues. We got a random key. Snake belly key. Interesting. We found... the message of the 7 serpents who've been dispatched to warn the Archmage. Seek out Shadrach the Hermit. We got a random brass whistle. We got super monarch oil. A human skull. Dice. A compass. Snakebite antidote. And that's all new today. That's a lot of stuff. No new weapons yet. Though my sword is -2. Why is my sword -2? Did I break this sword today? I don't remember doing that. If we lose the broadsword, bad news, I think. Still have to use the serpent ring. We're holding on to a handful of berries and the holy water. That's new. And then magical item-wise, we have sand finally. 2 more pebbles. We picked up a new black face mask, or maybe it's even the old one. We also grabbed holy water, obviously, the jewel-studded medallion, stone dust, and a jewel of gold. So tons of new spells are open to us, which is awesome in the game called Sorcery, as you might expect. Yeah, I didn't really go by the cave at the beginning, Aaron. It just showed me that it was there, and there was no option to go explore it. Or if there was, it was very obscurely written, because we tried to go back into it like twice. Either way, it's no big deal. We can just teleport back to here and then just go eventually. We did go in the cave, just in a different time, I think. Getting the blue stone out of the wedge in the rock roughed it up. It's kind of what I thought, but it didn't say anything at the time. So it's kind of weird. Anyways, super excited to check out the rest. Huge game. So much to see and do. And this is only part 3, this is part 4. It's gonna take us a while, and I'm excited. I'm kind of glad. At first when I started these games, I thought they were all gonna be like 8 hours, and it was gonna be just like bang, bang, bang. These are like campaigns. Playing like a single player Dungeons and Dragons campaign. That's what it feels like. Anyway, thanks for watching tonight. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you had fun and enjoyed the adventure. It's nice to continue it at last, and we'll do it again. The maps get bigger, but there's multiple layers. Yeah, the gameplay mechanics seems good. Glad you like it. Me too. It's just as fun as I hoped it would be. I was curious how they were going to take it after part 2. And it seems like so far it's a nice change of pace with the just big map. We'll see how I feel about it after another 8 hours, though. All right, sleepy chat. You guys in the East Coast at 3:30 right now. Get some sleep, and I will catch you next time. Stick around. I'll give you a little preview of what's to come tomorrow. I'm not gonna raid, but I'm just gonna host at the end of this. If you want to watch Simcopter play a little RimWorld, if you're just getting your day started. So good night, guys. I will see you again for some RimWorld action of our own later today / tomorrow. Tomorrow for me. Till then, it's been a pleasure. Good night. Whoops. Excuse me. Midas, did you do that? Was that you? Did you push the song turn off button? Midas, do you want to put the stream turn off button too? Hold on. Midas, stop trying to turn the stream off so fast. Hold on. He's gonna do it. You ready? Turn it off.